Hey everybody, and welcome to Gen Con Online. Well, this is our first live Gen Con on the internet, and as well as everybody else, I guess. I'm here joined with Tamron Cardwell, the Dean at TCG University. How's it going, Tamron?
It's going fantastic. It's going super, super good.
So I'm going to tell everybody, I guess, what we're doing here today. So during these 4 days of Gen Con, we are going to be running 4 days of live streaming, and these are, I think, 6-hour streams. We might go a little bit long at the end. It depends on what happens each day. But each day we have an agenda. We're going to be doing several different specials, and we're playing some trivia games and all kinds of things. And I'm going to break this down and just kind of tell you how these days are going to work at our booth, our digital booth. Pacific, which is noon Eastern time. We're going to go live. We might be a few minutes late because technology. So just bear with us on this. I think everyone's going to be dealing with the technology gap here, and this is the first time we've done this for a Gen Con. But each day we'll launch at 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern, and then I'm going to give every day kind of a background of our company. So new people coming into the booth kind of know about Jasco Games a little bit if they hadn't heard of us before and what we have to offer in the gaming world. And then we're going to go into what the show is going to be about. And each show we have some giveaways. So we're going to do specials. These are 30-minute long specials. I'm going to talk about the product. We're going to give history of the product, kind of our pitfalls, our fun times, why we came up with them, the nostalgia attached to most of these. And then we're going to have a trivia question. So some of the trivia will be answered throughout the show. Some of it you just have to be a Jasco Games fan and kind of know the answer. But we will be giving away prizes on all of our stream feeds. So we are streaming currently on twitch.tv. And I think it's /Jasco_games, if I remember correctly, or maybe
Correct.
just Jasco Games. Yeah, okay, it's _games. We're streaming on Facebook Live. We are streaming on our actual booth on the what do they call it again? The Gen Con Looking Glass. And then we are also streaming on YouTube. So if you are a fan on any of those platforms, when we do the trivia, all you have to do is answer in the comments, and we will have our producer kind of roll a die, and the top 3 or 4 answers that are correct will be chosen from one of those platforms to get a free prize.
And that's first come, first serve, right, Jason?
Yes.
Time is of the factor.
So once we have a winner, we may even be able to just announce the winners live. We'll have to confirm with that person through this. Basically, our producer will reach out to them, say, "Hey, you won. Are you confirmed to pick up your prize? Give us your shipping information, and we'll send it out, and hopefully be able to announce the winners here." Tamron, I'm assuming our producer will get in touch with you because you actually watch the chats and the screens. I don't. I have too much ADD for that many screens to go on. So all I can focus on is agenda and then watching myself to make sure I'm on TV. So,
that makes sense.
So that's about it. But yeah, we'll be giving away every half hour. So every half hour there's a giveaway. Every half hour there is a new special. And these specials are all limited quantity. So these are things that some of them are already available on the website in certain ways, but they're usually heavily discounted for Gen Con. In addition to these specials, on the Gen Con website itself, our new releases are listed. So you can go on and get the Evil Dead 2 board game, the newest DLC packs. I think we might have one other product on there. They turned down our puzzles because they're not a game, but we will be promoting our puzzles through Jasco Games. So if you're a puzzle fan and you like our nostalgic, cool themed puzzles, we have that. And then we're also going to be having an exclusive every day. So before I get into the exclusive, and the exclusives will change daily, those will be available all day until our next stream. So if you are in a different part of the world and you're not watching this, or you're at work right now and you're like, oh no, I don't want to miss the exclusive, don't worry. It's all on our live stream specials link. So if you go to jascogames.com, on the products menu at the very bottom, we have our live stream specials, and that's where all of our specials are going to be for the entire weekend. Additionally, if you are on Gen Con, the main page, all you have to do is click on the promotions link, and that will bring you straight to the page. I'm going to double check the Gen Con page now. It looks like, yeah, it's working. We're streaming. So everything looks good there. Gen Con is currently doing their opening ceremonies, so I don't expect a whole lot of viewers for this first 30 minutes to an hour through Gen Con, because I'm sure whatever they're talking about is more exciting and whatever it is, because it's a big launch ceremony event. So I'll probably go watch that after our show and see what they did, because it's pretty interesting. And we will be done on Pacific time by about probably 2
Hey, buddy. We're back. It's at least thinking about it. Chat, if you can hear us, let us know.
Internet, you can do it. Well,
hey, they can hear us. Okay, looks like we're back.
Hey, we did it. Sorry, everybody. As expected, there will be technical difficulties.
For sure.
Throughout the show. So just bear with us. We will get back online as fast as possible anytime this happens. In this case, what I think happened is those very common thunder rainstorms that happen in Las Vegas all the time. We basically constantly covered in rain, right? So I'm pretty sure a lightning storm just hit our internet directly, and Tim had to go on the roof and build a new internet, and he did that very quickly for you guys. So it's no problem. We built a new internet. It's a series of tubes, but regardless, we're back. We're back, and that was all a lie. It does not rain in Las Vegas. That was a huge giveaway. I actually don't even remember the last time it rained. So, where were we? We had our giveaways, our specials, how they work, shipping, all that stuff. I think you guys have under control. So we're going to go into our exclusive here shortly, but then the final thing before exclusives is each day we have a seminar at the end of our stream. So these seminars are going to be including special guests, and we're going to talk about certain topics that we feel the community and the gaming community would love to hear about, know about, interact with. And even at the end of the seminar, we have our hardest trivia question of the day where we give away $100 to our online store.
$100?
$100.
So much.
For just answering a right question and posting it. That's all you got to do. So here we go. We have the first seminar today at noon Pacific, 2 o'clock Eastern is going to be the retailer seminar. So the way we've designed these is kind of to kick off and build up, I guess. So the retailer seminar is here to kind of give the retailers something to talk about what we do for retail. Jasco Games has always been super, super retail store oriented, and you're going to see why and what we do, and we'll have some special guests and some retailer testimonials. Tomorrow, we're going to be talking about the tabletop industry in general, where we have special guests from manufacturers to artists to developers to logistic managers, Kickstarter experts, all that stuff you want to know about the tabletop industry. There's so much stuff. There's no way we can actually finish everything about the tabletop industry in 2 hours. It would be like a full college course. You could major in this. But colleges apparently don't offer that. And there's like 2 that have even gaming in general that I'm aware of, in the U.S. anyway. Which, by the way, one of our guests went to that. It was Full Sail University, specifically for this, for gaming. So next up, we've got on Saturday, the evolution of UFS universes from 2006 to present. And Tamron Cardwell is actually going to be one of our guests on that show. I know he's a host, but he's also going to be putting his insight along with several other key players throughout the history of the game. I think I overkilled it on guests for that one. We have like, I think 12 or 13 guests just talking about the different eras from 2006 to present of our flagship CCG. If you haven't heard of it, we're going to be talking a lot about it, and it is awesome. We love this game. Been around for 14 years now. I can't believe we're coming up on a 15-year anniversary soon. It's nuts.
Thing of beauty. This game is so expressive. I can't wait to jump into it.
It is. I mean, it's why we're in this industry, actually. I started the company for that game, and we'll get into all of that on Saturday. And then I think the moment that a lot of our fans have been waiting for, and maybe fans around the world, we have the My Hero Academia CCG and More seminar. And I have the and more because the CCG is the first big product that's launching with My Hero Academia, but we are the master license holder for My Hero Academia for tabletop games in English, and that's all English-speaking countries in the world. So that means we're not only going to be doing CCGs for My Hero Academia, we're going to be doing tabletop miniatures games, board games, accessories like playmats and sleeves. We're going to be doing dice games. We're going to be doing everything you can think of tabletop related, and we'll get into that. There's some really cool stuff. I unfortunately can't show all the cool stuff because lots of things are in approvals with Japan. And next week's actually a Japanese holiday, so we're going to have a skip in approvals, but we have some really cool CCG stuff, including some sneak peeks. I know this is one that people have been really excited about in our CCG community. Yeah, we're gonna have some sneak peeks, and I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with some of the stuff we have available for you guys coming up. So that's it, and then we're gonna get into the conclusion of the show. So we have about 10 minutes until our first special, and I'm gonna pass it over to Tamron. Tamron, tell us a little bit about how you got into gaming with us, what you know about Jasco games, why our fans should follow us.
So, man, there were 1,000 questions there. I'm going to try and get them in as detailed as I can. So how did I start? Well, I am the dean of TC University. It is a trading card game company. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! I've touched Magic. I've touched Pokemon. I've touched like a bunch of different card games, but Yu-Gi-Oh! Is the one that stuck. But it always felt like it was this big business company, right? This entity that was Konami was 1,000 years away, where they kind of didn't really care about you, right? And then I got demoed on the game from Miles Tyler, the Legendary Wolf owner, and he kind of showed me that like a card game company can care about you, right? A card game company can care about like how you feel, how you play the game. They respect you, and they don't just not to call it any names, but like they don't just ban the big money cards to make you buy more big money cards, right? They care about like how you truly the verb of play. They care about that. And so I started playing Universes pretty significantly. Was originally UFS, is transitioning into Universes. What do I know about Jasco? I know that I have attempted to play every Jasco game that there is. I think there's one game that's a fantasy game, a board game from a while ago that I haven't played.
Albion's Legacy, perhaps.
Yes, that was it. I couldn't remember the name. But like every time that Jasco comes in and makes a game, a board game or whatever, like the Mega Man board game that we'll talk about, I know Top Gun has been a blast. I've got the Cowboy Bebop. We got the Cowboy Bebop on one of your awesome Jasco live sales, and it is still wrapped because the TCGU crew is in the middle of a move. And so as soon as we get the studio all set up, it's gonna be one of the first things that we get to pop off. But if you want here's my final elevator pitch, right? If you're not following Jasco Games, if you're not involved with the company, realize that every single person wearing that Fireball logo cares. Every single person with a Jasco Games logo cares about you, your opinion, and your thoughts on not just the game, but as gaming as a whole. And whether they take your advice and run with it, everybody listens. And everybody at least gives you the time of day, which is like just so important as somebody who wants to build a community around players, around game players.
Absolutely. And this is great to hear from even you as a co-host from outside of our company. It's fantastic. We have I guess our motto internally is like we are a company, of course, and we have a bottom line just like all the other companies, but we're also people. And one of the things that just getting into this, because I was burned by just several different games and CCGs and things like that myself. I ran a retail store for 10 years before publishing, and I've been in the gaming industry forever, since the 90s, and had my game store since 1998. It's nuts how like I started when I was 13, but I've always had this open door policy. I want people to realize that yes, this is a company. Yes, we have a bottom line, and we're here to make a living to survive, but we are here in this industry because we love it. And you can get a hold of us. My personal phone number is on the back of every product we have ever made. I recommend texting before you call because I get a lot of spam, but I am available and I do answer a lot of my calls.
Yeah.
So it's an open door policy. Additionally, our emails are easy. There are names at jascogames.com. If you know anyone on staff, it's Jason at jascogames.com. Ask me a question. Open door policy. Always been that way. This is 11 years publishing now for Jasco Games and 10 years in retail. So that's 21 years of game industry, and we've always had this motto. And I want people to know, like, we are people. We're not here to just screw people over or like there's some really bad perceptions of like the big company bad guys. And I watch a lot of YouTubers. I try to stay as in tune with all the communities in gaming as possible, not just ours. And I've watched a lot of people say, I'm really against companies. I love these games. I'm against companies, and that's, hopefully not what we represent. So we do have our first sale coming up in about 5 minutes, and before we get into that, Tamron, and we'll get more into your opinion here during that sale.
Yeah.
We do have our exclusive of the day. And so this exclusive is going to run all day until our next stream tomorrow. And this one is the first time ever seen. And it is, and I have my show and tell here. This is the Buffy the Vampire Slayer foil poster.
Whoa.
So this one, you can't see the foil as much as you see just the glare, I guess. Unfortunately, it is super cool. It's based off of our puzzles. But it's it's super exciting. I'm really happy for this one. It is
fantastic.
Available till the start of our next stream, and we have 100 available. So as soon as those are gone, we only made 100. We might make more later if necessary for the convention exclusives, but as of right now, that's it. 100.
No, that looks really, really cool. My mom is really into Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I remember waking up every morning before I'd go to school. She was up doing stuff, and I had to wake up and watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel back to back, and then I got to go to school. So
that's fantastic. Yeah. And we are the proud licensee of Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Angel for tabletop gaming. So you can expect to see more products along the lines there. We do have card sleeves for Buffy as well. We have a board game and an expansion for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We've been requested that maybe we make like a DLC pack for our card game at some point. And there's several series of DLC. I'll explain DLC down the road to you newbies to our CCG. But it stands for downloadable content, not downloadable content. We are a cardboard-based company. So downloadable content, it's really cool, and we'll get into that when we talk a little bit more about universes. So here in about 3 minutes, we're going to start up our first special right at 9:30, and we'll show you how that works out. And I'm gonna just go onto the Gen Con site and make sure we're streaming properly. Looks like we are. Let me see. Right when I do this, I guess I have to personally update the first special image. So I'm going to go ahead and do that now. And you guys can see what we're going to be putting on for our special first one of Gen Con. Let's see here. How do we do this? Bear with me on the technology, everyone. I am awful at technology.
It's okay. We can take our time. We're here all day.
Let's see here. This is not where I update the image. I think I go to pictures. Here we go. This is our first special of the day. Well, how do I use it? All right. I'm sorry, everyone. So because of my cardboard background in tabletop, real technology is a little tough for me. Click a picture to update it. Here we go. Let's click this first universes picture and put up our first sale here. There we go. And it should be live.
We've got a question in the comments. It says...
I think I lost you, Tamron.
Gen Con link I need.
What was that? Yeah, you broke up for the whole explanation for me.
Sorry. Kane High Wind 2 says, is there for the half-hour specials, are they on Jasco's site, or is there a Gen Con link that you need?
So let me see. I believe the promotional link, if you're in our card on the Looking Glass, will bring you directly to our sales page for all of the Gen Con sales. So instead of linking to our normal website, which is really cool, we have an awesome opening video and all that stuff. Instead of going to the cool website, you can still get there through this link. But if you click on the promotional link to the left of our card, it'll bring you straight to, and I'm going to check it, make sure it works, straight to our store. Okay, no, the promotional link's the wrong one. It is the website link. The website brings you straight to our sales for Gen Con. So right off the bat, I clicked on it and I see the Gen Con Day 1 exclusive and our first special. And our first special is the Mega Man board game bundle. This is all the Mega Man stuff for $120. Normal MSRP is $175. So you're getting a massive discount on this. And I wanted to start with Mega Man for a very specific reason. So Mega Man, as a lot of our fans know who've been following, is getting a new game, a new board game based off of popular demand. This is the first board game we've ever made. It comes with a lot of there's a cool sale image coming up. It comes with a lot of pre-painted, awesome miniatures for Mega Man. So you Mega Man fans, I think there's like a total of let's see, 19 miniatures if you just get this pack here. It's a ton. It's really cool. But we have a new one coming up, so we'll get into that here shortly. And since we're doing show and tell, I'm going to actually go back to this shelf and grab a Mega Man game to show you guys in person how these things look. And pardon, I'm wearing a polo with shorts. I did this on purpose for ease of movement.
Nobody comment about Jason's legs.
I have amazing legs, so it's okay. I play hockey, so
yeah, those calves.
Body. All right, so here we go. We got Mega Man the board game.
Look how good that looks.
We ever did. We have this awesome UV coat on Mega Man, so Mega Man and the logo are shiny. You can kind of see the artwork here. All custom art made for this board game. Even the sides. This is all specially drawn by one of my favorite artists, Eduardo Bromley. Goes by Brolo on DeviantArt. And I'm going to pop this thing open and show you some of the miniatures in Mega Man the board game. And this specific game has some really cool history to it. So there's our rule book. Here's our core board of the Wily Castle. Let's see if you can get a little bit of a look at that.
It looks like a cog, which is cool.
Yeah, the cool thing about this is other boards slide into this so you can fight the Robot Masters.
Oh, okay. So it's like an adaptable changing board.
Got our Mega Man dice. Comes with a bunch of cool 8-bit dice.
Remind me about the dice whenever you're finished.
All right. And then we have a whole bunch of other stuff. Here's like an example of one of the Robot Master boards that slides in. There's Bomb Man. You run around the stage fighting Bomb Man. But what I wanted to show you, somewhere in here should be some miniatures. Yeah, here we go. So here's an example of one of our Mega Man miniatures.
Wow, that looks crazy good.
So this is 2014, all completely pre-painted. And look at that. I'm really happy with how these turned out, even for today's standards, because our painting has gotten better and better and better. There's Fireman.
Yeah.
We even have the different colors for his fire.
Look at him.
So, and there's a bunch of other characters in here for the staff. Now, tell me about these dice, Tamara. What are we going to say about the dice?
Okay, so at TCGU, we get tired of rolling regular dice when it comes to who's going to go first whenever we play games, right? And so we've made a game off of the Mega Man board game dice called Jump Shoot, where you and your opponent at the same time are rolling 2 of these Mega Man dice, and the first person to get a jump and a shoot gets to go first. But if you roll double Wileys, you lose and you have to go second.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and so it's just like it's a race. It's like a game inside the game.
All right, so let me see. How many of these do we have available for our special? That's another thing we should probably be sharing with people. So for today, we have 10 of these specials available. So the first 10 customers to pick up this game will get it on sale with the full package. And it also has something that's not included in this image. And this is super special. It comes with the Megarand CD. If you're not familiar with Megarand, this is a private rap musician that's done Mega Man remixes for a whole bunch of cool Mega Man songs. My favorite is his Bubble Man remix. Love it. So it comes with the Mega Man CD as well, in addition to the Time Man Oil Man expansion, the Proto Man Rush and Roll extra character packs, the boss expansion so you can play better strategies against different boxes and customize your decks, and then you got Mega Ran's CD. So all that's included in here, and this is a very interesting game and story in general. This is our first like real big license, I would say, that we acquired as Jasco Games, and it was right after the King of Fighters 13 license. So we had worked with SNK Playmore. They are now just SNK at the time, and it was. Okay, I'm making sure. I thought we were way off time because I saw 7:30 or something. And okay, it's 9:35. We're good. So anyway, this was actually all literally a dream come true. So if you followed the original Kickstarter, I actually have Best Western card, like just notepads. I was on vacation in New York in the middle of the night, couldn't sleep very well, and just kind of kept getting up from dreams. And I had this whole dream. So one of my best friends from school from third grade, also huge Mega Man fan. For some reason, it was like I guess popping in my head, and I was dreaming about Mega Man. And I'm in a Best Western in New York City in Manhattan, dreaming about Mega Man, and I come up with this whole game in my head, which ended up not being really anything like the final game that this ended up being. But I wrote down all my notes, drew a whole bunch of diagrams on Best Western note cards, and then went back to sleep. This is before we ever talked to Capcom. We had no rights to Mega Man. I was just like, wake up, write down like 10 pages of Mega Man board game rules, and went back to bed. We had never made a board game before either at this point. We were just a CCG company.
Yeah.
So shortly after, and this dream was probably back in the beginning of like 2013 or something, maybe even 2012. It was way back, and I decided, like, you know what? Maybe this is a sign. I need to reach out to Capcom. It couldn't hurt, right? I was pretty new to licensing. Obviously, I'd worked with SNK Playmore, and that entire licensing agreement was mostly in Japanese. So I had minored in Japanese in college, and was still at that time good enough to have written conversations pretty well. And I usually just ended my conversations with, "I'm sorry for my bad Japanese," and then put it in English. Like, that's how I did it, because I like Japanese business and protocol and manners and everything, very different from the U.S.
For sure.
But I had been studying the culture for so long and knew that I'd probably be getting into this business, so I was ready for it, and it worked out. I think we have great relationships with Japanese partners. But anyway, SNK, that all worked out. What turns out is SNK and Capcom have worked together on crossover games for years, for over 30 years. With SNK versus Capcom, Capcom versus SNK, and then a variety of other crossover games that aren't just so obviously named. And so we reached out to Capcom. They had seen what we'd done with the King of Fighters 13. They liked, the look. They liked our efforts. We were still a relatively small company at the time. Literally, all we did was our card game. And I pitched a couple of game ideas. I originally wanted to get Mega Man and Street Fighter, which didn't pan out. We ended up getting different licenses. We ended up starting our licensing with Capcom with Mega Man and Darkstalkers. And I chose Darkstalkers because in our card game, historically, before it was under us, when it was back with Sabretooth Games and then Fantasy Flight Games, Darkstalkers was the best-selling set of all time for the card game. It literally sold out almost immediately, and it was the first set ever to sell out upon release. So I was like, well, Darkstalker seems like a good move. And I was like, well, Mega Man, of course I have to get, because I already have this whole thing I need to do with Mega Man.
Yeah.
So we went through a very, very long negotiation process, and then eventually, and this will be the answer to one of our trivia questions is this, so if you're listening, you can maybe do a little bit of math and guess what happened here. But eventually we did end up acquiring the licenses through Capcom, and we've been partners with Capcom ever since. So since, man, our initial talks, like I said, probably the beginning of 2013, end of 2012 is when we first started talking. And we've been working since then. And what's really cool is they also worked with the previous owners of our card game with Sabretooth and Fantasy Flight. So it's almost like our team has had a relationship with Capcom since 2006. It's pretty awesome because a lot of our team used to work at Sabretooth at different times. So we've had various employees throughout the years that used to work with Sabretooth Games. So it's really cool. It's kind of like we are almost like the continuation of Sabretooth Games, even though they got purchased by Fantasy Flight back in 2009. To a weird extent, because we do a lot of the same stuff. They were based on a Games Workshop. They were owned by Games Workshop. So based on a Games Workshop mentality, I started in the industry mostly because of Games Workshop and playing Warhammer and stuff. So it's a really cool story.
What army?
So my very first army ever was the High Elves. And I played Fantasy. I started with Fantasy. I eventually played everything. Actually, there's a ton of Warhammer behind me. Some of it's still sealed. Some of it's open. Some of it's like in a paint rack, ready to be painted. I have like a Chaos Demon sitting over here somewhere. But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of like, I'm a super nostalgic guy. Our entire company, if you haven't noticed, is like built on 80s and 90s nostalgia, everything from our childhoods. And I love that stuff. And I can't put it down. And Warhammer is one of those things. Warhammer, Ninja Turtles is one that I've never actually been able to get into our games, but I love Ninja Turtles. So that's actually my first obsession ever.
Man, give me talking all day about the Ninja Turtles.
So yeah, since I was like a little 4 or 5 year old, I was like obsessed with Ninja Turtles. And originally I wasn't even allowed to watch it. But anyway, I digress. My parents went from super strict to like I did everything that they apparently didn't want me to do, and I was supported for it. I don't know what happened, but um, anyway, so Mega Man the board game. So literally all started as a dream. Started our relationship with Capcom. Ended up being our very first board game ever, and sometime at the end of this year, we're working with Level 99 Games and Brad from over at Level 99 and his team to put out a new Mega Man game that's planned to incorporate all of Mega Man 1 through 11 eventually in the same system. And we want to try to get most of it out immediately. So I know Mega Man 1, 2, and 3 is currently planned for the core game to all exist at once. And the mechanics and everything, we've been trying to do some things where we can like salvage parts of the original game for fans that want, just an updated version, or, the biggest complaint, because it was our first board game of that game, is that it just takes a really long time. When you have like a lot of players, the game is like probably a little over an hour per player. So that's a long game, especially if you're playing like a 6 or 8 player game. You basically have to give a whole day to it, which for Mega Man, it's hard like Mega Man. Like the theme is really on point and it looks beautiful, but it's just too long. And even I agree with that. I was like, even when it was coming out, I was like, there was just some squabbles on the team on things that they wanted. Parts of my team wanted things to move forward on production, and the other part, like mostly me, was pushing back on, well, it needs to be perfect before it goes, even though it's already late, blah, 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 blah. And it ended up the way it is, which has some really great elements and then some slow gameplay elements, which I don't like. So we're coming back. It's kind of our one, I would say, scar on our record, where we don't have a game that's in a 8-point or above on Board Game Geek. And this is where I really want to come in, put out a new Mega Man game, because we're still huge Mega Man fans. It's definitely not the only Mega Man product we've made. We've made a lot. We have Pixel Tactics for Mega Man. Brad. We have Mega Man sets in our Universes card game. We have Mega Man card sleeves, play mats. Just Mega Man's a big thing for us.
For sure.
Featured at our booths most of the time when we go to conventions. But that's where Mega Man is, and I'm going to pull it out one more time so you guys can see the board game here. This is our sale. There's 10 bundles available on sale right now. There's the back of the game. And Tamron even created a cool dice game. There's enough components in this game, and I thought the dice could have just been their own product. They were so cool.
Yeah, they're super cool. They're really rad, really well made dice.
Yeah, they sound a lot like dominoes. They're a very unique material. They have a really cool sound to them when they're clacking against each other.
Yeah.
The only downside about those dice is if you like scrape them together long enough, it will just rub off the print. But there's a lot of dice in there, so hopefully that doesn't do too much to you guys, or you don't. I mean, if you're playing the game that much, just let us know and maybe we can replace your dice.
Means you're winning at Jump Shoot.
You're winning at Jump Shoot, the dice game. So a lot of cool miniatures in the game. I have them set up all over my different home and real offices. I love miniatures and I love toys. If you can look over here, there's probably about 100 different Ninja Turtle and Star Wars toys in the package right there. At least 100. And there's a bunch more where you can't see. I love toys. Like I said, been collecting things since I was like 3 years old, and that's my dad's fault. He's a huge baseball and football and basketball and hockey card collector, and could open up his own massive retail store if he wants. I think he has like 50 copies of Mickey Mantle, which is like a $50,000 card, I think. I don't know what he's doing. He's like nuts collectors, but there we go.
Yeah.
So Mega Man the board game, first special of the day. We have 10 available. I don't know how many have sold yet. They are going to stay available until they're out. So if it's not super, super popular right now, because I don't think viewers are going to be really high at this particular moment, since we just launched, it's kind of the very beginning of the day for most people, or lunchtime. Those will stay up until they're sold out. So even if it goes to the next day, we're going to leave them up, and then once those are sold out, they're gone.
You said 10, right?
Sunday. There's 10 available.
Sounds good.
Pardon my bad grammar for you international English learners. There are 10 available. What am I thinking? That's a singular verb. Anyway, so you said you've played the dice game. Have you actually played Mega Man the board game?
I played it originally. I played it as soon as it launched, I played it. And there was a friend that had it, and like you said, we all started to learn the game at like 9 o'clock at night, and there were 6 of us, and so we got 2-3 hours in, and we're like, we're not finishing this tonight. And then from there, I personally haven't had a chance to get it. It's sitting on my shelf. I'm waiting, but with life pushing on.
Yeah, what's
I've
interesting about the
watched
game?
it played, but I haven't played it myself.
Yeah, what's interesting about the game? It has some really awesome mechanics that I actually love.
What are your favorite ones?
One of my favorite things about what I wanted to do when I created my first board game is incorporate how UFS felt at the time, where you never really sit completely out of the game. Like when it's your opponent's turn, I still wanted you to be able to play. I felt like a big problem with card games, or board games and card games, was when it's your turn, a lot of games don't have the other players doing anything, and they just kind of pick up their phone. I wanted zero phone time, essentially. So when it's not your turn in Mega Man the board game, you're playing as a team of Dr. Wileys. Basically, you're all evil geniuses keeping the good player down. My phone thought I said Siri. I definitely said Wiley, whatever. It's listening in on the live stream. But anyway, so you get to scheme against the main player, which is actually the part of the game that slows it down the most, because there's so much talking and colluding against every single turn player that it slows the game down. That plus it has too many spaces between going through the stage and fighting the boss. There weren't supposed to be that many stages. It was actually a graphic design argument, and so it ended up where it was. But I do have a lot of great emails every month from huge fans of the board game, and kids love the game. And there's a lot of house rules that could get past the pitfalls that are in the core rulebook. I wish we had like a digital QR code where you can see the updated rules, and I could have just fixed them. But it was before that time. I don't even think I knew what a QR code was back when that was published.
Yeah.
So that, and another fun fact about Mega Man the board game, it was the first licensed Kickstarter ever for a board game.
For a board game?
Yeah. At the time, it was like the 11th or 13th highest grossing Kickstarter ever, because it was back in like 2014, and Kickstarter has exploded since then. Like that was like a $415,000 Kickstarter. That's like doesn't even show up on the radar. Back then, it would make news. Now it's like, oh, that's like nothing. $400,000.
That just shows you how much people love Mega Man. Like even if he's not like directly, he's not in your everyday conversation, but Mega Man's on your brain. Like everybody has their favorite Robot Master. Everybody knows the Blue Bomber. Like everybody.
Yeah, the beauty about Mega Man and what Capcom really captured, it's a perfect side scroller. They did everything right. The music is legendary. All of the games, just some of the best video game music ever composed. It's like I would say Mega Man and Final Fantasy music are like the best two music compositions consistently on all their expansions. The mechanics, Capcom was genius, especially when they went into Mega Man X. They didn't have tutorials. They didn't have complicated screens. They literally taught you all the mechanics as you played, and you didn't even know you were learning them. It was so smart how they did this stuff. And you can watch like Mega Man X1 on Super Nintendo playthroughs, and there's actually a great YouTuber that explained this whole thing. But fantastic. Yeah, Mega Man is just one of those games, and other companies copied it. I actually have a game from Konami called Bucky O'Hare, which is based on an 80s straight to VHS cartoon that I love, where they're croaking toads all the time, and Bucky's this green space rabbit. Makes perfect sense. Totally logical. Anyway, he has a four-armed gunner named Deadeye Duck, and he's a duck with four arms. And yeah, it's a great show. But they made a video game for Nintendo that's essentially an exact copy of the mechanics of Mega Man. Like the ice stage is there. It's an ice planet. Like everything is straight up from Mega Man. And instead of beating Iceman, you fight the boss from the cartoon, and then you get a character that does ice powers. It's just instead of switching your moves, you just get a different character icon. And I'm like, this is exactly Mega Man. I love this game. So they really had an impression on game design back then and for video games.
For sure. I think it's time to move on. I think we have a special treat, right? Something we're doing. I think we do. I'm gonna let you do this one. I mentioned to you before the show, I'm a poor reader.
Hey,
that is okay.
Explain how trivia works and what we're gonna be doing here.
Yeah, for sure. So what we're gonna be doing is after each section from our Jasco presentation here at Gen Con, we're going to be asking trivia questions. They're going to start off easy. They're going to get a little bit harder. And over the 3 social media platforms that we are streaming to. All you have to do for this first one is answer yes or no. And the first person with the correct answer, Tim, the first person that he sees, our producer off screen, is going to pick, and they're going to get a really awesome prize. So my first trivia question is: 6 different poses of Mega Man miniatures were produced for the Mega Man board game. Yes or no?
All right, so we're going to give you guys, for the first one, maybe 3 to 5 minutes to answer this one, and our producer will be going through all the different platforms, and he'll randomly select one of the quicker responses, and you're going to get a prize. What are they going to win? I think it says at the bottom of our side. What do they win if they get this answer correctly?
Absolutely, you actually get a each posed miniature from the original Mega Man board game. So if you remember, if you were here, Jason pulled up one of the figurines. You're going to get one copy of each of those miniatures,
which is either 6 of them or a different number.
Yes.
What the right answer is. And Tim, so our producer, I think he's listening. Go ahead and pull up the rules. I know we have a rules page for our trivia next, and that way, while they're answering, we can kind of just keep that rules up, and they're going to see how the rest of the day is going to play out for our trivia. Because we have, the way the trivia works is it's going to be 2 easy questions. So we'll start the day off kind of light, and then we're going to go into 2 medium difficulty questions. And I actually asked Tamron, when we were doing one of our run-throughs, and the medium ones I think stumped him more than the hard ones. So medium could be hard for you. And then we have our hard questions, which is where the final question of the day is where you get that $100 prize if you're the lucky winner.
$100.
Yeah, $100. Get to use it on our online store. Get whatever you want.
Kind of crazy.
Yep, and this is all free stuff. Who doesn't like free stuff? Free stuff's awesome. The only work you have to do is know a thing and then write it down.
And hang out with us. You just got to hang out.
Know a thing, write it down.
So once again, the question is 6 different... Oh, he took it away from me. 6 different poses were used for the original Mega Man board game.
Yes or no?
Yes or no?
Now this is tricky because we're talking about poses, not how many actual models you need. So keep in mind, there are up to 8 players, but the original game, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a hint because this is the easy one. The original game, everyone has the same pose. So the extra poses were extra things you get by being a Kickstarter backer. So they're actually really hard to get, the additional poses. So how many of those did we make? How many different poses of Mega Man can you imagine would be iconic enough to make a pose of? Was it 6 or was it a different number? Was it 1? Did I just troll everyone here? Was it 1?
It would be a very easy question if it was 1.
Yeah, it would. All right, so I think we probably have time to go ahead and show the answer once we've selected a winner. So we'll wait on our producer to pick a winner and reach out to them and confirm that they are ready to receive their prize. And remember, if you're in the U.S., it's free shipping. If you are not in the U.S., the prize is still free, but we do ask that you cover shipping because it's just that's just how it is in the world these days. Shipping is just nuts. So I apologize to our international fans out there. It might be kind of expensive if you win these, and you're welcome to just pass it on to the next winner if you don't want to pay for that shipping.
Tim, if you're ready, give me a thumbs up.
So while he does that, I'm going to give everyone another reminder. We do have our exclusive of the day. Is this Buffy the Vampire Slayer? There's only 100 printed right now. Made for conventions only. It's a convention exclusive. This is the first time anyone's seen it. It's actually foiled. It just looks really shiny because I have a weird lighting in my room.
Yeah.
But we're going to give away. This is the exclusive. It's $20 for the Buffy the Vampire Slayer foil poster based on the artwork from our puzzles. So if you like this artwork enough, for about double the price, the puzzles are available. And this one particularly is $60 puzzle because it is only 999 produced. It is stamped with a foil number and a certificate of authenticity, and it was invented specifically in its own frame, and has never been done before, and probably will never be done again because it's so expensive to ship that thing because of the dimensions.
Yeah.
That we'll just never make it again. So after those 999 puzzles, you won't see that puzzle again. So this poster is a piece of history. A piece of limited edition history. I'll show you that puzzle later on if you keep watching the show.
For sure. I'll remind you.
We have some stuff to talk about the puzzles because we're going to go into the history of a lot of our games as we talk. And puzzles, they're not a game, but they're kind of like a game. You still sit around, usually with a group of people, and chat and have fun and try to find colors that match and that kind of thing. Puzzles are
all right.
therapeutic.
Before we give the answer, I want to give a big shout out to everybody in chat who's actually like participating and helping us. I know Gen Con's been a little crazy this year with everything going online, so we like seriously, guys, we really appreciate you hanging out and playing our fun trivia games.
And for the next 5 minutes after we say the answer, or maybe 4 minutes at that point, we'll go through a few of the chat questions and see if we can answer those for you as well. So, all right, Tim, do we have a winner? Okay, go ahead. Put the answer on the screen, Tim. It looks like we kind of show people.
And the answer is no.
The answer is no, and it explains there in this beautiful slide that I made myself why the answer is no. The answer is no because there are 8 miniatures. There are 8 different poses. So you may have deducted that because of the 8-player thing. I tried to throw you off a little bit. If you got the answer right, good for you. You actually paid attention to what's in this game. Or you may have been an original Kickstarter backer. Somehow you got all those special poses. Those are pretty rare now. Actually, this entire game is down to about 1 palette of games left, which is not a lot because these are big games.
Yeah, so, congrats, buddy.
Key Highwind 2. Tim, were they able to hear you there, or did you just tell us?
Oh, okay. It looks like our winner.
Highwind 2, congratulations. We are getting you 8 copies of the Mega Man Ultra Pose miniatures. And it will be from YouTube was this contest winner. So thanks to everyone watching on YouTube, obviously Twitch.tv, Facebook Live, and on Gen Con. We have 4 platforms right now streaming at once. So congratulations to you. You've won the thing. And for the next 4 minutes, before we get into our next special of the day, Tamarin, what is the chat saying? Anything we can address there?
I've only got one question so far. So everybody on the 3 platforms that I can see, just jump on, ask me some stuff. The big question that I saw was, would it be from Shane Hayes? Would it be easy to get another license for another character in Capcom game if you have one, or is it another negotiation? So if you've already talking to Mega Man versus somebody else, Mega Man versus Darkstalkers, Mega Man versus Street Fighter, since the door's open, is it easier or?
I can say I'm going to give you a really short answer because in the tabletop industry question we have a whole licensing section, but I'm going to say it is not necessarily easier. The only part that's easier is that you already know who to talk to. It is a completely new contract every time, and in the case of Capcom specifically, this isn't every licensor, but it's most of them. The director of each of their games and the owner team is a completely different group every single time. So the director of Resident Evil is a different director from Street Fighter, is a different director from Mega Man, is a different director from Devil May Cry, and Darkstalkers and all these. And they have whole different teams. And so everything is a new negotiation, and it's a new everything.
These are all like big industry secrets, right? These are like behind the scenes handshaking stuff.
I mean, they shouldn't be secrets, but I mean, they're really uncommonly known because how many people are out there talking to companies for licensing? It's a handful. Like we're one of them. I would say we're probably in our industry one of the leaders. I'd say we're probably in the top 5 in licensing acquisition. For our size, I think we're doing fantastic. We're not a multi-billion-dollar publicly traded company. This is just a Jason company. That's hence Jasco Game Jason Company, literally. I'm really creative with naming stuff. I was 13 when I made this name. Don't judge.
No judging here.
I think it sounds cool. Hasbro, Jasco, pretty similar. It sounds pretty cool.
We could even jump into more of that licensing stuff tomorrow on our Gen Con presentation whenever it comes to doing the talking with the industry peeps, right?
Yeah, so tomorrow is a super interesting seminar about everything. Kickstarter artists, what makes a good board game or game in general. We're going to give you kind of all the things you would want to know if you're looking to get started into the industry or you've never heard about what happens in the industry, or if you're a veteran in the industry and you don't do what we do. Jasco has obviously specific specialties. Every publisher does. Like, for instance, we don't really make RPGs. We would know nothing about that side. We have people on our team that are experts and have produced RPGs, but that's not Jasco's expertise. We do mostly high-end collectible items in our games. So if you look at Street Fighter, the miniatures game, never been done before, crazy high detail miniatures, and the whole game is just nuts. It's like the most premier game ever created.
Last quick question.
Yeah, go for it.
From Justin Ward, is Capcom All Stars something Jaska would be interested in? This is from Facebook. Thank you,
This
Justin.
is a cool thing about licensing. Jasco and me, like obviously I talk to the team about things, but I'm interested in like a lot of stuff. One thing I can tell you is we are in a negotiation for puzzles, and this is just for puzzles, so don't get too excited. But in
I'm
the
excited.
negotiation, if we want to do the puzzles, we might have the rights to everything from Capcom that's cool, like everything that anyone knows, just for puzzles. Those are hard strings to pull. This is not a final agreement, but it is paper written. It's ready to go, and I have to approve it. There's some verbiage that I'd have to fix if I want to go forward with it, and we have to see how profitable puzzles are because we're new to puzzles. So puzzles may be something we just kind of put on the back burner and say, sorry, it was an idea we wanted to do, but maybe not puzzles.
My girlfriend will be very disappointed. She loves puzzles.
The cool thing about it is it's like everything. It's Monster Hunter. It's Devil May Cry, Resident Evil.
That sounds
beautiful
amazing.
show. Like it's everything. It's really cool.
Could you imagine this crazy big Rathros just huge with its wings up? That sounds hype.
And our puzzles are foiled. If you guys haven't been following, they're spot foiled like a giant like Universes card. Or if you don't play our game, Pokemon or Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh, any of the games with spot foiling. Dragon Ball Super is another one. They recently canceled Transformers card game. So if you're a fan of foily cool things, these are giant foil cards. I'll show you again. Like I said, I have one behind me, and it's awesome. So
speaking of card games, I think we're ready to move on to the second special of the day, yeah?
Yeah, let's do it. So what's our next special of the day, Cameron?
The next special of the day is actually the UFS or Universes 2-player Turbo Box plus a mystery playmat. There's only 25 of these available. So if you are brand spanking new, if you have never played our flagship game or Jasko's flagship game, I said R, like I wanted to get on the boat so bad. If you've never played Universes, if you've never played UFS, this is such an amazing deal. It gets you a 2-player starter kit, so you and your best friend can jump in and scrap with each other, and you get a playmat, which is the playmats that Jasko makes are all in-house, and because they're in-house and they're handmade, they're not from some big crazy business overseas or whatever. They all got that special love that Jasko puts into a high quality, amazing playmats.
Playmats I have ever seen. I love our playmats. So these are the 3 2-player turbo boxes available. I'm trying to look around so I can see them. We have Mortal Kombat, which is Scorpion versus Sub-Zero. We have Street Fighter, which is Chun-Li versus Ryu. And then we have Cowboy Bebop, which is Vicious and Spike. All of these are awesome to get started in the game. They all come with 2 random ultra rares from their respective sets. And many of these are highly competitive right out of the box. Mortal Kombat specifically, you can buy 2 starter boxes like this, stack them together, and do extremely well, maybe even win a Pro Tour event or a big championship of some sort.
Scorpion just got second place at our Worlds.
Yeah, I mean, same thing goes for like Spike and Vicious are both top tier characters.
Yeah.
Sub-Zero is a very good character too. I would say Chun-Li and Ryu are more, they were designed specifically to teach the game, but they're also really good decks.
For sure.
Haven't been experienced as much in the top tables of competitive play, but that's fine. I actually think the Street Fighter 2-player turbo box is the best way to learn the game.
I
because
agree.
it's specifically very straightforward. And then here's an example of the mystery playmat. So we make thousands of playmats, right? We have our own. We have our own raw materials. Here's a random one.
Whoa, that looks amazing.
It's Street Fighter versus Darkstalkers. It's got your zones on there to play the card game on. Not all of our mats have zones on them. Most of them are just artwork. They're not all.
That looks amazing.
We have mats for all kinds of games, and this is literally one I just grabbed from the random pile that we have for our random play mats.
Yeah, and there's for sure.
When you check out, because there are 3 different 2-player turbo boxes, in your comments, just say which one you want. That'll be the easiest way for us to track you. Otherwise, I guess you're going to have to get contacted and get a random one. So to speed up your delivery, in the comments, tell us you want Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, or Cowboy Bebop. And you're going to get a random mystery playmat. Could be this one, could be dozens of other ones.
And the thing is like, really, you're kind of just buying the playmat. It's $20, 25 people, or 25 limited, and then you get a free turbo box, right?
Essentially, yeah. The turbo boxes are $25 normally.
Yeah, like why would you not?
There are several ultra rares in these boxes that are worth more than the box itself.
For sure, like especially from the Mortal Kombat set, like Nutcrackers right now on the secondhand market are what, $65?
Nutcracker, Fatality. There's so many good cards in Mortal Kombat and also in Cowboy Bebop. Street Fighter has some surprisingly good ones too that people forget about. What's interesting is Prepared to Fight. Some of the cards that are highly used, people forget that they come from like more common sets that have been around for a long time, like Red Horizon and Blood Omen. Blood Omen has like awesomely staple cards. And people kind of forget, like, oh, that set's old. It came out, over 2 years ago. We still use tons of those cards on competitive level, and they're all still valuable. So that's one of the things we intentionally do in our card game. We're not trying to devalue our cards and power creep every time something comes out. Instead of power creeping, we just like to continue having good cards, and we try to make everything playable in certain decks. We don't have intentionally bad cards. I know that some of our competitors, literally, their strategy is to make cards bad on purpose, so you can. Their reasoning is, it allows players to be able to choose between a good and a bad card, and it teaches them to make that decision. In my opinion, if you play a card game, you've probably figured that out pretty quickly.
Yeah, for sure. So in our little notes here, it says history of design. And I'm really interested, like, you just held up 3 different turbo boxes that people can purchase, right?
Yep.
And each one of those sets is so unique in what it's wanting to say. And
that is for sure true. And so going through it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's start with Street Fighter, because this is in chronological order. This Street Fighter 2-player turbo box was the first 2-player turbo box ever created. So starter decks used to be in a display of 8, similar to like a box of playing cards.
Okay.
Not super exciting. Didn't have anything really special about them. They're just, here's your deck, 60 cards, whatever. These are turbo boxes, so it's promoting the turbo format for new players to get into the game. It's the easiest format to jump in. Promo cards are rare and not usually in the game. You only need 4 sets deep to play, and your deck is smaller, so you can get a more streamlined deck quicker when you're starting to play turbo. And these cards, this was the first time we came up with the idea of including ultra rares from booster packs. And an ultra rare is like a 1 in 4 chance if you're opening a booster pack to even pull 1. Well, you just automatically get 2 to start your collection. Yeah. When you get this box, our goal was to say, when you get this box, you probably pulled more value than the retail value just by opening it. And stores know this. Stores know, if I just open my 2-player turbo boxes, it's probably going to sell for more than the actual value of the whole deck, and I can give them away.
For sure.
It's a really cool thing. And one of the many things we do for retail stores, it comes with a poster of really cool Street Fighter artwork. That was a new thing we did for these as well, because the bigger box allowed for it. Has a rule book in there, and I think there's an ad sheet or something like that. But overall, first time we ever did it, and the design philosophy, and it kind of gives you like, what's in this box, how does it play, what are these characters all about? This design for Street Fighter particularly, we made sure that everything was going to be kind of back to the core roots of the game. We wanted we knew it was going to be a highly produced product because Street Fighter is a big brand. It was the first time it was reintroduced into the game. For at that point, it would have been like 8, 9, 10 years, something like that. I can't remember. It's been a long run.
Yeah.
But we really brought everything back to the core, where every character, every card, very straightforward, easy to read. It plays exactly like the video game. So if you're a Street Fighter fan, you already know that this is how I Hadouken into a combo. This is how I do a Tatsumaki Senpuken into whatever, and try not to get punished. These are the safe cards that don't get hit. This is what Guile does. He's a turtle. He still does that, and his flash kick is nuts. It's like probably one of the most underrated characters and attacks in the game. Like, Guile is actually just really good.
I agree with that, and I think Vega is also like crazy good. Guile, Vega.
Vega's not under the radar by any means. He's good. He just maybe gets forgotten. And that's one of the things that happens in our game. Because there are usually 200 plus characters, or around 180 characters legal at any given time, it's hard to choose who to play. Your select screen is literally bigger than any fighting game you've ever played, except for maybe Mugen. So, and that's not a real game, essentially. It's not a really licensed game. It's just a bunch of random stuff people program in there. So your license is like, it's like Super Smash Brothers, where like not Super Smash Brothers, but like Super Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
There's so many characters to select from, so many different play styles. Hopefully we cater to everyone's type of gameplay. That's one of our big goals, is like every type of gameplay is represented in almost every set we can do, or if not one set, then the next one. And we're always broadening our design philosophies on these things. But that's Street Fighter. One of our more simple to play, which is why I recommend it for new players. It was actually built for you if you've never played the game.
Yeah.
Then next up, we've got Mortal Kombat. Actually, I think Bebop was before Mortal Kombat. Is that correct?
Yes, it went. Yeah, Bebop was first.
Yeah. So Cowboy Bebop's next. Bebop. Same thing. It comes with the 2 ultra rares, all the same packaging, all that kind of stuff. This one has a unique thing where in the sell sheet, the little ad inside the box, it also has a little description of every single character in the set and how hard they are to play and what their strategy is. So that's the first time we did that in the game. And
Real quick, Jason. Hey, everybody who's listening up, refresh the page for the thing. We got some comments in the comment about $50 for shipping. And it looks like Tim just sent me a screenshot where it looks like it's just regular shipping. So I don't double check that for me and let us know in the comments in the chat, please.
Yeah. And like we said, there's 25 of these available. Sorry if the website, I told you, technical difficulties are bound to happen during this whole show.
That's okay.
So we'll fix them. Just let us know. Hopefully we'll fix them if we are good enough. I am not a tech person. I am not a handyman in this area. So it's kind of up to our producer and any extra help we get. But anyway, this set kind of was the first part of a meta change. We came in and it dropped right before a world championship. And we were like, sorry, everyone, it's going to be a weird tournament where this set is going to dominate because we want to up our power level of all of our attacks.
Yeah.
Everything else wasn't necessarily that much stronger. In fact, even the characters, like, they're good, but all characters can be good. It was clearly stronger than Street Fighter, but we upped the power of attacks because what was happening is because of how long this game's gone, we know when things are getting too slow or too fast in gameplay time. So it was getting to the point where things were starting to get a little slow and turtly and not exciting. One of my things is about a card game, I want it to be kind of unpredictable, kind of exciting, or actually really exciting. I think the adrenaline you get in this game is unmatched in the card game.
I agree.
Because you don't lose until you lose. You can literally hang on with one life, and you're not over until it's over. It's one of the coolest feelings that you know when you lose in this game. It's not like, okay, well, I'm going to wait the next 5 turns till I just slowly die. That never happens in this one. So, or if it does, it's like 1 in 1,000. It's very rare. So that's Cowboy Bebop. Big transition, some huge core major cards in this set. Bang, for instance, crazy good card.
Card's nuts. Card's crazy. That card by itself is just worth the box.
Yeah. And it's a box topper. So
yeah, you get one in every box.
If you get the booster box, it's guaranteed.
Yeah, it's crazy. The next Turbo set you're about to talk about is actually my favorite set, Mortal Kombat. I think the characters inside of Mortal Kombat were so awesome, and everybody wanted to work with everybody. Like, it took me like a year to realize that all of Liu Kang's attacks are all mids, so that they work with Reptile. Like that's just so intelligent when it comes to design, right? Like it is. This game really cares about you wanting to play the game. And they want to make sure that nobody's just like left out to dry whenever they produce a set. Not to mention the Mortal Kombat characters are so cool, right?
I love Mortal Kombat. This is the game I grew up playing, my favorite fighting game. I have the arcade cabinet. I've mentioned this probably every show of the Joffice. I have the arcade cabinet of Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3 in my basement. It used to be in my regular floor, but I moved.
Yeah.
And so now there's a basement. But yeah, it's I love Mortal Kombat, and you can tell in Mortal Kombat, like as a director and game designer of a lot of our universes and UFS sets, I clearly know this property in and out.
Yeah, it shows.
And you will know when you open this thing up, you're gonna be like, holy crap, these characters are exactly how these should feel. And one of the things I love about our game is the mechanics for fighting games especially lend themselves so well to just exactly imitate the video game's feel. Obviously, gameplay is clearly different because you're not pressing buttons. It's not so reactive. But there is a lot of reaction in the game. There's a lot of reading your opponent and playing, just like in a fighting game. This is one of my favorites. And the fluff of all the characters is so on point. Like Fatality, the way Fatality works, just awesome. Alternate win condition, cool card. Plays like if you're doing a finisher in the game. Brutality is literally the same mechanic from the video game.
Oh man, it feels so good when you drop a Brutality and it works and you get the response off.
Have the pit in this game. And there's a special pit combo. It's so cool. I love this set so much. And it's also very, very competitive, as I said. I think most of the characters in this have done very, very well. Goro, good old four-armed Goro.
I didn't even think about Goro.
Goro's super, super good. Cassie Cage, super, super good. Reptile's good. Scorpion is incredibly competitive. So the list goes on. Shinnok, I believe, got banned. And then I think he's back, if I remember correctly.
No, Shinnok's not back. Quan Chi was so good at stealing souls that he was just taking all these crazy good five-handers and just abusing them. And so Jasko just decided to lop his head off and be like, nope.
I mean, he was like a boss in several of the games. So
yeah. It only makes sense.
Man. He's a good character. And thematically, that was one of my proudest design moments because he literally just he can like transform just like in the like Shao or Shang Tsung.
Yeah.
Like Mortal Kombat is really famous for being able to like transform into other characters as one of their mechanics. And we do that and pull it off in such a cool way in this game with the mechanics. It's just, that's pretty powerful, it turns out, in a card game. And I'm sure there's a better way to do it now. But back then, super awesome, super thematic. And I'm proud of it, even though Quan Chi ended up being super, super powerful and winning a UK national championship and then just getting lobbed and banned from Standard. But we do our best to, I said do. I hate it when I do that. Man, we do our best to to bring back characters as functional erratas when we can. So we'll tone them down when they're banned, because characters especially, like that's like the whole point of the game. You have this, like your favorite character. Play as your favorite character, and you'll probably be competitive if you just give it the time. The more time you put into your deck, the better you are. And the pilot of the deck, putting the time in is way more important than spending lots and lots of money on cards.
For sure.
You can win with inferior cards all day long, and I've done it. I usually do not take the time to build the most optimal deck when I play. But it is
That's
fun.
because I really feel that inside of this game there's a very high floor, right? Every card is quote unquote useful. Every card has its spot. You could sit and lobby and argue for any card that's been printed inside of UFS, especially inside of these three turbo boosters. Like going all the way back to Street Fighter, right? I think like when we talk about the floor of the game, people sleep on Collarbone Breaker. If you've got a deck that plays a couple EX cards, a Collarbone Breaker is kind of cool. It's got a solid breaker too, just like Nutcracker. It combos off Nutcracker to make it like a pseudo throw. If you've got any sort of speed buff on it or any sort of damage buff on it, you're just gonna smack them. Yeah, it's like there's these cards that people don't think about because you have like the super obvious top of the mountain, the Nutcrackers of the world, right? But then you've got these random Collarbone Breakers that like your opponent has to pick it up and be like, what? What does this do? And you're like, actually, you're at 2 life, so you died. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it's super cool. You mentioned EX. Actually, the Street Fighter set introduced the EX mechanic based off of obviously the video game mechanic. And EX and X-Ray happen to work really well together. It's like very similar mechanic. They're fighting games. And so for you unfamiliar with our game mechanics, in the CCG that we produce, which is based on fighting games, but also uses anime and video games and movies and everything else that are not fighting games to create this giant Smash Brothers-esque world, EX will boost the speed of your attack based on the momentum, which is essentially the meter that you gain throughout your match. And you gain meter pretty much every match. Most people do. You don't have to gain it. You actually can choose not to gain your meter when you would gain it in this game.
Yeah.
But EX is a great way to just boost your attacks into super speeds, or powerful does the opposite, does super damage. Mm-hmm. And I think the speed one, EX, is actually a far more lethal keyword ability. Because not being able to block is really rough.
Yeah, for sure. I've been quoted plenty of times that like damage people think damage kills people, but speed actually does. Speed is what kills people.
Yep. Speed is the thing in the design side that we keep in the most check. And you'll notice EX does not usually get above 3, and 3 is probably very rare as an EX.
Unless you got to jump through some crazy hoops, right? Like,
I mean, you can
shooter.
do things
You got to have a million cards in your card pool.
Yeah, you can do things to either pump up your ratings. You can do things to get more free momentum, to get your meter up. But overall, yeah, speed is. I mean, I'd always do guaranteed 2 damage over a possible 20 that probably gets blocked any day.
Yeah, for sure.
Guaranteed damage is pretty good in most games, you know.
So with the 3 sets that we have that they're showing off, the 3 booster packs, the $20 for the turbo box and
what are they again?
a mystery playmat. My question is what are some give me the inside when it comes to like designing or developing a set. What do you think about when you sit down and you're like, hey, we're playing with, I mean, Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat, those are huge sets. There's got like, you've almost got like 20 characters per, right? I think it's like 18 characters for each of those sets.
Yeah, they're close to 200 card sets, yeah.
So I mean, that's a huge project. When you sit down, take me through the process of like, pick a singular character from either of those sets and be like, what did you think about when you want to make and design a set? I know people talk about fan sets all the time.
I'm going to take you to the step of picking the roster in the first place.
I'd love that. That sounds really cool.
So when picking the roster in the very first place, and this is for anything, whether it's a video game or anime or whatever, the first thing we do is when it's the launch of the set, we want to make sure that all of the most iconic characters are represented, and we go and we research several different votes that have been done throughout the internet by the official companies as much as possible. We talk amongst ourselves on most popular possible favorite characters. Which ones are really big outliers that aren't on the mainstream but are super cool, and then we put together the most optimal starter roster to introduce the license. Yeah, that's the first thing we do. When we get into the game design, once we have a character, we have symbols, so we have to assign them symbols, and the symbols all have a feel and a theme to them. So, for instance, Death, Fire, Evil for Scorpion. You probably imagine why he's Death, Fire, Evil. Well, he's a skeleton. So death, like he's literally like in hell. And then fire, well, he breathes fire. He's always around fire. He's very fire related in the game. And evil, well, currently he is evil when he's, well, depends on the storyline, right? Sure. If he's under Shao Kahn's control, he's evil. If he is not, he's kind of his own dude. But that's the same thing for Sub-Zero. They hate each other because they have lies about each other. They've been misled. But so we pick their symbols and make them as thematic as possible. And every character in our game has 2 identifying symbols. So this is their permanent personality. They're always going to have these 2 symbols. And then they get a 3rd symbol that will change as multiple versions of the character comes out. Because in our game, there can be multiple versions of your character, and they can stack their abilities when you play, which is really cool. And then what we do is we do a research phase. So in the case of Mortal Kombat, let's just talk Scorpion some more. We sit down and we play the crap out of the game. We'll switch through it. We will. I'll either play it or watch one of our staff play it and take notes the whole time. We go through the whole story mode. We take notes.
Sounds like a hard job.
Yeah. It's terrible. We have to play games all day. It's
so yuck.
But realistically, it's not like you're just playing the game. We're not trying to get better. We're just trying to accomplish each of the moves, accomplish each of the combos, make sure we can see all of the fatalities in this case. Where does the story go? What are all the possible endings? And we study it inside and out. Yeah. We didn't have to go and unlock all of our own stuff half the time because sometimes the licensor won't provide you like an unlocked pack. Sometimes they will. And then it goes into selecting your move lineup. And so we select what are the most iconic combos that people actually play, moves that people actually know, whether you're competitive or not. What are the most important story elements that we want to get across in the foundation art? How many actions, how many assets are going to be represented? Is this a game that needs a lot of weapons and territories, or is this a game that's more about just hitting people in the face? It's going to change kind of the design, the starting concept of the design of the game or the set. Sure. And then we go into the theme. So once you have all that stuff, we pick our attack lineup, and based off of the attack lineup, you can already tell. Like if I'm designing Balrog, I'm like, well, we're clearly gonna have a lot of punches, right? Yeah. So
The
how do I
crazy
make?
buffalo.
Probably going to make off the top of your head combo deck. Like it just makes sense. There's a lot of things where it's like, well, this is the most obvious. The fans would actually be disappointed if we didn't do this.
Yeah.
And so we designed it that way. And in the case of Scorpion, he loses life on purpose, gets into desperation, which is a keyword where basically in a fighting game, it was created because when you're like down to your last bars of life, somehow a lot of people can just pull off. I mean, you've all seen the Justin Long thing. Pull off the this last second, just survive and pull out the win with a little sliver of life, right? That's your desperation. Do everything you can, just trick your opponent, press the buttons faster. Your adrenaline is rushing. And
comeback mechanic,
and Scorpion is a dead character, so he's built to just live in desperation. Because when he gets to desperation, his fire engages. He does tons and tons and tons of damage. He's just hard to stop. He's almost unstoppable. So when you're playing against him, you either have to decide not to not kill him, because if you do enough damage to where he's under half life, but you didn't kill him, he's gonna backswing you ridiculously hard, or don't let him on his turn kill himself too much. You have this little internal clock of, Scorpion's about to just get better and better and better as he plays the game. He doesn't get better in the game, in the video game like that, but he has a lot of the same themes. And all of his signature moves, his X-ray, his get over here, like the things you would expect Scorpion to have, they have the same effect in the card game as they do in the video game. And this is how we approach, especially a video game. And in an anime, it's a lot more about watching the anime, studying how would this character feel, what are the themes we want to get across. And I know we have about 4 minutes left, so we're gonna have to get into the stream chat questions real quick. What questions do we have before we get into our trivia?
I didn't actually see anything crazy. The one big question that I had was, how do you look for projects that you would like to publish? Do you usually receive projects from game designers? But I feel like we should ask the trivia question, let them answer yes or no, and then talk about that.
Sounds good. All right, what's our next trivia?
So the next trivia question is an easy one, true or false? The first licensed property ever introduced into the Universal Fighting System, or UFS, trading card or collectible card game was Penny Arcade in 2006. As you guys can see it up on your screen.
All right, everyone.
Was Penny Arcade the first licensed property? Yes or no?
Was it even in our game? Am I just trolling you again? Am I a huge troll? That is the big question.
Yes, but that's not the true or false question. That's true every day.
That is true every day. You're correct.
But to the question, while they're answering, remember, yes or true or false on social media platforms. From Alexandre Neves. How do you look for projects that you would like to publish?
Okay, so as a business owner, this has changed over the years because I've found out things that are more or less successful as time goes on.
Okay.
And obviously, our bottom line does matter on how hard and expensive is this thing to make, and how when I get a project pitched to me and I go, this is going to cost the consumer $300 for like a regular board game. As soon as I see that, it doesn't matter how cool it is. I'm like, sorry guys, no one's going to want to pay that because this is just how expensive components cost. We like to produce most of our product in the U.S. I'm not sure if that's something that a lot of people know. These posters that are exclusive today, made in the USA. Our puzzles are all made in the USA. All of our CCG cards are made in the USA, with the exception of the actual tins. The tins themselves are imported to us and then packed out in the USA by American-made cards. So only the things we can't make here are not made here, which is basically metals and plastics.
Yeah.
And a lot of the plastics that are just packaging related are still made here. So that's the first thing. But then it's we do take things from game designers, but if we get something from a game designer, we want a pretty much finished game. If artwork is included, it's even better, because taking something and then having to do like the actual work on it is not something we're really interested in as a team. When we go in and we're like, okay, cool, you have an idea. Well, we have ideas. Why don't we just use our ideas? So if you're going to pitch to any game company, if you have a game that's like marketable right away, whether there's art or not, but we can imagine the packaging. It's already ready to go. You have files ready for us. You've done what a real game design studio or game designer would do for a company. We're very interested in looking at that. And in our case, we deal with licenses. So we're probably going to immediately think, what license can we slap on this, or do we not want to? That's going to be our internal discussion. Is this a perfect game for, a Mega Man game? Is this a perfect game for Terminator 2, something like that. And Terminator 2, just so you guys are aware, we have the puzzle rights and the book rights, not the board game rights.
Yeah. I think my favorite part about that answer was it was never like, hey, how is this going to make a ton of money for Jasco? It was always about
doable and attractive.
Yeah, how does it best help the people who are going to be playing or doing the thing that we're doing?
Yeah,
I think we're ready for the. I think we're ready for the answer. Yeah.
Let's do it.
The first licensed property ever included in the Universal Fighting System was Penny Arcade. True or false? The answer is true. It's a big true. Hit me with it. That was way before my time, Jason.
2006 was before your time. What are you talking about?
I started with the Mega Man set we're talking about in the previous section.
Nice. What year did
Dr. Wily One Dot was my first character.
Fantastic. So yeah, they launched the game at Penny Arcade Expo. I believe it was Penny Arcade PAX Prime at the time is what it was called.
Okay.
And yeah, they released it there. It came in 2 deck boxes of Tycho and Gabe. And the whole game was launched that way, and then immediately followed by Street Fighter and then Soul Calibur.
Wow.
Soul Calibur 3, to be exact. So, yep, very first set right there. Penny Arcade. Crazy enough, not even a fighting game.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yep.
The Universal Fighting System.
This day is probably one of the best characters ever made. So there we go. So I guess we're moving on. So I'm going to keep doing my reminder. We do have an exclusive today. We have 100 of this Buffy foil poster using the artwork from our foil puzzle. The puzzle is a $60 puzzle. This is available today only for $20. It is foil, even though it looks like it's just shiny. It's just because my screen is not optimal for this with the lighting, the Vegas lights, I guess. I'm sorry about that.
That's no stress. We actually have our winner. He comes from Facebook. Congratulations, Justin Ward.
Oh,
congrats,
man,
buddy.
Justin Wong, but Justin Ward, congratulations. Would have been really funny if we just talked about Justin Wong and then he won a Buffy. Or sorry, not a Buffy. What was the prize? I actually didn't even ask.
The prize was, let me actually look. We didn't even see it. The prize was a free turbo box of their choice for the UFS card game. So they let us know whenever you talk to Tim which of the 3 choices you want: the Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Cowboy Bebop turbo deck. And if you just got one, hey, this would be a fantastic way, Justin, to get another person into the game, right? Give them a little Christmas in July. Pass them off to somebody else. Get them into the beautiful game of universes.
Yeah, we also all know that there's some good ultra rares in there regardless. So here's our special. I actually forgot to put it up there, so I'm going to update it real quick on the Gen Con page, and it's just going to be there for a second. I'm actually going to just start stacking these up, actually. I think that's the way to do it. So we'll have them in order, and I'm going to put the ones that we've had up so far in case they're still in stock.
Do we want to talk about the next special?
Let's get going. What is it so I can load it up?
The next special, talking about, Jason's fever dreams, is Mega Man again. We've got the Mega Man Pixel Tactics bundle, all 3 Mega Man Pixel Tactics plus the Star Droids expansion for $50. One huge, absolutely massive collection for $50, and there's only 10. You only get 10. There's so much game there. There's a ton of game.
There is a ton of game there. I love the Mega Man Pixel Tactics. I love Pixel Tactics in general. And this one was fantastic. And it comes with the Star Droids. And since this is a show and tell show, I have all of these items with me.
Please do.
So, pardon my bend. I have a whole box full of cool stuff here. So, first of all, I also have the Star Droids pack, which adds all the Star Droids. It adds like Mecha Dragon and Yellow Devil and all that cool stuff, I believe, as well. A pretty thick pack of extra characters.
Wow.
And got all 3 Pixel Tactics here. And this was a collaboration. That one's upside down. Thought so. This is a collaboration with Level 99 Games.
Okay.
Brad, the genius designer of the original Pixel Tactics, obviously worked with us on this. And we got all the Capcom approvals. And look at that beautiful pixel art from Mega Man. Oh, man. There's Base, Mega Man, and Proto Man right on the front. And within these boxes are tons and tons of cool characters. We actually hid some of the characters around the box. So there's like Cossack. I actually can't see that on my screen. Proto Man, obviously.
I love Dr. Cossack.
Like you got hidden characters all over the box, even in the bottom
cool.
of the code. And that's on all of them. And it represents the characters that are actually in each of the games. And I believe there's about 30 characters per pack. So
that's crazy.
So you can see some of the little sneak peek characters, but not all of them.
So tell me a little bit about Pixel Tactics. How do you play? Why should somebody pick this game up?
So Pixel Tactics is a fast-paced two-player card game, as we say on our Kickstarter video, because this was kickstarted originally. And it's based off of the idea of, I would like to say, a mix of Final Fantasy Tactics and the game Triple Triad.
Okay.
So very, very pixel-like tactic game based off of the old Final Fantasy games. Brad can correct me if I'm wrong if he's watching. But I think we both have a lot of influence from those games. I've wanted to do the same thing right before this game came out, and I was like, no, Brad got it. We're good. So I actually play Triple Triad. I had it on as an app for like a long time, just the Triple Triad game from Final Fantasy VII. Because I like card games. But so the way the game works is you have 3 zones and you have a deck of cards. You pick a leader. Your leader will give you an overall strategy that completely changes your game every single time, and your opponent will have it as well. You have 3 different zones. You have like a front rank, a middle rank, and a back rank.
Okay.
And all your characters have abilities for all of the ranks, but it changes where you position them. So your strategy is literally like nearly endless in this game. And in addition to the 3 rank strategies, in your hand of cards, you have a random like surprise ability as well that you can do at any time, and you use actions to do this. And so you take turns playing your front ranks against each other, your mid ranks and your back ranks, trying to take out each other's leaders. And each mechanic is very different. Like the Wily one is one of the most like obviously mechanically iconic, because when you play Dr. Wily, he automatically populates his screen with Robot Masters. So you get the start screen for Dr. Wily immediately when you play Pixel Tactics Mega Man.
That's awesome.
And I believe Wily is in the blue box. If he's one of your favorites. I know Tamarin, big Wily fan.
I love Dr. Wily. He's so fun.
Have we played a game where you played Wily against me at any point?
Yes, I played Dr. Wily 2 Dot, and you played Lily 2 Dot. You came to Omaha for something, and you played in a local.
Gotcha.
we got to play each other. It was fun.
I know your deck inspired a bunch of decks, and we went to the Rochester CCG 1K tournament.
Yeah.
Somewhere in the world. I can't remember anymore. We travel so much. It was at a game store. I wish I could shout them out, but I actually just don't even remember where we were. And I was playing Satoshi in that tournament, I believe. Like Satoshi 3 or 2? I can't remember.
2. Yeah.
Yeah. So, for the 1K. And I think I had to play against 2 different Dr. Wily decks because of you. It was all your fault.
Well, you're welcome. The Mad Doctor's too much fun, dude.
So, yeah, 2 of them back to back. I had to luckily beat Phil Birch to get into the top cuts, and that was like a 50-50 coin flip match. Like either of us could have just wiped each other out. So I just ended up being luckier and getting into top 8 and becoming a professional UFS player.
About time.
I got paid to play my own game. I don't know if that's cool or not, but it's I don't allow our staff to play in tournaments at all, even myself, unless it's not a JASCO tournament. So outside vendors that run their own independent circuits, our staff are welcome to play in because they're not sanctioned by us. So
that makes sense.
So we flew some of our players down, like some of our staff, like it was me, I think AJ Murray at the time, Shane Duckworth was playing, and we went down there and we just had a lot of fun, and I happened to get lucky. I say that I downplay my skill because I can't be that skilled anymore. I'm just out of touch with the meta on a competitive level compared to a lot of people. Like Tim is way more in touch than me.
The thing is you're living a year in advance, right? Why would you have to worry about our meta?
I'm literally only thinking about what needs to be made.
Yeah,
and so old cards, I'm like, what does that even do? And then people
We're
are
trying
always
to catch up with you.
Didn't you make this card? You should know what this card does. I'm like, you know how many cards there are?
Yeah.
Like I can't remember everything.
They're all rattling up here.
In my head, that card went everything from card 1, and that was its name, with white, no artwork, to some name that probably changed 10 times, and then getting artwork, and so like by the time I see an ability and match it to the name, match it to the art, I'm like, I don't even remember what this is.
So when it comes to pixel tactics, right? How much of a hand did you have in designing?
I had very little in the design process. So Brad is an expert designer, and I am very comfortable passing design over to him without any oversight. That's rare for us. Usually, we have a very intensive vetting process and several stages of the design. I even heavily directed some of our board games, like the Buffy the Vampire Slayer game has very specific mechanics I've put into it. The entire Apocalypse track, the way it works with the wounds and the flipping mechanic and stuff, that was all part of my ideas, and we've done that in other games. Where the Dragon Ball Z game that IDW is going to be putting out, that was completely directed by me, and then passed over to Limbander Studios to do the number work and then the core of the design, the hard stuff that I don't like to do, the like lots of tedious research stuff.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's not fun work, but
yeah,
but that's a cool collaboration project. Dragon Ball Z, that game is the most authentic storytelling Dragon Ball game I think that's ever been made. And I'm really excited because I finally got to be a fan making a game there. The whole licensing situation was complicated on that because they licensed Dragon Ball to 3 people at the same time in the same category. So it ended up being a collaboration. But IDW is going to put it out. Our name's on the box, their name's on the box, Limbander's name's on the box. Should be coming out in December. But yeah, I don't even remember the question now. Something about design.
Yeah, it's okay. I asked how much have you put your hand in pixel tactics?
Yeah,
because the question is like, from somebody of the big category that you have, obviously you shared Mega Man. Would there be another license you want to share? Do you want to see Pixel Tactics Bebop, Mortal Kombat, My Hero Academia?
We've definitely talked about a lot of tactics games. We'll talk about anything My Hero Academia. We'll bring that question back up later with any partners that we have. I'll tell you about the partnership projects we have coming up on Sunday. So anything My Hero we'll talk about Sunday. But yeah, for Pixel Tactics, Brad had already come out with 6 or 7 different Pixel Tactics full expansions at this point. So it'd be like me saying, you design UFS. Like, it's why even get involved? He knows every in and out about it. So let perfection stay that way. I actually think we've gotten reviews that it is one of the best or the best Pixel Tactics that he's made.
Let's go.
And I think it's because it's such a it's kind of like what we do with Street Fighter. The mechanics are so pure and core in this version. He got rid of a lot of the icons that were kind of confusing for Mega Man, and in doing so, I think he just improved the game in general from Mega Man going forward. You'll notice that you don't have to remember anything in Mega Man, the Pixel Tactics game. You don't have to look up all the, like, there is a lot of icons in the original game. And this one is just like, I know exactly what to do. And I'm going to just do what it says. And it tells you, like, you can worry about your strategy and not remembering rules. And that did a lot for Pixel Tactics, and I think it was a good step in the right direction. I think he's kind of carried that over since then. But Brad's a great designer, so, like, obviously there's very little, like, Mega Man the board game, the new Mega Man board game that I don't remember what we're going to call it, something about, like, Wily, I'm sure, is going to be more of a collaborated effort for sure. We've been kind of part of every playtest, every iteration. He's made 8 versions that are completely different games already in the last 2 months. None of them close to the last one. And so we're pretty involved on that, but that's because it's a new game. So it really depends on how polished is the mechanic going into it.
I dig that.
Sorry about the long-winded answer there.
No, I love it. I love it. I think Pixel Tactics is cool. It's another one of those games that I've sat and watched at my local game store, and I've seen it and watched it played. But and it's sitting on the house at the dorms every time that Jasco makes a thing. We always get it.
Yeah, right. And how many of these are available for our special?
Let me double check. It looks like that we've got
MSRP, because I think these things are at least $20 a pop. So I know without the Star Droids, it's already $60 or $710 plus Star Droids.
Yeah. And so there's only 10 available, and that's all 3 Mega Man Pixel Tactics plus the Star Droids, for $50, and the MSRP for this is $68. So you're pretty much saving on an entire bundle.
About $20 off. How many were available? 25?
10.
10.
What are you being crazy? 25. You think we have 25 of these laying around? It's 10.
I think it's because of the Star Droids pack. Like I said, the specials we put together are limited because they all include something that's a little bit more complicated to pack. At least most of them do, not all of them. But we limit them because our shipping department has to go in and go, this isn't a standard order.
Yeah.
Why are we pulling this random Star Droids pack for this order? Like, look at this thing. This is not a normal shipping product.
For sure.
So you can buy it on our site, but the bundles are not sold as bundles typically.
Yeah.
So do we have any questions about pixel tactics from the chat?
Not about pixel tactics that I've seen, but chat. If you feel like changing my mind, I would absolutely love to hang out with you. I did get a singular question about universes though from YouTube. Patrick Sandberg says, "Will there be more Darkstalkers?" You said it was one of the best-selling sets that Fantasy Flight Sabretooth ever had.
So they made 2 Darkstalker sets. The first one did very well, but the second one sold out within like a week, I think.
Wow.
Now some of that had to do with it being Darkstalkers, of course. Darkstalkers, like that one had so many collectors, and they made a really iconic Morgan playmat that was just like to this day is coveted. And at that time, I think it was like an $80 to $100 playmat, and that's years ago now, 10 years ago. So. But that second set of Darkstalkers, Realm of Midnight, even myself, and I own my own retail store, I bought myself 20 booster boxes of that set.
Wow. Because
the value of the ultra rares was off the charts. That set, even the uncommons, everything, like the uncommons were averaging like $3 to $5 per. The ultra rares were like in the $30+ range, which was a lot back then for the CCG. Inflation. It was pre-inflation. But there was Feline Spike, Era Spinta, there's just like iconic cards all over the place. The box topper, Realm of Midnight, just free momentum every time you play an enhance per copy you have. It's easy to gain momentum off the top of your deck. Just every card in that, including the box toppers, were so valuable. It's like you couldn't not buy the box. We even sold those packs in our store for $6 a pack instead of $4 a pack because they're so hard to get, and we knew the value. And I didn't want to have to try to restock them if for any less value than they're actually worth because we just weren't going to get them. So that's one of the reasons Darkstalkers are so popular. Now, to answer the original question, Darkstalkers coming with more characters in universes. Very likely, I would say. Can't give any yeses or nos. We have 8 sets planned out. Darkstalkers, I can tell you, is not one of the main sets, but DLC is a thing.
Yeah, DLC is a thing.
DLC is where we're going to be able to add lots of characters every month from all of our properties, and it's kind of one of the coolest things about DLC is like you get to drop new characters in every single month from different properties that may not have a full set going for them, and I'm pretty excited about that.
Let's go ahead and actually jump to our next trivia question a smidge early because I asked for questions on Facebook and people answered. So let's go ahead and hit the next trivia question, Tim, when you're ready. The trivia question 3, getting a little harder now. In what year did Jasco Games get the rights to the Mega Man property from Capcom? You got 4 answers here. I believe you need to give me the date. I'm not sure A, B, C, or D will work. I mean, but you can certainly try it.
A, B, C, and D should be fine.
Okay. A, B, C, and D, what year did we get Mega Man?
And so you guys know, I did talk about this and gave you very, very, very close clues on a estimated guess. I never said the answer. But you should have a pretty good guess as to when I got the rights for this based off of our conversation during Mega Man the board game. So I hope you were watching. Otherwise, you have a 1 in 4 chance.
That's true. That's true. So the question that we have one from a Facebook, Andrew Luco. Are we looking at Facebook questions? Yes, we are. Thank you for the question. Also from Facebook, Justin Ward, would there be a demo for Pixel Tactics? I would like to see it played.
So if you're just looking to watch it played, I believe there are Learn to Plays on YouTube currently that exist. There's not a demo pack because you get everything you need to play in the box for only $20.
Okay.
So for 2 players. So creating like an actual demo deck is essentially the whole box. So And it's a double licensed product because we have a game designer in the studio and Capcom. So it is maybe $4 more than a standard Pixel Tactics game. Different packaging as well. As you can see, it's a little bit sturdier with the telescoping box versus the hanging box.
Yeah.
Box. Yeah, I would recommend just going onto either the Level 99 Games channel or just YouTubing it because there should be plenty of playthroughs.
That makes sense.
All of our games, as far as I'm aware, have several review playthrough videos. We have never done an official one for that game because it's a kind of a co-op game between us and Level 99, but I know it's out there. Any other questions while we wait?
David Smith says, what is the base spot on the Pixel Tactics Mega Man playmat for?
The base spot?
Yeah. That's what David Smith says from Facebook.
So in the Pixel Tactics games, I don't have the mat on me, but I know that there's a designated spot for each of your cards, and there's a discard pile, a deck spot. I believe the base is just what they're calling the name of one of those piles.
Okay.
I believe it's where your deck goes, but I can't picture the exact locations of the names that we put on there, so I'd have to look at that later, unfortunately. Brad would know this off the top of his head, I'm sure, because I'm sure he looks at that map a lot more than I do.
I'm sure he does.
But if you look at the rules in Pixel Tactics, it'll tell you why that's there and where the things go, and that's just the name we gave it.
I'm sure I'll also explain it whenever you go and find that the demo on YouTube.
Right. A lot of times it'd be called like a library. I'm pretty sure the base is literally just the deck.
Okay.
The remaining deck pile. But without looking at it and remembering how he named it, I can't give you an exact answer, unfortunately.
It could also maybe just be the character, just like
it's the character base. Yeah, if you're playing base, you keep those right there. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we are ready to do it. Tim, give me a thumbs up if we're ready. Apparently, though. Yeah, C, January 2014. Although discussion started in 2013 between Jasco Games and Capcom after Jason had a dream about Mega Man. We talked about it at the top. The final contract was executed in 2014.
Yep.
Kind of crazy that it came to you in a dream, right? Do you still have those original notes?
I do. I have the Best Western notes saved. We have kind of like I need to put everything in like a safe right now. They're in like glass displays and drawers and wall displays.
Like a museum.
Really should like fireproof this stuff. Yeah. But we'll get to that. It's been on my to-do list for like 11 years. but I do have everything we've ever made stored, including a playset of every card we've ever made. Tim has that set aside for me. I believe I just stopped collecting all the playmat designs at a certain point. Once we stopped printing them in China in bulk and we just started making anything we wanted, I was like, well, there's too many designs to just collect all of them. If I want one, I'll make a new one. So there you go. Let me update. We're gonna get ready for our next sale. I'm gonna update the Gen Con page.
And as you do that, we actually have our winner. We have from Facebook, we've got Ralph Anado. Congratulations, buddy. You have won a Mega Man Pixel Tactics bundle. When I said crazy that there was 10, I lied. There was 11. There's 11.
11 available? Oh, yeah, because we're giving one away.
Yeah, you got the one away. Yep, yeah. So there's 10 for everybody else. Once again, $50. You get the bundle and the Star Droids expansion. But looks like Ralph from Facebook won. Congratulations, buddy.
All right. So what is our next special so I can click the correct image? I got a couple options here.
For sure. Speaking of Buffy posters, let's talk about Buffy the Vampire Slayer board game. $20 gets the whole game. There's only 10 available. You're getting this thing for half off. Normally it's a $40 price.
Yep.
Tell me about this game, man.
It goes perfectly with our exclusive of the day, which is our foil poster for $20. This is available until our next show tomorrow. For you international people that are, maybe not able to jump in here, the exclusives will be available the whole time. There's 100 of these available. Sorry, again, there are 100 of these available. I really got to learn English one of these days.
I'm sure there's significantly less now.
There might be fewer now at this point, but I'm not keeping track. I'm talking on the stream, but it is foil, even though it looks like it's just laminated. It is actually a foil poster. I'm sorry, it's still just freshly unrolled, so it's a little rolled up. But there you go. It's the same artwork replicated, influenced from the puzzle. If you want the collector's puzzle, that's available on our website. It's $60. There's only 999. They are foil stamped by number and with a giant certificate of authenticity. But yeah, Buffy has some great background story as well. That was a cool game to design. It was a cool process in general. For Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And because it's not in my little show and tell box next to me, I'm going to go grab one off the shelf.
Please do. Yeah, like I said at the top, Buffy's like one of those properties that like I didn't know I liked until I liked it.
Here we go. Here we go.
I went ahead and grabbed
so many. I have 4 copies of it. I just decided to get an open one.
Fair enough.
This is what you're getting for half price right now, lower than even Amazon for the next 30 minutes as long as the supplies last. How many of these are available?
10.
10 of these are half price. There you go. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the board game. All the art in this is created for the game. Nothing was pre-existing. And this was a collaboration, as I mentioned, with Linvander Studios. It was, I believe it was our first game we co-designed, and because we produced Albion's Legacy 2nd edition for them, because the first one their manufacturer had it's like a 99 or 100% manufacturer malfunction rate.
Wow.
So yeah, they definitely had a big problem with that. The box was like 5 times bigger than it was supposed to be, missing parts all over the place, and so we came in and remanufactured it for them. And kind of kicked off our relationship with Linvander Studios. So go check them out if you're interested. They've done a lot of games at this point with different companies, a lot of licensed products. And then here's that puzzle I was telling you about. There's the certificate of authenticity.
Wow.
It's attached in there. The foil number is about right here underneath.
And this is the puzzle of the poster that you could get exclusively today?
This is the puzzle. There are only 999 of these in existence. I really wish you could see the foil. Oh, you could kind of see the hair there.
You can see it up on the angles a bit.
It's super foily. It looks beautiful in person. The camera is not doing this thing justice. And this was designed inside of its own frame. So this artwork here is actually a frame, and you can pop this whole puzzle out. And if you don't, either you can hang it right on your wall like this, or you can build it and be a little prouder to hang it on your wall. Yeah. But it's ready to hang up. So you don't have to do any of this weird glue technique, or if you want to glue it, I guess you can, but it should hold together perfectly fine. We invented this design. It's one of our patented designs, that plus our acrylic displays that we use for our turbo displays, for our premier stores for UFS and Universes.
Yeah.
Those are some of the ideas that we've come up with. This one was really cool, except for the dimensions I mentioned earlier. It's like 1 inch too long to get decent shipping rates. And so it's like $17 to ship domestically.
Wowzers.
So it won't be made again. We're probably never going to make framed puzzles again, even though they're super cool, because that's the size they come in.
Unless we cut off an inch or so.
We can't. Yeah, we looked at multiple solutions. We even looked at making the frame itself a giant 4-piece puzzle so it could break down into a normal size box. Not possible. Wowzers. The biggest thing is because the way that the frame works, you will have a chance of not lining up perfectly. And puzzles kind of have to do that. So
for sure.
Yeah. So there it is.
Tell me about this game.
$999.
How did you get into the idea of making Buffy the Vampire Slayer as a board game?
So Buffy the Vampire Slayer is one of those properties that I admittedly was not a super fan of. I had not watched a lot of the series or anything like that. I knew that it was really popular, and Thomas Gofton over at Linvander Studios was a super fan. He bragged to me about how he'd seen every single episode yearly, like once or twice a year forever, and can quote everything and knew all of the songs and everything. And I actually learned so much about this property from this board game. I sound like I've been a fan of my entire life because I just know so much more now after playing and researching and having to watch the show.
Yeah.
And that's what I love about our games for people that aren't fans. I actually got into Street Fighter because of my card game. And it wasn't because we designed it. It was before we had it. I learned everything. Like, I played Street Fighter, but I learned way more about that from the card game than I ever did playing the video game. I love Soul Calibur as a video game, but like a lot of the things that have come into our games, I became a bigger fan of through the game rather than through the original IP. So I'm probably backwards from our target market. I think we're trying to get the fans that already love these things, but I like games for their mechanics. I'm a huge mechanics fan. I geek over mechanics all the time.
Yeah.
And so this game is collaboration. It took about, I'd say, a year and a half to design. And so it was a long process. It's actually our best-selling board game of all time. Thing has had 7 print runs. It's like 60 or 70,000 copies sold, somewhere in there. Sold through Barnes & Noble about 11 different times.
Wow.
Barnes & Noble, Books A Million, Second Charles, was in GameStop. It's all over Amazon. The game is very popular. I love the mechanics. I actually think it's one of my favorite board games still, and like with a little bit of bias because we made it, but realistically, it is a fantastic, kind of like a light Arkham Horror kind of game.
Yeah.
It takes all the things that I don't like about board games out, which is the overcomplication of things that shouldn't be, and like adding time for the sake of time, and focusing more on strategy and like the core feel of the mechanics. It has some of the coolest mechanics, like the token flipping mechanic is genius, and it was one of the first times I'd ever seen it in a board game or anything actually. And so the whole thing is just it's a beautifully designed, beautifully made game. We've met several times in person to just keep testing and making it go better and better and better with their design team and our design team. And then we give it like that Jasco touch for the last 5 days where we stay up for all-nighters 5 days in a row and just proofread and play test and find any thematics we can add. In this case, one of my highlights is we added a rule to the bazooka, where it automatically kills. I believe it was the who is it? Kills the master. Can't remember. It's been a while since it's like the second episode of Buffy.
Yeah.
And I watched it because I was just starting to have to go watch the entire series. I'm like, how come this doesn't just wipe this guy out? That's like the whole point of this episode. So we added that in as a cool little fluff thing. And there's a lot of like nuances in this game that if you know the episodes of Buffy, they should pretty much all be in the game from the first, I think, 6 seasons.
That's really cool. And so when it came to doing this, as the owner, the creator, the project lead, you discovered that you liked Buffy. You discovered that that you made a better product because you watched everything. Mm-hmm. And then as the owner of Jasco, you put your hand in all of it?
For sure. I don't think I could make a product without like doing the fans justice. So I kind of like made myself be a fan, and then I was like happy that I was after the fact. So I'm still not a super fan as much as like, you know, Tom Gofton or a lot of like Buffy. I've noticed because we went to fan fests and things, and we promoted this game with Fox all over the place before they were with Disney, and we're still doing promotions now with the puzzles and the board game side by side. But there are some fans that literally just know everything, and I'm still struggle just remembering the right character names sometimes because I'm a little bit more green. I'm a little newer to the property, but I do appreciate it quite a bit, and I love the feel of like each episode is kind of getting you the feel of like high school angst in different ways. Like that's what the bad guys really represent. They weren't really supposed to have, and I think Tim I actually talked about this like a day or two ago. They weren't supposed to have love interests in the vampires, but they ended up happening anyway. And so Joss Whedon wasn't happy about that. But it developed that way. And Spike is like a super popular character out of that. So is Angel, obviously. Sure. He has his own show.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you guys a few of the components in here. It's a pretty affordable board game. We gave you lots of content for a really low price, which is one of my favorite things about it. But here's the custom artwork of Sunnydale on the board.
Wow.
You can see the apocalypse track down here, which is how you lose the game. But yeah, it's like hand created every single part of Sunnydale in there. And this game is great. It's a good like mid-tier board game. If you're trying to transition your friends and family from Monopoly or like Trivial Pursuit or Scrabble or any of these like games everybody in the US plays all the time, this is a great like first step into real hardcore gaming.
And this is a cooperative game, right?
It's completely cooperative. You win and lose at the same time.
Yeah.
And you have this one has some of the expansion characters in it actually. So you can see
Monopoly feels bad because everybody, overpriced their stuff.
Yeah. Pretty sweet stuff.
Yeah.
So that's all the characters have. There's those cool cards. You have plots for your big bads. There's the first evil. It tells you what they do. And one of the things we did, we were developing the game, and I like to have like a really climactic finish to a board game.
Okay.
In general. Or like, cause that's, I'm used to that from our card game, right? Like every end of the game is like, ooh, that felt so close and fun, and there's a story to tell. So I want that kind of feel at the end of most of our games. So this one, it builds up. So you go and you collect plots to the monsters of the week. They're kind of like your mid-tier bad guys. Yeah. And once you defeat 3 of them, you kind of reveal the big plot to the whole story of the big bad. And there's 6 big bads in the core game and another 2 big bads in the expansion. And the expansion adds the military base and a whole other win and lose conditions. And that game is actually just nuts and harder. And like if you want to play like a more of a real Arkham Horror level game, add the expansion to this thing, and it's a crazy game. All of a sudden, the cool thing is that we've been working with Lynn Vander on the Angel game for a really long time, and that game takes place in LA, and it's supposed to be able to be played side by side. 2 different game mechanics, but you can actually fly to the opposite boards in the middle of the game to do things. And
that's really cool.
Opposite games. It's really interesting.
That's really cool. That's like some, man, I'll never be a game designer like that. Like there's no way I'd have thought of that. That's so cool. And you can pick up this Buffy game right now. There's only 10 available, $20, right?
$20, half price, cheaper than Amazon. Look at that. Take that, Amazon. I'm kidding.
See, here's the thing. Like right now, normally you just go spend $20 on a movie for the same level of entertainment.
Actually, yeah, I mean, at least the same level. I think a board game like this board game probably takes about an hour and a half to finish.
Sure, and you keep it forever.
Especially if you know what you're doing. So it's about the same as like your standard feature film, but the replayability in this, it's like buying 6 films because you have 6 big bads, and they also play different every time you play, and your group changes your team strategy. Hanabi, one of my favorite like kind of group activity games. It's like a nice cheap card game made by R&R Games. Like that game is different. You add 1 new player to that thing, you have a completely different dynamic to your game every time. And Buffy, any co-op game is actually kind of like that.
I agree wholeheartedly. Before we jump into a little bit more, we do actually have a small correction. The last winner from our last question for the Mega Man Pixel Tactics section was actually incorrect. The last question winner was actually Hexlia 555 from Twitch. So big shout outs to our homies out on Twitch. Thank you so much.
Thank you for watching us on Twitch.
So I guess my next big question in chat, if you have any questions about this, about Buffy the Vampire Slayer, please let us know. How did you get in contact with Nicholas Brendan and get him on board with the whole Buffy thing? Has there been anybody else that's like pushed out and been like, hey, Jasko, these things are really cool?
We've talked with most of the main cast except for Willow and Buffy because they are a little bit more A-tier, harder to get a hold of actors. And Sarah Michelle Gellar in particularly, I believe, personally is not like a huge fan of Buffy because I think she felt it typecasted her into like Scooby-Doo style roles, and she did play in Scooby-Doo the movie.
Yes.
So she's actually like, if you get her autograph, it's one of the rarest celebrity autographs to get because she doesn't show up to Comic-Cons. Her signing fee to get into a Comic-Con is like one of the highest in the industry to get her to even show up. So I guess there's some potential. That's the rumor anyway. I can't speak on her behalf, but I hear there's some kind of bad blood between her and just how the show ended or something like that. I'm not really sure. Like I'm sure the super fans know a lot more than I do. But so she has never like signed stuff for us or promoted the game in any way. Nick Brendan and James Marsters and a couple other like most of the other actors in the show actually that aren't Willow and Buffy have promoted us. We've talked in conventions together. We go to some of the same like horror conventions and stuff sometimes. And Tom Gofton is actually his original career was in filmmaking, and so he's an actor filmmaker. So he does have some of these connections randomly to different actors out there, and that's kind of helped promote the games that way. He might have been part of the reason for this big push that Buffy's sold so many, but realistically, it went everywhere. And Buffy, the fan base is way more rabid than I probably ever could have imagined. And I think it doesn't hurt that it's a really good game too.
Yeah, I'm sure. So I got a couple questions from the chat. Is there from Tim Smith from Facebook? Any chance for an upgraded set to replace the carded characters from miniatures?
There is a chance. So we did renew our license with 20th Century Fox Disney. I believe it was the beginning of last year or the end of last year. So we do have plans on doing more with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Miniatures, I'm not sure. One of the beauties of this game is the fact that it's a MSRP $39.95. So that's one of the things I love about Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Anyone can just get it and play, and they get like a pretty good core game for that price. Adding miniatures, miniatures are super cool. I'm not sure if they're necessary in this game. We'd probably have to, we have talked about developing like a dungeon crawl game for Buffy. This is kind of like behind the scenes stuff.
Tell us more.
I don't have a whole lot of details on it other than it would be a Lynn Vander Studios collaboration, and that one would probably have miniatures because dungeon crawls make sense with miniatures. It's just they kind of add to the game. We've started trying to get away from putting miniatures just in the game to be a stand that don't have much of a purpose, or it doesn't really matter where your miniature is, or you're not measuring line of sight, that kind of stuff. Where miniatures are really great is when they not only add to table presence, but they're a great piece that you're controlling to do something in the game.
Yeah, they move around.
In this game, I actually feel a standee is just better. But I'm sure, there are fans out there that disagree. And the idea to collect things is another thing. We don't have rights for most of our things to make toys without a game mechanic attached to them.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we could just try it out and put a statue or a mini or whatever else out there, because we clearly have the capabilities and the technology.
And apparently the desire.
Yeah. But it, we don't know how popular it's going to be. It's hard. We have so many games on the docket that doing research and development on this kind of thing is not really our top priority. So we're more considered or more inclined to go make a new game and bring something else to the table with new mechanics that introduce things that people haven't seen yet.
Speaking of new games, Mr. Cellophane says from Twitch, Buffy for UTS add-on? ?
UTS is definitely going to be a discussion every time with Angry Joe from the Angry Joe Show.
Okay.
If it's not one of his big properties, it's probably not going to be in UTS because he's got to be passionate about it, just like anyone else. You want the designer to be really passionate about it, and he's kind of the design house, him and his team. For UTS, we are like the touch-up team. We go in and we kind of fix things up and make sure that it's production ready for that game, which is a lot of hard work, but it gets through there. And then licensing approvals and that kind of thing, writing rule books and making them clean. That's our expertise on that game. We definitely played it quite a bit, and I even have a lot of the original designs for all 3 of the first UTS expansions. But it's gone through so many designers and then it eventually just kind of ended in-house with Angry Joe Show. So if Angry Joe is down for a Buffy expansion, then that's where you're probably going to see it. But if he's going to be down for a Disney property, it might be something else. He's a huge Aliens fan. You might see that. I don't know if it makes sense in that game, but that's something he's been wanting to get for a long time. It's a tough discussion to get that one going, but it's not off the table because we already work with them.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, he's a huge Starship Troopers fan. I can tell you things. I know he loves Superman. He's a huge Superman fan, probably his biggest thing.
I love his Superman reviews. They're really, really good.
DC stuff, it'd be way likely to see that over a lot of this other stuff.
So if you wanted Buffy and UTS, you should definitely reach out to his YouTube channel and leave some comments and be like, yo, work with Jasco, right?
Just find out kind of where he's at on it.
Let's talk more in your wheelhouse then. How do you feel about Buffy for Universes?
For Universes, I'm very comfortable bringing Buffy into Universes as a DLC pack. I think Buffy could actually make a really cool full set.
Okay.
But I'm not sure how our core player base would accept it. It's a pretty big deviation from our standard anime video game feel. Buffy clearly hasn't shown up in any other fighting games before, as far as I'm aware. No characters from Buffy have. Unlike Ash, Combat Ash, Ash is rumored to be still one of the DLCs in Mortal Kombat 11. His name is actually on the designer list, but they never really released it. And you have other characters like Jason Voorhees and Terminator and Alien and Predator. Like these things have shown up in fighting games before.
Yeah.
Buffy has a core set in universes. Could be maybe too much of a deviation for our fans. And again, because we don't have as much R&D in what the fans are going to want, and then comparing that to just launching like My Hero stuff or more Street Fighter or more Mortal Kombat, that just is kind of, it's like more of an obvious, like, people clearly like this. So we'll try things out as DLC. If it's a DLC that we release and it just suddenly sells out instantly, well, there you go. That's different.
I will say, just to contradict you just about this much, we do have individual people from all three of our chats chatting about, hey, I'm super down to have Buffy in universes. So thank you guys, everybody who's joining us. We appreciate it.
And that's the thing. I'm also down to have Buffy in universes. Maybe not as a full expansion though. That's the thing. And I would love to see their opinion. Do you guys want a full Buffy booster set, or do you want to see it come into the game with 4 characters and some attacks and featured cards, kind of like Zenoscope, introduced to the game, and just see how it does and how it feels? Because she clearly fights a lot. Like all the characters are fighting all
every
the time.
episode.
So it's not like they don't have a nice fighting lineup that they could go. But we also have some other cool plans for Buffy. We have a potential partnership with White Wizard to do a cool game. One of their awesome dice game mechanics, dice card game mechanics. That could be a really cool Buffy game that's on the table. Like I said, Lynn Vander, we've been talking a lot about not only the dungeon crawl, but a possible party game, because I think the Buffy game would be great, or the Buffy universe would be great in sort of like a werewolf style game. Obviously different, more Buffy themed mechanics, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could do with Buffy that would be really thematic. We also have the rights for just, I don't know if it's for Buffy, but for a lot of our licenses, we have the rights to just like collectible cards, like baseball cards, and we've never done them. So I'd love to see how the fans think about that, because that's one of those things. It's like, it's kind of like puzzles. We have no idea how it's going to do because it's not in our wheelhouse, but we are totally capable of doing them. So they've added to a lot of our licensing agreements.
Tim, are you ready for the next trivia question? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's go ahead and hit the next trivia question then. We'll pull it up here. This is a big one. This is a really, really big one. So,
are we still in medium, or are we in hard now?
This is a medium question. This is the question, honestly, in the pre-show I got wrong. So all you cool kids out there, blank was the city in Texas where Jasco Games held its headquarters from 2010 until 2014 before relocating to Las Vegas. I have some questions about this relocation, but we will wait so we don't accidentally slip up and say what blank is. And if you win, my good people out there, you're going to get the Friends and Frenemies expansion of the Buffy the Vampire Slayer board game. So if you paid the $20 to get the game, once again, only 10 available for the Buffy the Vampire Slayer game, you get the expansion for free. We're showing it to you. So just got to let us know what that blank is. Write the full name of the city in Texas where Jasco was held in the headquarters from 2010 until 2014, and you can win that prize.
If you guys are slow to guess, it might still show up on like Google. Google address searches.
Helping out with the easy hint.
Yeah. But it's first come, first serve. So I'm assuming if you guys already know, then you're good. And then I have a copy of Friends and Frenemies here to show off as well. I just grabbed it off the shelf so that you can see what you could be winning. And this is a $30 expansion that is free for whoever wins this. And then, like we said, he said there's only 10 Buffys available. That's at the discounted price now. That we have the full price Buffys available as well. And you can also go support your local store and get them if you don't want to get them from us, and get them faster. It's definitely faster, no shipping. To just go grab it from your local store. I know lots and lots and lots of retail stores out there stock Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the board game.
For sure. So, what's another IP that you think that like the good people would enjoy that's like Buffy the Vampire Slayer that maybe like you're excited to jump into?
I can tell you what, like Evil Dead 2 is one we already did that's very similar in the horror genre, and I love that. I love not only the property, I love all the the Netflix TV show, and I love the game. The game is super fun. So that's one that's in the horror genre. I would say other things like Buffy. That's tough because Buffy's pretty unique. To explain, like if it's horror genre, I mean, there's a lot of cool stuff in the horror genre. But exactly like Buffy, I'm not sure how I would even compare it, to be honest.
You actually have a question in our personal Skype chat that you got to get to.
Let's see. How do I even get to the Skype chat? Uh-oh. Nope, that wasn't it. Is it also in Slack or is it just in Skype?
I don't have access to your Slack.
Well, there's the chat. My Slack covers it up, that's why. Where is the question?
Sorry for the dead air, everybody. Go ahead and start asking some questions, chat. Is there anything else? I'm going to grab some from the excuse me. I'm going to grab some from the comments.
I don't know if my message was sent or not. It did not. There we go. Okay, it was the producer asking if a certain answer is acceptable for this time period. My answer was no. All right, so we're ready to reveal the answer, and I'm going to show you what the winner is going to get, and it's also available on our website for sale.
Yeah, it looks like the answer was Lubbock. So my question is, Jason, from Lubbock, Texas, for everybody out there who guessed Dallas, that's what I guessed. That's my middle name. Why'd you move?
All right, so let me give you the history, because one of the reasons that I had to go check on the Skype chat is we did have a retail store in Flower Mound, Texas, which I guess we would consider Dallas if you're not from the Metroplex in Texas. Pretty much everything around the Dallas-Fort Worth area, everyone else considers Dallas. Flower Mound was just our retail store, and that closed. Well, we sold it to another company, that location, in 2005. So that would have been way before this. And we relocated to Lubbock in 2006 and started our retail store back up there and 2 different locations there. And that ran until 2014. So why did we move? Because the food in Vegas is really good.
Is that the reason?
That's pretty much it. Well, there's 2 reasons. Okay. So I love food, and the food here is like not only super accessible but awesome. Yeah. And we, at the time, I think like 90% of our conventions were in Las Vegas. We had a whole bunch. We had Licensing Expo, Gamma Trade Show was here at the time, Level Up Expo was here. There was a whole bunch, and we did U.S. Nationals here even then before we lived here, before we moved to Worlds. So we were in Vegas like 6 months out of the year anyway, traveling and paying all that money to bring the whole team back and forth with all of our stuff. So that was one of the deciding factors on finally moving. In the year of 2014, we had a location in both cities for about a whole year, and then it fully transitioned to Las Vegas.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. And then here's what you're going to win for the lucky winner. I think we might have one by now.
We do. Congratulations to Joseph Atchinson on YouTube. Thank you very much, you guys.
Joseph. One of our veteran UFS players from Amarillo, Texas. Of course he would know that answer. He was like an hour away. So
I do have a couple of questions from the chat, real easy ones. From Tim Smith, asked a question earlier. He said, real quick, the DBZ game mentioned earlier that is in partnership with IDW. Is that the same one as the common IDW announcement? CMON?
CMON? No, it is not.
Oh, it is not? Okay.
The CMON/CMON, I've always called them CMON, and then they kind of changed their marketing. How do I shut off these Slack notifications? I got to do that right now. Closing Slack. It's covering up like all of my stuff. I just closed Slack and it still is doing it. How do I close Slack permanently? Close? I hope they just stopped messaging me. All right. My team works on Slack. If you haven't been aware, just shout outs to their company for making a platform that we use.
From YouTube, we've got Con Highwinds 2, one of our previous winners of the day. Have you considered making some more niche properties that may have a hardcore fan base that fit universes? I'm thinking of things like Kamen Rider, which is starting to get big in the US, with universes being Jason's nostalgia trip with like Bebop and Yu Yu Hakusho. What's another of those really old school properties that you think you'd want to find in the game?
I mean, there's a lot of cool old school properties. Now, I will say paying the licensing minimum fee for anything that's not going to bring in a huge fan base is probably out of the question. If like the starting price for I would call it like a D tier property is usually about $10,000 up front. To pay that,
Wow.
I can get a much better property usually than whatever they're offering. So it's not typically worth it to even entertain it. How do I shut off my notifications? Pause notifications.
From Facebook as well, we've got Justin Ward who says, "Will we see an Evil Dead DLC?" I'm assuming he's saying from the board game, right?
Evil Dead DLC is possible. I know that we have Combat Ash, so I don't. The thing about Evil Dead is the characters are not as well known. I guess they like finding 4 characters. I think they would be like Ash and 3 bad guys, more likely than any of the main characters.
Okay.
Okay, that didn't shut off my notifications. I said shut off for 2 hours. I'm sorry, everybody. This is really annoying. Come on, Slack. How do I shut you off?
A really effective tool to get information from one person to the other, even if you don't want it. Shout outs to the people at Slack. Jay Rogers in the comments actually says, "Heck, Toonami, Cartoon Network, Powerpuff Girls, Johnny Quest, Samurai Jack, etc." I think those would be like absolutely massive for honestly any of those games.
I mean, Powerpuff Girls, like I sing the song in my head probably every other day. So I'm a big fan of like Toonami and Cartoon Network classics and any of that stuff. Oh, there we go. I'll sign out.
I think something like that would be actually really, really rad. One of my favorite games that I like to play are the deck building games from Cryptozoic. Yeah. Those deck building games, I love them. There's a DC one, there's like a Rick and Morty one, and they have this Cartoon Network one that's like absolutely zany. Like some of the rules are you have to stand up, and if you sit down, you like lose something in the mechanic of the game. And I think like introducing like a board game like that or a card game into universes would be like really, really cool. I dig that. Or even like, go on.
Oh, well, one of the fun things about any of these conversations is if you do your research, you'll know that Cartoon Network is a Warner Brothers property. Yeah. NetherRealm and Mortal Kombat is a Warner Brothers property. So you know that we already are in touch with the property owners, but they also do a lot of other big things like Game of Thrones and Harry Potter and all the Looney Tunes. Like Warner Brothers is massive. Same thing with Fox. Well, Fox is a Disney property. And so is Pixar, and so is Disney, and so are like I think National Geographics now or something. They own like so much stuff.
Yeah.
They own the majority share of Hulu. So it's I mean, you can kind of go back and research like who do we already work with, and then I can tell you in Licensing Expo and when we go out and talk to all of these other licensors, we've probably talked to every company in the top 20 for licensing. So that'll include companies like Nickelodeon. We've talked to Sanrio for like Hello Kitty even. Like we've talked to some weird stuff. Most of the sports licensing teams for the players associations and the sports companies. We've talked to WWE. We've like I think most of the Japanese video game and anime companies. That's probably all of them. Viz, Toei, Sunrise, Shueisha, Funimation directly in the U.S., Crunchyroll. Like so, when it comes to licensing, that's why we say anything is possible. It's probably me as a person, one of my fortes as a business person, or what my value would bring to a company, is not only licensing and understanding the ins and outs of every part of a licensing negotiation, contracting, payments, all that stuff, licensing royalty agreements and how to pay royalties, but also the negotiation part on what you should even be saying to a licensor as a licensee. So
all I heard out of that was that we are for sure guaranteed 100% confirmed getting SpongeBob SquarePants in universes. That's just all I heard.
I mean, the Turtles is Nickelodeon too, so
I'd be down. I'll trade SpongeBob for the Turtles. I'm super in.
you'd be surprised how many awesome titles Nickelodeon has if you haven't followed them in a while.
Like Cat Dog.
Cat Dog. Cat Dog.
We're going to go ahead and we're going to push it to our next sale. Speaking of universes, guys, the reason that I'm even here, the main agenda, $50 for a Libra of Souls 2 booster pack. Wowzers. Only 10 available.
Off, guys. That sounds crazy. What are we thinking?
Actually crazy. You open up one Scarlet Siren Meteor and you've made your money back plus more.
Not so.
Actually insane.
What are we thinking? It's almost like a Gen Con or something.
Yeah. So what do you let's talk about that. We've been dancing around this subject all day, right?
Well, hold on. Before we dance around another subject, or I guess dive into it.
Yeah.
How many of these are available?
Only 10.
10 lucky customers get a half price box. So there you go. Now's your time. Now is your chance. This released pretty freaking recently. So we're not throwing out the old stuff up here for you guys. This is good stuff. This is new.
For sure.
Go on, Tamara. I hate to interrupt. I'm sorry.
No, you're totally fine. What Soul Calibur has existed in universes for a while, way back before I even played. The last Soul Calibur I played on console was Soul Calibur 2.
Oh, I love that one.
I have not played a Soul Calibur since.
You played the Dreamcast?
I played the PlayStation.
Okay.
I didn't own it. A friend owned it, and so we played that. I wanted to play the GameCube version because I freaking love The Legend of Zelda. Wow, I love that whole series.
They had some really cool guest characters.
Agreed.
So what's your question? Yes, it's been around for a very long time.
My question is how much do you know about Soul Calibur? What did the design process look like? Obviously, everything in that set has the weapon keyword. What do you I want you to I want you to nerd about this game that you love. Tell me about Libra of Souls.
Here's Soul Calibur for you from my fandom. All right, so in UFS back in 2016, when it launched with Soul Calibur and Street Fighter and Penny Arcade, Soul Calibur, for all of the properties that were ever under Sabretooth and Fantasy Flight, was the only one that I ever actually played a lot. Wasn't really into Tekken at the time. Didn't play a lot of Street Fighter, Samurai Showdown, and King of Fighters. I only knew from anime. Mm-hmm. At the time, I watched a lot of Fatal Fury movies, and KOF was through the anime world. So Soul Calibur was the one that I literally played side by side with Smash Brothers Melee and Halo 1 and 2 constantly. It came out kind of between Halo 1 and 2. So at the time, at my game store, we actually ran a LAN center. And we had 10 computers with 52 of the newest games loaded up for $2 an hour that you could go rent and play. And then we also had console stations. So we had 4 Xboxes with Halo and all kinds of other stuff. And we had 2 GameCube stations and a Dreamcast. So and then we had a couple arcade games. So Soul Calibur, Melee, and Halo 1 and 2, and then StarCraft. I just played all day when people weren't in my store. and I avoided my homework because I was in high school, just so you guys are aware. So I played these video games religiously. So Soul Calibur 2 and 3 at the time, I was all over that stuff, especially the Dreamcast version because the Dreamcast was just gorgeous. It was at the time just way ahead of its time, just in general. So I was a big fan of Soul Calibur. I liked to play Keelik and Song Mina quite a bit, but I played everybody. I was really good with quite a few characters back then compared to your casual players. It wasn't super competitive quite yet. MLG was just starting to pick up, right? So online gaming and all that stuff was just getting pretty popular. So we got to kind of see where our real skill laid. But anyway, going into Soul Calibur 6, right? So we had Soul Calibur 3, Soul Calibur 4 under Fantasy Flight, and then Soul Calibur 6. I actually have a copy of the game right here. This one's not open, but I had 10 copies of it, 5 for PlayStation, 5 for Xbox. And that one was, we clearly had to play the game, of course. Played it, researched it. named our cards based off of the story. Learned the newer story that was kind of a throwback story in this one.
Yeah.
And I mean, it was also rumored that it might be the last Soul Calibur ever released, based on how well it does in sales. So
Wow.
it was really important to us because like we're Soul Calibur fans that it not only does well, that we really take it seriously, because you know Bandai Namco has Tekken as well and other fighting games and they also got really into third party fighting games like Dragon Ball Fighter Z and that kind of stuff. So that was a partnership with Arc Systems, I believe. And they did a fantastic job on that game too. I'm a huge Dragon Ball everything fan.
Yeah. Dragon Ball type.
But yeah, so Soul Calibur 6 was like, I loved the fact that it was a throwback because I know these characters a lot better. I think Soul Calibur 5 was kind of a disappointment for me in the character selections. And 6 was like beautiful as well. Like the artwork, beautiful. And so it was a really fun project to work on, and it was a lot of research. And I would actually say Sean Canaday, again, our research and development and like combo expert for fighting games. We have him sit down and just do all this dirty work, and I sit there and watch and take notes.
So when you're sitting there and you're watching him take notes and you're like wanting to make the characters feel like the characters in the game, who stands out to you as like you've done the best with Libra of Souls, right? From the characters, Yoshimitsu?
Yeah. Yoshimitsu. Like he was one of my main designs, but he's one of those wacky characters, right? Like he cuts himself to gain life. He like flies around like a helicopter, and so I gave him like it may not like translate perfectly over like a lot of fighting games do because the 3D fighting games are a little bit harder to get over to the university's like format. But I loved like how he felt, kind of different. He felt very like an outsider, kind of like in the video game. And he has a really cool mechanic. He's very explosive. If you know how to play him, he can do really cool stuff, just like in the video game. He's a little bit harder to play sometimes in both games, but if you pull him off, he's hard to stop. And I really liked that for Yoshimitsu. He was also one of the few that I had like design input on in that set. So I think that was a set that Ryan Pham did a lot of the core design work for. And I think I touched 3 or 4 characters. So
big shout out to the homie.
Right, exactly. And we have our staff is pretty well versed in the game, obviously, so we can get good designs in and lots of play testing in from different areas. And we have a couple outside people that come in and help test. And we're gonna in our UFS Universe's history show that's coming up on Saturday. We'll talk about the new, and probably during the My Hero show as well. We'll talk about the new playtest rules and strategies we're gonna be doing. That's really cool for public playtesting. I'm really excited for that.
Man, that sounds really, really cool.
Yeah, but this set, and both Soul Calibur sets, actually, the recent ones, we loved how we incorporated weapons into this. It was really cool to just have, like, not only are they in the sets, but, like, you want to use them. Like, almost every character really wants those weapons. Like, if you get them out, you're like, oh, that's awesome.
I think the cool thing about this, all of the Soul Calibur sets, is it actually, like, put assets back on the map, right? Like, I think traditionally, ever since I've been playing, like unless your deck resolved around an asset, like they just kind of weren't played. The only like the big outliers were like Swordfish 2, but then all of the Mortal Kombat sets, the Bebop only had that one asset. It wasn't until we got all the way up to Soul Calibur that like, hey, you could easily see like 6 assets in a deck and like feel good about it.
Yeah, you saw the occasional cove or the occasional pit. But it was not very common for Mortal Kombat, that's for sure.
For sure, it was very much a big tech choice as opposed to like you could just pretty much put Maus and Aeus in any deck that has those symbols. Splice and attacks is cool.
Sorry, I was cracking open a new can of V8
with the boys. Yeah, no stress. The thing is, so with the weapon keyword, right? And I don't want to get too far into what future sets look like, i.e. My Hero Academia. Please preview as much as you can right now today. We need it. How do you feel about overloading the keyword weapon and not spreading the love, if that makes sense? I did a look at every single standard attack, and 1/5 of all attacks in standard currently have the weapon keyword because we have 2 Soul Calibur sets, and that makes sense. right?
Yeah, I mean,
how do you feel about
that
tossing
happened.
punch, kick, throw, fury on a bunch of other stuff as well? Is that plans for the future, or?
I do kind of like my keyword spaghetti, as they call it.
Yep.
I'm a big fan of a lot of keywords, and this is actually one of the things that our designers do bump heads about. When we have multiple designers, some of them are like cleaner the better, and some of us are like, let's have a new keyword every month.
Yeah.
I'm actually more in the camp of keywords are awesome for creating cool new mechanics that get like reined in by the keyword, and it keeps them from getting too powerful. So personally, I actually love spreading out lots of keywords, but I also understand thematically, it doesn't make sense to have weapon attacks without weapon. So
I agree.
So when we do that, we just have to make sure, like, yes, there's tons of synergy all over the game with other cards that have the key or the weapon keyword, but then we just have to make sure that the combos that are involved with weapon aren't too out of hand, because they have to be more tested, because your card pool availability is just bigger. It's almost like they don't have a keyword at all, and you're just going to choose attacks that work.
Yeah.
So as long as there's a good balance in the game design of how much synergy there is for things, like that's why Fury, like if you can pull off Fury stuff, it's pretty powerful, because it's like essentially all ultra rares. Fury is like the ultra rare keyword.
I noticed that.
Yeah, because it's like, when are they the most mad doing their most explosive like Super Saiyan move? Well, they're doing their ultra rare. They're killing you now, Fury. So it kind of balances out in power level a little bit there, but I do like keywords quite a bit.
I agree.
Combo is probably the most underused, and the only reason for that is it's hard to fit after other keywords.
Yeah, and Takeda would have a field day.
Yeah, well, that's also true.
I actually, just like on a little side note, I was looking around at like the tech keyword, and the fact that like it is a little underrepresented, just because like it's really hard to have technology in a Soul Calibur set, right? And I was actually thinking about, you could like dual purpose that for the word technique, but that's something that I was like kicking around in my head.
I've thought about that as well. I just don't know how fitting it is.
Yeah, I agree. It actually kind of brings me to a question from the chat for Joseph Atchinson, one of our winners today. Congratulations, buddy. It says, will we ever see the keywords item or stance return? Stance kind of being like a...
I was literally about to say stance.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, like I was like, I'd just rather bring back stance instead of tech if we're going to go with techniques. So item and stance. So item, I think, is actually kind of a worthless keyword, because you have assets that are already your items, and you don't need to say that it's an item. And it doesn't have a lot of synergy in game design mechanics that can do much. However, stance could, because there's a lot of things that use a stance. Like every Mortal Kombat character has multiple stances. Most Soul Calibur characters have multiple stances, and it's a lot more relevant in fighting games than it is in anime. So it kind of really depends. But I mean, even in like My Hero Academia, like they do have different stances.
For sure.
Actually, style would even be a better word than stance.
I like style.
Yeah, like Gangnam style, and there's a whole bunch of different styles out there.
Sure. Man. I had one more question. Hold on. And this is kind of a big one. You know, I'm actually gonna say that for while we're letting people answer, because I think it's like a big one to kind of a move. You want to just go ahead and hit the question?
Let's hit the question, because we do have to go to our commercial break here in about 8 minutes. And then we're gonna go straight into our first seminar for the retailers. So retailers, we look forward to seeing you here shortly.
So for our question, this is a hard one. These 4 countries have had the honor of hosting a national championship for the UFS/Universes collectible card game. If you can, in a singular comment, list all 4 countries, all 4. That does not have to be in a specific order. I just got to have all 4.
Yep, these are any country that's had a national championship before. It doesn't have to be in any given year. Just it's been there before.
And
remember, here, let me make this is a hard. So this is our first hard question, I think. But remember, country. Think the word country, not continent or territory.
For sure. And the prize for this is you get a free box. You get a free box of the Street Fighter booster box.
Woo!
One whole free box. Crazy. So not only do we have the $50 Libra of the Souls box.
Yeah, there's a theme that we've done with these trivia questions. They usually have something to do with whatever we just put on sale in the same property value. So if it's a Universes product, you'll probably get something for Universes. Mega Man board game product, you'll probably get something for the board game. So if you're watching and we're talking about a product you really like, you're probably going to get a cool question about something or trivia about something related to that. So that's a clue moving forward for the next 3 days. We do have trivia every single day. And our final trivia question is actually after the seminar. So don't just shut off for the seminar. Our best prize, our $100 store giveaway prize, is after the seminar, and you might get some answers to it there too. So you'll want to watch and stay tuned there to get that final prize of the day.
So real easy one, and we don't have a ton of time, so cut yourself off whenever you want. We got Stephen Jennings from Facebook. He says, for the petition that Jason asked us to sign, we managed to get like 80 plus signatures. While this isn't 1,000, it's still a decent amount. Can you, Jason, shed some lights on your thoughts on this kind of feedback?
Yeah.
Big shout out, Steven. We'll see you on Saturday.
Was for. I know we were trying to get the rights to something, or
it was there enough interest to build an online client to play Universes? Currently, we're playing Universes on Tabletop Simulator, but if there was a Jasco owned in-house, kind of like a Pokemon trading card game online or a Magic the Gathering arena, should that be something that Universes gets? And you wanted to reach out to the community and not assume what we wanted.
What I think the 80 plus says is that it's enough people for us to do an official poll and get our wider reach, and not just to our direct community. That's kind of what that says to me. So it sounds like we have enough interest from our hardcore players to ask the greater community in a poll and see what's up. And then we do think we need at least 1,000 to do this, because these things are expensive. We're looking at probably over $1 million to develop it over the course of a year or two. And video games are big. They're a big client. It's essentially a video game. So it is a different project altogether, a different team altogether that has to understand our card game really, really well and also know how to develop the tech. Now, we do have a division, a separate company that I am partners with, that does video games. They've done several AAA titles. So we're ready for it. We have the technology and the right people in place, but it is expensive. So we need to have the fan base there that's going to cover the cost. Now, I do think if we did a Kickstarter, because that's how you get crowds involved, obviously.
For sure.
There's a good chance it could fund there. I just don't know. It's hard to say. Hex did very well on Kickstarter when it launched. It got like $2 million. To launch their essentially it's a Magic clone, but that launched and did very, very well. I don't know how this will do, but I imagine we would probably launch it with trying to push My Hero Academia to get the extra crowd push. And one of the tricky things with the online client is all of our licensing will mostly drop off. We would have to go back and get new video game style licenses for each one, and those are about 20 to 100 times the cost.
Yeah.
Video game licenses are like a single character to rent it for a week is usually about $50,000.
That's insane.
Like if I want like Ryu in my app game for a week, it's probably $50,000-$60,000.
I'm gonna talk real quick, like a duck. I'm gonna talk real quick to the good people. Tim has a question for you in the Skype chat.
Okay.
So Steven, somebody asked for the link, and so I have I'm going to copy and paste that everywhere. So if you guys want your voices heard when it comes to a Universes online system, and you want more than just the official vote, and really show Jason that this is something that you want, here's the link.
Go ahead. What was the prize? Did we already tell people the prize for this final trivia, or this second to last trivia of the day?
It was a box of Street Fighter.
Okay. Additionally, so far everybody has been wrong. Think about your guess very carefully on all 4 platforms, or I guess 3 where you can comment. All 3 platforms, your guesses are wrong. Remember, it says which country, not territory, not continent, country. And don't get me wrong, Tamron also said the wrong thing. So
I definitely did.
It has to be a country where the Nationals has been held. I know one of these we actually call a Nationals that isn't a nation. So
That's why this is the hard
Well,
question,
it might
Jason.
be a nation, but it's not a country. So a nation and a country can be different things. Keep that in mind. We're asking about countries. So I'm really excited to see who gets this first, because it's now going to be very obvious.
Yeah.
A lot of you got it almost right.
If we absolutely have to, as you guys are still posting, I believe we have to take a small commercial break here very, very quickly.
And about a minute. So I'm giving you guys a minute, and if you don't get it, we'll wait for the... Oh, we have a winner?
Yep.
We have a winner. We did it.
Big shout outs to, if we had a drum roll.
It's like
the answer was USA, United States, Canada, England, not the UK, and Chile. It was for Stephen Link from Facebook. Thank you very much, Stephen. We'll send you that box of Street Fighter. Before we go,
was a really tricky one. So we actually call it UK Nationals, but the country that this has always been in is England. Yeah. I know we have players all over the UK, especially Scotland is really, really active. But UK Nationals is in the country of England.
True. That's what we get for the hard ones.
That's why it's hard.
Here's what I think I scrolled too far. I want to remind everybody, while we go on this big commercial break, our deal's still going to be up for the next 10 minutes. Make sure that you go get that $50 Libra of Souls booster display while we take a small commercial break and get set up for the seminar that we got going on, the Realtors. If you want to get a little inside information on how your local Premier store works, now's the time.
Yeah, retail in general. We do a lot for retail that you may not be aware of, and I hope retailers tune in at this time because this is going to be great information for anyone that doesn't currently work with us. All right, so I guess we're kicking it off. We have a 10-minute commercial break, and then we go straight into our seminar. We have I think today we have a clip from one of our older interviews with one of our sculptors, I believe, on our first commercial. So check it out. It's going to be really fun. You get to see a couple other commercials during this break featuring our products. So we'll see you all soon. Cool. Oh, Tim, how's everything going?
They can definitely still hear us. Cool.
BRB.
This is the one we've been waiting for! Let's get started! Fight! We're in for an incredible fight! Will you be the last warrior standing?
Thanks for joining us, Hector.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me.
the last 4 or 5 weeks in a row, I've been talking about our Red Horizon, developing Red Horizon, and so I've reached out to you. It's been a couple weeks now since we did, and we've developed. So this week I think we're gonna jump into and show off the Natalie statue that we're making, and this is pre-revision. We do have revisions that we're gonna show off of her. But just to give the fans kind of an idea of, this is what we would call a T-pose. So it's before she's in any kind of dynamic pose. Tell us a little bit about this statue. This is this Natalie statue. And then I'll kind of give my feedback in and what the overall goal is for this thing.
Well, basically, I got a bunch of the official art from you guys for this figure. I have my own kind of basic human bodies, male and female, and of several different styles. So I looked for the art style based body that was the closest that I could turn into a version of what I see in the cards. I could have taken my Street Fighter base, but I took a different base character for her. And basically, I started kind of building the outfit on her, and then throwing on the hair. And I have my methods for building things like the wings and stuff like that. So all of this is basically kind of starting with the basic body, and then just kind of turning everything into the outfit that needs to go on top. So every piece of the character kind of gets built individually, and it can be kind of extracted from the body. So you have things like the little buckle here, and this gets made kind of as close as possible to what we see in the cards. And then this gets turned into the T-pose character, which in some projects with some clients they have to approve the T-pose so that then it can move into posing. There are sculptors out there that work in pose, and they start basically with a mannequin, and they pose that, and they start building the outfit on top of it. Since I come from a background of working in video games, I'm kind of used to working with a T-pose, so I start building things from that. And like with her, there's still a lot of work to do. For example, like there's a lot of detail that's going to come into her horns. Her outfit has a bit of these Giger-esque sort of details going on. So there's going to be a lot of those little ridges and grooves that happen on the outfit. We already have a few cards that we've looked at for the potential pose. So I'm going to see if I can mix that and either take one main reference and pose that exactly, or do a bit of a mix of a couple of cards. And from there we keep tweaking. Over here, for example, we have her scythe. The scythe was interesting to build, because it's got like very organic detail, like the bones here, and then it has a bit more kind of hard surface, we call it, type of structure on the golden parts. And then it has these very kind of, again, I call them Giger-esque. I would guess that is one of the influences on her design. And so it's kind of doing a lot of these ridges and stuff like that. And then I'm gonna get that into pose and try to turn this into a cool statue. One of the benefits of having worked on Street Fighter is that I learned a lot about making effect into supports for the characters. So we're gonna see what we can do for her, and as far as having her flying, but also having some supports and maybe some sort of energy effects going on. And I mean, I've worked on a few large statues before. I do a lot of statue work for THQ, for example, and this will not be one of my first statues, but it's gonna be my first statue for you guys, for Jasco.
Yeah, we're really excited. And then even now we have some challenges with this character, just because she has like a floating clear effect on her head. We have to figure out how do we make that thing look normal because it's floating. And then the ultimate goal here, and I mentioned this on our stream last week, is we want to make these models to where their bases and their poses can come eventually connect together into a big diorama. And so since she's the start, and she may even be like the center, I don't even know. We don't know where she is in the diorama yet. We haven't even gotten that far. So on our job next, once we kind of finalize this T-pose, is to storyboard what this diorama is even going to look like. So we'll have to, sketch it out and say this character is going to be, slashing over the top of this character. So when they connect together, they work perfectly. And it's kind of hopefully a really like long-term project, depending on the popularity from our fans. So I'm really hoping our fans really get behind this, because we haven't done statues before. We've strictly done games and puzzles and some accessories. So this is going to be kind of a new territory for us, but it's not that we're not experienced in the medium. It's just a new product line. So I hope our fans really enjoy it. I hope they have plenty of comments here. We're going to be making some edits to just make her match her kind of anime look. Like I mentioned to Hector last week, her legs are maybe a little thicker for her body type, because he's using that starting pose that he talked about. So we're going to kind of get her face right, get her body right, get her wings right, all that stuff, and then we'll pose her and then put her in the storyboard. So I'm really excited about this.
Challenge accepted. Fight. Excellent. There is a new king. Finish him. Flawless victory.
Hey everybody, and welcome back. We are now doing our retailer seminar for Jasco Games. We're joined here by Andrew Lucio and Tamron Cardwell. How's it going, Andrew?
It's going down. It's going good.
So Andrew's here as a retailer himself, actually a Premier Store for Jasco Games, and he's going to discuss a little bit about the Premier Store program. And then we're going to go through our agenda here. We have quite a few things to talk about for this seminar. I'm going to pull it up real quick on our end. And we're ending the seminar with our final difficult trivia question, giving away a $100 store credit to our store. And retailers are also available to apply for that. So here's the agenda for today. We're going to go, and we have some retailer testimonials. So we're going to start off with Andrew. We're bringing in Miles Tyler from Legendary Wolf Games, Sean O'Brien from Rochester CCG, and JD Cash from Saltier Games. And then we're going to do a little bit of talk about organized play. Andrew will probably pop back in here for that one with us. Premier Store program and website direct services. We're going to talk about our margins and MAP for our games, which is really important in this industry. Retail rewards for watching today. So we're going to actually give away a retail reward. And then our final trivia. And then we're done for the day for Gen Con, and we'll go on to a restream, ideally. So anyone in Europe or getting off work can still see the whole thing and take advantage of any of the discounts and deals that are still available. So Andrew, go ahead and kick it off from here. Tell us about Jasco Games as a retailer. What do our retailers need to know?
So as far as the retailers are concerned, if you want to start building up your organized play, your communities, and you want to make sure that you're making the most bang for your buck as far as what product you're investing in. The Premier Store program is really where you want to be. $400 of investment, you get 8 booster boxes on top of that. We're talking monthly support that comes in the form of a player support kit. We're going to get you set up. We're going to get you ready to go with your sensei. We're going to get everything done from the top level down. We have designed this entire program to provide you with as much support, marketing, exposure, and everything else in between. We do a weekly podcast with the Joffice, and we like to do a lot of retailer highlights where we bring you on and let you talk about things that are going on in your shop, promote little giveaways and items that you want to do. And there's just so much value in being a retail partner with Jasco Games. It's absolutely insane not to sign up and get in there with us.
So tell me why it's insane not to sign up, and tell me about these 8 boxes. We just ran through a bunch of things that are actually huge points, and you said it at lightning speed. Lightning speed that the retailers may not have caught. Free stuff for retailers.
Well, I mean, if you want to break things down, we'll parse it out. So let's start with the $400 investment. We're talking about $400 of any product that Jasco Games sells. So basically what you're doing as a retailer is you're committing to us that you're going to carry this product. Now, there's a couple little quid pro quos in there, and it's mostly just, hey, make sure that you have product in stock for your communities. And we're talking primarily about our Universes brand with the CCG, and to make sure that that stuff is in stock, 2 boxes with a beautiful display, a beautiful acrylic display that we send to you, and that's all part of the program. And those 8 booster boxes on top of that is to help that display stay full right off the bat. And then, of course, you want to make sure that you're setting aside some prize support for your communities as they do tournaments, the traditional pack per win tournament format. Now, the value there is just absolutely good. Think about any other thing that you've done with WotC, with Konami, with Bushy Road. You're not going to get that kind of commitment back from the manufacturer when it comes to sending you initial product. And that's kind of the big takeaway from that first aspect of being in the Premier program. Now let's shift it over a little bit and let's talk a little bit about that player support kit. Now, what we're talking about here is we're talking about championship mats, so that way you can do your own little local special events for your players. We're talking about a free booster box, so that way you have some extra support from us. We're talking about DLC, the deck loadable content. We're going to help you by providing you with prizing for those higher end, more special tournaments that you're going to run. And we're also going to provide a DLC for your sensei. Now, your sensei, we didn't really go into that, so let's go into that a little bit. Your sensei is the individual that is your community leader. We're talking about a person who is dedicating their time, their energy, and their effort to not only judging the game for you, but also taking care of the needs of your players, being that medium between you and the player base, because whether you know it or not, your customers are a little intimidated by you if you're a store owner or if you're running the shop, and they don't want to burden you with their issues. So having that sensei be that intermediary is really important for the overall health of the community. And it's also good to have a person who, from the ground level, is connecting with leadership or you as the store owner in a way that's shaping the way the game kind of develops for the entire community. So is that a more detailed way to say things there, Jason?
That's fantastic. And to give our retailers an idea of a sensei, the very first thing they have to do in their training is learn to demo properly. So this isn't just a judge. People can be judges for games all the time. I've been through 21 years of the game industry with volunteers from press gangers, scouts, for Warhammer. There's all kinds of different judge programs, Pokemon, Magic. Everyone has their judge programs, but this isn't just a judge program. You become a high-level sensei getting your belts, just like in martial arts. And the highest level senseis, yes, they're a head judge for national and world level events. But your white belts are there to go into your store and teach everybody how to play, and they get bonuses for bringing more players in and teaching more people the game. So you don't have to, because the store owner has a lot on their plate already. I know, because I've run a store forever, since I was 13 years old. I'm almost 35. Give you an idea, I've been running a store for a long time. I luckily, because I don't have time to do this anymore, I'm not running my stores anymore. But for 10 years straight, it was the one-man show, and I think a lot of you guys know how this works. You can't always trust employees. You have a lot of hands-on that you have to do, your books, your stocking, everything. So going in there and having to know every single game on your shelf, yes, it's very valuable for a store owner to be passionate and know their games. But having this representative to help you run your events, report your events, teach everybody how to play, a big missing element from a lot of these judges. They're not there to teach anyone. They're there to just keep the people happy that are already there. What about introducing the game to new people? So that's what a sensei is doing at a white belt level. And then the acrylic display was actually a created product by us. I wish we could show it to you right now. I don't know if Andrew has one handy.
I have my display because I just put in a big order with Tim. Give me 2 seconds and I'll bring it over here and they can see it.
Yeah. The beauty of Andrew, so he is a store owner. He's run his store in Texas for quite a while now. And he's also volunteered up to help us manage our sales retail relations. So when you talk to our sales team, it's run by a series of store owners as well that are premier stores. So they know exactly why they're in this business and what they're talking about because they have success with it already. So that's a beautiful thing that you're talking to a sales rep that is actually a store owner. And so this display, I don't know if you can see it super well, but it's designed in a way that the 4 most recent sets of at a time in standard, or in this case, the entire turbo format, have these placards that we send out with every release. The back placards actually pull out from this acrylic display, and you can swap it out with new products. And then they're designed to hold a sealed and an open booster box. And some of these placards are double-sided. They make great collectibles later on down the road as well. Just put them up on your wall or in your binder for your cards. And all the 4 most recent sets, every single time something comes out, you get. And he also mentioned, as long as you stay stocked, that's 8 booster boxes, and we provide them for free when you get started up, as long as you buy Jasco product. If you keep that stocked, you get a free box. I believe it's every month or every quarter. I'm not the salesperson, so he would know better than me. But all you have to do is reach out. What's that?
Every month.
Every month, a free booster box if you just stay stocked. Who else is going to do that for you? Additionally, you can order directly from Jasco Games on the website or through your distributor. And if you go through the website, all you have to do is let us know your login, and we'll give you retailer access, which right now until August, I believe it's 15th, sometime in the middle of August, 12th, something like that.
The 22nd.
The 22nd. There you go, even longer. Until August 22nd, all of our retailers that are signed up are getting a massive discount to help compensate for the losses and difficulties through this whole COVID pandemic. So now's your best chance to get in and get product, anything on our website for free. And that includes things like PPE. If you need face masks in your store to provide to your customers, look at that. We have surgical grade level 2 face masks available at a 60% discount for your retailers. That means you guys can afford to get these boxes that a lot of them online are scams. Well, we run a medical company on the side that has FDA-approved products. So you can get these for your store and keep your customers safe and keep yourself safe as well. These are surgical grade, which means you can actually do surgery in these masks. They're not medical grade, which most of those surgical-looking masks that you see, the really cheap blue ones, are medical grade. It's a level 1. These are level 2s. They're ultra soft, they're thicker, and they have the ear loops that do not hurt your ears. And there's no rubber, no plastic, anything like that, so there's no allergens.
We actually have a question from the comments from Jay Rogers from YouTube. If a store is a premier store and is in the program, does that help streamline the delivery/supply chain for them?
It depends. So some of our distributors are really on the ball. We have premier distributors as well. We kind of extended this program. And if you're a premier distributor like Southern Hobby, and I believe Peach State goes in and out of their premier status, and other distributors do the same thing. When they hit a certain order minimum, which Southern always does, they extend things over, and they will usually deliver sometimes even faster than us because they have 5, 6, 7 locations.
Yeah.
The only thing that we're going to be able to do is guarantee it to you. We know it's in stock. We hand deliver it. Well, not deliver it, but we hand pack it, and we make sure it goes to you, and we can handle all customer support and all of that stuff. Our pricing will vary. Sometimes we're cheaper, sometimes we're more. We pretty much kind of average out with our distributors. We're not trying to compete with them. We actually prefer that you work with a distributor because you can still be a premier store. But what we're going to do is provide you all the extra stuff.
So Tim Smith on Facebook, you asked, how can we help convince our stores to be a Jasco store? And your main 2, you said, refuse to actively carry anything that isn't MTG or Pokemon. And that's a good question. I think down here, Shane tried to come in. He said, personally, I would say target players, build it up so that way they can see the demand. And that's kind of commonplace for a lot of retailers. The problem when it comes to you as a customer stepping into a store and telling an owner, hey, I want you to carry this product for me. You're one person and you're asking your owner to commit hundreds of dollars in order to get that product into the store. And what I mean by that is from a retailer to a distributor, most of the time, if we're going to get free freight and things like that, it's a couple $100s in order of purchasing product in order to get that free freight. And then it's like, okay, well, now we have this money tied up. And a lot of your smaller shops are shops that are just opening. They're not as liquid. They're not as cash fluid. So the best way for you to help them get into this is for me to contact them and to talk to them directly. Because when it comes to margins, we just cannot be beat against every other major what you would call the big three, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, and Magic the Gathering. We've got the best margins, the best. You're going to make the most money off our product. Our product is a game that is going to stand the test of time. Again, almost 15, 16 years, Jason? I mean, we're talking about something that has staying power with major IP support. And that's the biggest issue with any card game that kind of flares up and then flares out. We've seen a lot of them come and go. We just recently lost Transformers. It's kind of a thing in the industry where if you don't have the proper support from the manufacturer side, i.e. Jasco Games, then you're going to see even major IPs like Transformers kind of crash and burn in the sense that they don't get the widespread appeal.
And that was Hasbro's own property.
Yeah, I know. But we do a lot with kind of synergistic approaches when it comes to our product lines. We like to do board games. We're doing puzzles. We're trying to make sure that we spread this out as wide as possible, because at the end of the day, when someone comes onto the website and they're looking at all the different products they want to buy from us, whether it be board games or puzzles or accessories, they're going to see the Universe's system. They're going to see that card game. And that is some of the best marketing that we can provide local retailers. So my answer to you and to anyone else that says, hey, how can I get my store involved in this, is to tell them, or you send me an email at sales@jascogames.com, and I'm going to take care of it from there. Let me do the hard work for you. I'll do the heavy lifting.
What's great about this too is so to answer our community that's wanting to get the card game into their store, to be a premier retailer, you don't have to just order Universe's product. You can get your store into the game by buying accessories. You can get them into the game by buying board games, puzzles. They can actually stock, it's their cost, $400. They'll still get the $400 of free boosters. So you're still going to get, and that's great value. You're getting 8 booster boxes because that's their cost. Yeah. 8 booster boxes, a full display for free as long as they sign up, because that's our sign up bonus. We basically have a signing bonus just like a sports team. We want retailers, we want to promote them, and we want to show them that you don't have to, for the price that it costs them to buy 10 to 20 booster boxes of the leading card game, we'll say. It's like rhymes with Tajik the Fathering. The new 10 to 20 booster boxes is the same profit margin as selling one of ours. On average, because the massive discounts online just take your margin away. We don't do that. In fact, we'll get into that later on MAP and your margins after we get through our retailer testimonials. And Andrew's going to join back on the show after the next 3 guests we have up. So here at about 1:20, you can see Andrew's beautiful face once more. So that's the start of our perks. But if you're a player trying to get your store interested, remember, it's a $400 minimum entry cost for your store. And then they get the boxes for free. So it doesn't have to be Universe's product. It can be anything. It can be a mix. It can include Universe's product. Maybe they want to try out some starter decks, some 2-player turbo decks, some 2-player rival decks coming up with My Hero Academia. Maybe they want to try them out, but they're getting 8 booster boxes for free after that point. So there's plenty of stuff in our catalog. Heck, they could just buy enough PPE to get it.
Yeah. And look, I mean, I'll give you guys the real deal as far as, and then I'll make it very quick and concise. When I've been doing just working in and around and doing card game stuff for 20 years. You know, I'm turning 36 this year, and my whole outlook on life for any trading card game was Magic was king. And that was for a very, very long time. It wasn't until I was in my late 20s, probably about 27 or 28, when I first started playing any other game besides Magic. And the only reason I even dipped a toe outside is because I got really upset with the mechanics of Magic as far as the mana screw and things like that. It really made me not want to play card games ever again. And then eventually getting into my 30s and being in Las Vegas for a Dragon Ball Super tournament, I sat down with Jason, and I sat down even with Tamron here. I actually sat down and talked with him a little bit about the meta and how healthy the game was and things like that. And I learned how to play it. And so from a store owner's perspective, it's kind of hard to get passionate about something until you find the time to not do anything else but just learn about that. So like I said earlier, Tim, if you guys get into a situation where you want your store to start doing stuff, sales@jascogames.com. Let me take care of it. I'll do the heavy lifting for you.
There you go. So we're about to transition into our next guest, another retail store owner. And you're going to see a bit of a difference in each of these retail store owners. So our next guest is Miles Tyler from Legendary Wolf Games. Legendary Wolf Games not only has a physical location in Omaha, Nebraska, they're also one of the leading singles markets out there. So they can explain singles and how they run their store. So without further ado, we're going to bring Miles Tyler on to the show. Welcome, Miles. Welcome,
Hey,
Miles.
everybody, how's it going?
There we go.
Hey, everybody, how's it going?
There we go. Welcome, you're another premier store. Again, welcome, you're another premier store. Tell us about your store. Tell us about what you do. It doesn't have to just be Jasco stuff. And then explain, let's keeping this going with our retailers. What do you guys do? What does Jasco do for you? And just kind of take it from here. I'll let you take the floor.
Cool. So we have been in business since 2015, the online store, and we opened our physical retail store in December of 2017. So we're coming up on our third year of existence as a brick and mortar store. The catch for us is that we don't sell Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh at our store. Primarily because I dislike both of those games very much. UFS is our main game. So UFS is our main game. Dragon Ball Super and Final Fantasy, those are our big three. We were a heavy supporter of the Transformers card game as well, but unfortunately the coach just canceled that. And we do Pokemon and Vice Shorts and some other card games, but UFS, Final Fantasy, and Dragon Ball Super are what we do. But we are the UFS store. That is what Legendary Wolf Games is. We carry all of Jasco Games products.
Pardon for my interruption, but there is a transition. So UFS is transitioning into the Universes system.
Universes.
What's going to be moving forward. But yeah, UFS is essentially the mechanics.
UFS. Yes. So UFS, now being Universes, we are the Universes store. I grew up in the era of all the fighting games being the core part of this game, and then the transition from it being just fighting games into being anime now. A really cool thing that we've gotten to show off, the launch of Cowboy Bebop, the way that we advertise a lot of the things that we do, our community outreach, just everything LWG does for all the games that we carry at the store is always top notch. And I have a very good team of players, community leaders, and employees at the store that make sure you guys get squared away in everything that you want. So,
as an online retailer, how is the singles market for you guys for our game?
So COVID has kind of kicked our butts, but we've still been doing just fine. Oddly enough, during the time that the physical store was closed, starting in March up until June when we opened back up to some capacity, the online store rocked it, and most of that was because of all of our loyal online customers. It was crazy to watch the world change. So the online marketplace has been kicking butt, and we kind of set the pace for singles. Those of you that know, Shane Duckworth pretty much runs the online marketplace. Danielle pretty much built all of its infrastructure. So these guys set the prices. Mason and Ramon and Shane and myself make sure the store stays stocked. So for the most part, you guys never really have to worry about us not having something. So
as a booster box investment, when you're a store buying a booster box and you crack it open for singles, what's your expected return on that? And how would you compare it to maybe other card games?
I mean, like with anything, if you know anything about business, the one thing that you don't want to do is break even. You always want to come out ahead. So when you open up a box of UFS or Universes cards, they all have value down to the commons and uncommons. You can tell that Jason and the team put a lot of time into design, making sure all the cards work together with other characters. The resource symbol system is great. So you always feel like you're getting your money back. I know a lot of people complain about bans and things like that, but the game has to stay healthy. So staying on top of the market, ensuring that the cards that you open in the box have their value, because that's like a really important thing. So you open a $70 moon set and five $15 foundations and anything in a box, and you get your money back plus. It's a no-brainer. And we're just talking about the money aspect of it. We're not even talking about the player aspect. And then like the booster packs are like Kool-Aid points for promos and stuff like that. It's like a win-win. Like, how do you lose in this situation?
Yeah, explain that to me. So what do you mean by Kool-Aid points? Because I obviously know what we're talking about, but what else does this do for your store with what we call redemption?
So one of the biggest things as a card gamer for the longest time and traveling all over the country, playing at stores here in Omaha, my travels in the military and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And stuff like that is the players would trash the store. They'd open up their packs and they'd leave the commons and crap on the table. They'd leave the packs on the table and they'd leave. And then the game store owner got stuck cleaning it up. So what tends to not happen, and what definitely doesn't happen at LWG, is the packs and the commons don't get left. The packs don't get left because you can use them for something called redemption. So essentially, if you have a booster box, which is 24 packs, and you open your packs, you save the packs, let's say there's a promo card you want that costs 40 pack wrappers. You've bought 2 boxes over the course of the week. You take your 40 pack wrappers, you stick them in an envelope with a little piece of paper, and Tim Freelieb and the team get this from you. Jason and the guys recycle those packs for future set releases, and then they send you that promo card. So what it does is it alleviates the store owners having to clean up, because the players keep the packs, or they give them to newer players so they can get the promo cards that they need to make their deck better. And then, like I said, the commons and uncommons all have a purpose. So through player growth, you ensure that the players are handing these new cards to new players. There's no pack filler, like with cards like Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh! And then the pack wrappers do something. So like, there's always a win. There's no lose.
This is one of the things, as a store owner myself for 10 years before publishing, it was a mess after drafts. Anytime, the bigger the draft, the more I dreaded after the draft, because it's usually like 1 a.m. and you're like, I want to go home, and then you're like, my store is completely trashed. Yep. There's common cards and trash wrappers and boxes everywhere. I've never actually seen that at a Universes UFS store, because as a store owner myself, I was like, well, how do we get rid of this? Like, and it's not a unique idea. I've seen Koku back in the L5R game, in the Warhammer 40K card game and the fantasy card game. They gave out cards that were worth gold, but the cards were still produced in a card instead of putting it on the trash. Why? The trash is like, it's beautiful. Rapid packaging is beautiful, but it's immediately the first thing that goes in the trash. Yeah. So instead of just letting it get dumped into our trash dumps, we recycle it, and we encourage our players to recycle it. Give us the wrappers back, give us the trash back, and we'll take care of it. And as a reward, it's just like turning things in for your recycling money. Here's a promo card of whatever you want that's hard to get, because we have no exclusives. All of our exclusives, our hard to get cards, show up on our redemption.
Which is one of the cool things, like when we teach new players at the store to watch them open stuff up. And, I'll tell them, I'll give them the sale about everything, and then they'll still throw the pack wrappers away. And then I got to be like, wait. And I scoop the stuff out of the trash and put it back in their box and hand it to them like, go on your phone, go to jascogames.com and check out the redemption list. And there are promo cards that once you start learning more about the game, you're going to want this. And then at some point, you start to watch the seasoned players who don't need the stuff hand the stuff down to the new players, and the new players get to get that edge. So it's really community based at the same time. It takes care of the store, and then you're offering another service to the players with something that would normally be discarded.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I love our community, probably the best community in CCGs by far. And I would like to see, Miles, what do you think about that? And I'm sure Tamron can kind of chime in about this too. What's different about our community and how we handle the community versus some that you may have a more negative opinion about?
I could take the lead if you want, Tam, whatever works.
Sure, go ahead.
So, like I said, as somebody that played Magic, not for very long because I wasn't a fan, the cards are kind of bland and boring, and I love fighting game stuff. And I played Yu-Gi-Oh because I watched the anime, and I've never been one of those players to play the meta. I always play random stuff. I used to play Yu-Gi-Oh with Cameron back in the day. He can speak for that on himself. So, being able to play UFS and play whoever I want. And for those of you that are paying attention, I am wearing my Fatal Fury hat because Terry Bogard is my hero. So when I jumped into the game again after taking a hiatus from back in the day, finding Terry 1 in King of Fighters 13 and literally only playing Terry and making this character work in every format that existed back then, it felt good. I got to be the voice of a lot of players where they were like, oh, you literally can play whatever character you want. And of course, it made it much more difficult because there's tier lists and all this stuff in every card game. But what it did was it rewrites the idea that unless you're playing the big three, you cannot be competitive. Decision making is very important in this game. Understanding the flow and forcing your opponent into situations where they have to make tough decisions for your advantage is one of the most important things that we try to teach new players, which is I think why we've had so much success with sponsored players winning Worlds and Nationals here recently, like back to back to back to back. Having one of the bigger play groups in the United States, like it just the community aspect of this game, we all help each other get to the places we need to be the best players at the game. So I mean, again, and we could do this all day. I know you don't have time for me to talk about this forever, but I literally could talk about this all day.
Dovetailing on the community thing, the big difference between Universe's community versus the other communities that I've seen is just how inviting everybody is, right? When I went to nationals for Yu-Gi-Oh, everybody was in their own little separate pods. Everybody was in their own little cliques. If I came from the Omaha group, I stayed with the Omaha group. When you go to Universe's community, you can't see which group who rode with who. You have no idea because everybody is intermingled. Everybody's talking with everybody and everybody's friends with everybody. And so like Miles said, when new players talking to old players, this isn't just at a local level. This is at an everybody level. You could easily go up and shake Mark Tyner's hand, who's the current world champion, and then turn around and shake Tim Keefe's hand, right? And from two separate play groups, everybody's out having lunch together. Everybody's like, the community is just so integrated with each other. It never feels like anybody's like segregated or separated from each other when it comes to
that's
like
another as a former store owner coming into the publishing business is one of the things I wanted to make sure we focus on. We do have a team. Basically, we invite everyone to dinner after big events. Gen Con, when it's in person. We do a big event where everyone comes and eats at Buca de Beppo is the tradition. We do big events where we invite everyone to dinner after Nationals and Worlds, and the whole community gets together. That's one of the things that Jasco does to keep the community engaged. But the other thing we do is we've run events for other games as a retail store in the past. And the attitude and the stealing and the dishonesty of a lot of the players is completely unacceptable. So what we do as a company in any major event, we actually take any player aside that is speaking negatively about another player, that's cheating, that's trying to get away with stuff, stealing, any of that stuff. We actually bring them aside out of the tournament, away from everyone else, and we have a very stern discussion that says, this is not blank Gio. This is not these other games where this is acceptable. I am the owner of the company, and I'm talking to you personally. If this happens again, we don't want you in our game. That we want people to play a game because it's fun, and that has turned around every single player that has ever had that problem in the last 11 years that I've been running the game. And we haven't ever seen it again since with multiple players like cheating and stealing and all this stuff that's really prevalent in CCGs, regardless that the cards are still valuable in our game.
Yeah.
I guess they're worth stealing, but we don't encourage it, and we will just get rid of those people.
Under normal circumstances, people don't steal in this game. That's one of the other good things about it, is that like you don't have to, because normally people steal in other card games because the supply of the cards that you need to play the game are limited. Because you have a big three, everybody has to build the nature of the same decks. So then you're more likely to steal the cards that you need because the availability or the price of them is higher. But when the game is as open as Universes is, you don't have that problem. You get to be more creative. So while Moonset is one of the more raved about cards and things like that, you don't have to worry about somebody stealing your Moonsets, because if they're not playing a deck with Moonset symbols or support for Moonset, then they don't need to take it from you. We don't really. Go ahead.
I have a question for any retailer out there that doesn't carry our game or that's not familiar with our game. How many viable competitive decks does it take for you to consider the meta of your card game healthy? Is it 4, 5, 6? Like 6 is usually what I hear is like, 6 competitive decks in a Magic the Gathering tournament. That's extremely diverse, super healthy format, right? In our game, I don't think we've ever had anywhere close to as few as 6 viable competitive decks. In fact, I would say we're in the hundreds most of the time of actual viable decks, and then decks that can top 16 or 32. Probably about 80% of the top 32 would be a completely unique viable deck, and some of them that don't make it can still be viable. So our meta, like Miles was saying, he played his favorite character, not just because it's his favorite character, but because you can play your favorite character and you're capable of winning. Because we value skill in this game. You can get better over time. The more time you spend with your character and your deck, the better you get. Because all of our cards are good, and it's not a money cash grab game. Our cards are valuable across the board.
It's like Smash. The more time that you invest into a character, the more likely you are to be successful with them.
Yeah, and most of our main formats encourage what's called diversity, which means if you're playing Standard, the top 8, 16, 32 will have a diversity rule, which means you can't even be the second best player of your character. You get knocked out of tops because you're not reading the meta properly. So when there's 200 characters available, you can play whatever you want, and you're going to be competitive. And your casual players can know, hey, I can play this because I like this character, and I still have a chance of getting into the tops.
And even at the very top level, right? It puts like a sub game on the meta game of like I could come in with the best Tim 2-dot deck that I could play, a world champion, and I know Shane Duckworth is going to be there, and so he's going to play that deck way better than I am. So I should change out my character and do something a little bit different in order to. And that all happens. None of that discussion happens at the table while playing the game. That's all in prep work, which doesn't exist inside of Yu-Gi-Oh! Magic. It's all, hey, I have these 60 cards and I'm just gonna slam them down. Whatever happens, happens. But there's so much prep work and a sense of you play the game without playing the game when it comes to universes, just because of how the rules are set up.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful thing, and it's actually probably one of our most controversial rules. But not all of our formats even follow it. So if you're playing just My Hero Academia, there will be no diversity in My Hero Academia, mostly because there aren't enough characters for diversity. But in our main standard format of universes, diversity has always been in our game. It's 14 years now, and it's a beautiful thing. And it really encourages your new players to have a chance into the tops, especially at bubble.
Well, it also puts you in a situation where you put the time into understanding that you want to be the best. Like right now, like I talked about how I played Terry before. You and Jason and Tamara know I play Ken now. So I'm the best Ken player. So if you're wanting to play Ken 2-dot and I show up to an event, you're going to have a diversity battle. So you better be on your P's and Q's, and the prep work that Cameron was talking about is important. If you're going to sit down at the table, you have to understand what's going to be good and bad about playing against me or himself or Shane Duckworth or these other people that put a lot of time into these characters and understand the nuances and the levels of play that you're not going to be looking for, not necessarily because you're not experienced with them, but because we've invested more time in them. So a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic players really get stuck on the diversity is gross because why can't I just play what's the best? Well, the problem is that the game is open. And while, again, I said this earlier, there's a tier list that, me and a lot of the other groups put out and a lot of the players create, but that doesn't mean anything at all.
It's opinion.
It's a guideline, not a law.
For instance, how well, Tamarin, you've done very well in national and world level events. How well would you do with Ken? Would you top with Ken?
Oh, it would take a ton of work. And even if I brought Ken to an event, the point of me bringing Ken to the event would not be me playing the deck. The point would be all the scuttlebutt, all the rumors of like, oh my goodness, it's Tam and Miles. They're both playing Ken. Who's doing what? it creates this mini story that's happening with every player in the game. Hey, how many of X characters happening? How many of X characters happening? And now you go and you meet, oh, hi, Miles, I'm Cameron Cardwood. I'm also playing Ken. Oh, you're playing Ken? Oh, you better luck. Good luck, buddy.
Good luck, mate.
Yeah. And so like we now have made a bond because we are in this same struggle together, not just against the world, but now we have a real rival inside this card game, inside this event.
Yeah,
It creates these little bit of a drama. It's cool.
You play Ken. Like, is Ken just is it a net deck? Is that how it works? You just net deck play Ken?
Currently on my YouTube channel, I have at least three Ken dot lists, all doing incredibly separate bonkers things. +2 speed, +6 damage on whatever attack you want. It's kind of good. Draw 2 cards on everything's kind of good. And so you can just play that on whatever you want. And so the Fire All or Void builds work totally differently. And then the cards that you pick inside of Fire All and Good, 2 Fire Kin decks are not going to look the same. 2 All Kin decks are not going to look the same.
I love the lack of real net decking in this game too, because if you do it, you're probably just not piloting the deck properly, and you have no idea why those cards, like half of those cards, are in your deck until you've played enough to go, why am I playing this? I'll switch it because I have a personality.
When I showed up to Atlanta with him 2 years ago, a lot of players were like, oh, Ken is Luxacky. There's no way you can kill somebody, blah, blah, blah. But me and Shane and Mark Tyner, a lot of the players that play in Omaha, spent a lot of time figuring out the ratios, starting at a 60 card deck, and then moving from 60 to 75, and then from 70, and then all the way up to 80, because this character needs the gas to be able to get through turns 3 and 4. So like, I 100% understand. And then you have players come to you and they go, hey, I saw you're playing this deck. Why did you make this choice to play this card over this card? And then being able to give that information, and then sometimes watch people's brain go, oh, I didn't see this interaction between Redeemed Rogue and Firefly Gunner because it's a ranged attack and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's another layer of the game where a lot of text gets lost, and Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic players don't look at all the text in this game because they're used to just having to focus on certain aspects of text. So I love that part of the game. I love that exchange.
Well, Miles, I thank you so much for being on the show. We're going to go into our next guest here, and this is another different business model. So we have, in addition to the online retail store where you can buy singles and everything, we're welcoming Sean O'Brien from RochesterCCG.com. He's also a distributor. So come on in, thanks, Miles, and welcome. Come on in, thanks, Miles, and welcome to Sean O'Brien from Rochester CCG.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Great.
We're doing well.
We're doing great.
We're doing well.
Universes, talking about retailers, talking about what we can do for retailers, and obviously, Universes is not the only product we make, and we'll get into that right after my retail store testimonials. But these are our premier retailers, our premier distributors, everything like that. And they're going to tell you why the CCG side of everything is going to make you money. And then right after our guests, we'll talk about the rest of the things that Jasco Games does for your board games, trade-ins, and everything in between. So tell us about your store, Sean O'Brien.
Oh, thanks, Jason. Thanks, Tim. Happy to be here. I own Rochester CCG. We've been in business since 2012. We started peddling a binder around Gen Con. Is kind of how we got started and said, hey, I bet you we could actually make some money doing this. And so I got together with Jason, filled out my paperwork, and opened up as an online store. We've been open and growing every year since then. 2019 was a record year for the retail side of things. And, we're doing great. I mean, the pandemic has slowed us down a little bit, but people are still buying cards, especially retro cards has become very, very popular.
Yeah, what's great about Sean O'Brien is he actually owns 2 different businesses. So not only does he have Rochester CCG, he also has a distribution company, so he can distribute to you as a retailer. So any retailers out there, obviously you have your normal kind of bulk purchase retailers out there with Alliance, Southern Hobby, GTS, ACD, PhD. If you're in Canada, Universal, Grosvenor, Lion Rampant, Asmodee. There's tons, and that's just North America, and not even all of them. Like I missed Golden Distribution. There's a ton. All right, and they can all carry product here and there. But as a specialty, like obviously Rochester, CCG, and Sean O'Brien, they carry not just our game, but tell us what you do for your customers and how is this game able to stay competitive for your margins compared to other games, and why?
So one of the things we do like you mentioned, we do the retail directly to customers. We also do wholesale to retail stores. And one thing that's really great about Universe's product and all Jasco Games product is they do have something called minimum advertised pricing, which keeps internet retailers from, selling their product at like a 1 or 2% margin and bully all the brick and mortar stores out. So, it makes it a really good value as an online store because it's not a race to the bottom. There's a certain spot where we have to sell our boxes at, which is, very profitable for both brick and mortar and for online retail. On the distribution side, the prices that, we're able to offer the product at does give us a very satisfactory margin based off of, what we get from the manufacturer. And then we're able to pass good savings on to the retail stores at a rate that, no offense, Jason, is a little better than yours usually.
Yep. And I've mentioned this to a lot of our retailers. Our distributors are actually usually going to give you a better price. Like sometimes we're higher, sometimes we're lower. But overall, if you're going through us, we actually encourage you to go to a distributor. But if you go through us, the only thing we guarantee is whatever it is on our sites in stock. That's about it. We'll get it to you timely. We have one location for shipping for most of this stuff. We have other warehouses, but we pretty much ship from Las Vegas. We have an Indiana warehouse, but we don't ship a whole lot out of there. It's mostly storage for Gen Con and other things like that. But yeah, tell me about what you do for retailers, because obviously they can get the product anywhere, and they're still allowed to be a Premier store even when they order from distribution, which is awesome.
So what we do for our retailers is, we offer a very low free shipping threshold. We're not a very large distributor. Our main focus is Jasco Games products. We offer free shipping at only $300. We offer, the products at a lower rate. And we also accept returns on all Jasco Games products. If you pick up, boxes and for some reason you don't sell them out, which means you're probably not demoing the game because the game almost sells itself. Yeah. You put licensing on it, and somebody's going to walk in the store and say, "Oh, I love Soul Calibur," or "Man, I Yu Yu Hakusho. I watched that show when I was a kid." So the product sells itself. But if for some reason you can't manage to sell it and you bought it from Rochester, I'll take it back from you. As long as it's unopened, I'll take it back. I'll give you a refund, and we could try something else. And if you're really having trouble moving it, give us a call. Give me a call. I'm the only one who answers the phones here. And I can give you some suggestions on how to get Universe's or any of the other Jasco Games product into your players' hands, and that they're going to come in the door and want to buy it.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And it's one of the things, like, our product in general has always been designed as a 0 to low risk product. And it's not just the CCG, it's any of our products. And exactly what Rochester and Sean are doing, because it's technically two businesses there. Exactly what they're doing with their distribution. Jasco Games extends to our distributors, especially our Premier distributors, for trade-ins. We don't want any dust collecting on your product. If it's sitting on your shelf not making money, first of all, like he said, something's probably going terribly wrong, because most of our stuff doesn't stay in stock. It's not very common for product to sit very long. Secondly, if it does sit there and your particular community doesn't want whatever it is, whether it be a board game, an accessory, or a booster box, whatever, send it back and trade it out. And you'll get the new thing for the old thing. That's how it works. Whether it's through a Premier distributor or through Jasco Direct, we will trade them out because we are extremely confident in our product, and it almost never comes back to us. Perfectly honest, though, it's very rare to get trade-ins. We get them maybe once every 2 months. That's how rare it is between all of our Premier distributors and regular retailers. So keep that in mind. If you're a retailer, not only is it extremely uncommon for that, but if there's no risk. Why not buy in and then always trade it out for what's new? If you haven't seen our lineup, we have some pretty huge titles coming out every year. My Hero Academia obviously being a leader for the end of this year and next year, but there's a lot more. Trust me. We have a lot of great licensing partners and big titles, and we don't skimp out on our games. They're high quality.
As somebody who used to work at a store, right? I no longer do, but I'm very, I have to be integrated with card games when I do this. The fact that you're even saying like, hey, let's do a trade out system, that's so bananas. to like, why would you not bother, right? You could at least give it a try. Like anybody out there, if you're like on the fence, just the whole, you could swap it back out. Like that's such an easy decision.
Well,
it's not like our catalog is small either. It's that we have puzzles, we have accessories, we have board games, card games, miniatures games, you name it. We have posters now, foil posters, play mats. You got to be able to sell something in your store, or why are you running a game store, right? Like there's got to be gamers in your store. So that's what we're here for. They're gonna have something they like. We promise you.
Well, Tim, I don't really think that concept's very bananas at all. If you are confident in the product that you are selling, and I'm extremely confident in Jasco Games products, having sold them for 8 years now, I know if I put Jasco Games products in your hands, it's going to sell. Yeah. I think in all the years we've offered the trade-in allowance, it's happened one time. You know, I had a store call up and say, these boxes didn't sell well. I said, okay, what do you want to do? They said, well, how about that new Cowboy Bebop game? I'm like, okay. And I picked up the old boxes and traded them, drove to the store and traded them in for Cowboy Bebop booster boxes. And they sure moved them. That's for sure.
That's crazy. But that's like unheard of. There's no way that I'm gonna give back my my 2-year-old Yu-Gi-Oh boxes in order to grab some other product of Yu-Gi-Oh. Like that's just not.
Well, that particular model is also designed to devalue itself over time. They do it on purpose, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, overall, talking a little bit more about singles, I think the value of, Universe's cards and singles and booster boxes stays pretty flat because of a lot of the business practices that Jasco Games has in place. We mentioned minimum advertised pricing. I know, Jason, you said you're going to talk about it more later. It keeps boxes from getting to be a race to the bottom. Now, I used to play a certain magical card game, and when a product was about to rotate, it wasn't worth anything. You needed to find the right time to sell out to try to get your value back. But right now in Universes, especially with the new retro format, players are going to find, who've been with us a long time, there's going to be a lot of value coming back to their collections. So definitely don't throw your cards away, because they're going to be worth money, and they're going to stay worth money for a while.
Yeah, and we change our ban lists out for different formats too. So if it's banned now, it doesn't mean it's always banned. It could be a very powerful card in your meta at some point. So or it's reprinted if it's a character with a functional new errata, so it comes back anyway, and you can just play the old one as the new one. So we do that on purpose, especially in the card game. Now that doesn't come up very often in a board game. We don't usually have to errata board games. They're a little bit more self-contained.
Well, one of the things that's, really cool about Jasco Games, and this actually, and you guys just announced this last Friday, I believe, and it's consistent with your practices all the way along, is if one of your cards does become banned, and it does happen, Universes, we have, very dynamic effects, and sometimes they're, a little stronger than we expected. You allow your players to trade their banned cards in for promos, right?
Yep. Yeah. So this has been a discussion for a while, and we've just implemented it with this newest ban. There was 3 banned cards, or 2 banned cards and an errata, something like that. And because some of them were very valuable, I think it was like an uncommon and then an ultra rare was on the ban list, something like that. And ultra rare is getting banned. Obviously, it's painful. Like if you're a collector and you're like, this card's worth 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, whatever amount of dollars, right, on the secondary market. Well, if we ban it, like we kind of, as a company, say that card's worth $0, at least for right now. And we don't like that either. Like I don't want any bad taste in our customers' mouth, our retailers' mouth, anything like that, because we're also gamers. At our heart, that's why we did this. I love this card game. That's why I got into it. Purchased it from Fantasy Flight right after graduating from college. So what we've decided to do is treat it like a very high power redemption. So instead of counting as 1 Kool-Aid point, as Miles Tyler calls them, a redemption point, and they're just little skulls that you'll see on the back. It says redemption. It's treated to basically trade out for anything you want. And there's certain threshold values depending on the rarity of the card. So now the rarity of your card getting banned changes it into a super valuable. It's like buying 2 or 3 booster boxes sometimes worth of redemption. So now your value doesn't go away. And it's not completely a 1-for-1, but it is better than throwing it in the trash.
For sure.
Or putting it up on a wall to remember it. Like those were the days when that card wasn't banned.
This used to be an expensive coaster.
I mean, I've played, a number of card games in my time, and even this happened, back when Fantasy Flight owned UFS. I had just bought $60 ATA syndicates, which super busted,
Oh
cancels
man, I
anything
remember that
asset.
exact era when I lost a bunch of money.
Yeah. And they're like, and they banned it. It's like, okay, well, my collection just lost, $250 in value. And, under their system, it's like, oh, too bad. So sad. Even people told me, well, you shouldn't have bought it because it was so powerful. And it's nice in this game that we don't have to worry about that with your trade-in system. You don't have to say, well, this card's pretty good, but I don't think I'll buy it because I think they'll ban it. I mean, that's a terrible mentality to have anywhere in your secondary market.
Yeah, it's like playing the stock market, right? Yeah. It's like I'm over here for entertainment, not for
I really don't
stock
want
trade bonds.
Traders to have to be day traders to be able to be competitive.
Right.
That's like, you should really know what you're doing if you're a day trader. It takes a lot of practice and schooling and everything else to really know how to do that. And a lot of CCG markets really are like, okay, this is when it's going to be the most valuable. In a game that rhymes with Schmoogie Schmo, that game, like, you kind of know the cycle. Like, it's going to be worth a lot for like this 3 weeks, and then it's going to be crushed and re-released and worth 10 cents, something like that, or a fraction of its value. And it's like clockwork. Even when I played, I was a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, which I can say, I guess, the name now because I'm saying I played it. But I don't know. I'm making up my own rules here. But I played Yu-Gi-Oh very competitively for the first probably 6 to 8 sets when it came out. Loved the game because it felt a little fresh. It was fun for me at the time. And there wasn't anything close to how the mechanics of UFS or Universes at the time. So I played it, and then I started to see, like, sweet, I got this awesome, really rare card. It was so hard to get. I had to buy so many boxes. And then immediately after this, a tin came out and had all the cards in there worth like $1. And I'm like, well, I guess I don't need that anymore. And it kept doing it. And I was like, well, that must have been a fluke. They just wanted to get Summon Skull and Blue Eyes and all this stuff out. And then it kept happening. And I'm like, every single set I invest all this money in, and in my it tanks. So I'm like, all this money I put in, I felt I was getting value for it. It's not worth anything now. And then this card's the good card. Because I've played through this and I've sold through it as a store owner and I've listened to these complaints forever, I don't want that in our games, any of them. Now, CCGs are obviously a different beast from everything else, and that's why we talk so much about it. But we also have a very passionate retail and gaming community for our CCG, probably bigger, better, and more passionate than some of you retailers are aware of, because you've put on the magic blinders. And the magic blinders, unfortunately, make you lose track of profit. And as a business owner, there's a reason our game's been around for 14 years. And if you haven't heard of it, you had deaf ears to it, and you've been losing money this entire time. Unfortunately, I hate to say that, because I've played all these games. I've carried all of these games. I've carried every game that's gone in and out of existence in CCGs. So just keep that in mind. We're here for retail stores to keep existing. We are not putting all of our games at a better price straight through Amazon. We're not taking all your games out and putting it on a better price straight through an online client. You actually get to play with our cards as a player, keep your value, and your store will still make money and stay open.
And that's absolutely
probably about any other game on the market right now.
Well, one thing we talked about earlier from distribution is, profit for your stores. And one of the things I know, selling on both ends is if you sell a box of Universes cards, a booster box, you're going to expect, profits, after all your other, not including your other costs, about 40% or more on every booster box you sell. I don't know any product that you can sell in the gaming industry, or, I came from the grocery store industry, certainly nothing there, where you can expect to make at least 40%.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom end. Remember, we expect you to double your money minimum, and that's how retail should work. Retail, you should be doubling your money. That's how it's supposed to happen. Minimum. I would love to give you guys even better margins, which right now you get until the 22nd because of COVID. COVID crushed a lot of this industry. I mean, it crushed retail in general. It's not like it's our fault as a gaming industry. Retail really got hurt because everyone's buying things online. But you can sell our product online and make a killing, as Sean O'Brien is doing, and Legendary Wolf Games is doing, and our next guest is doing. But our next guest is really a family retail store at heart, and we'll get into that here in a few minutes. But again, this retail seminar, this is here for our retailers to understand that our products are going to make you a viable business and keep you viable, and you have an open communication with our direct sales rep, with Andrew, with his team, with us, and we are going to make sure if you tell us you're struggling and you need to make money, we know how to make you money because we've done it. We've been in the store. We followed several different programs, and I can even give you free consulting on opening a store the best way possible if you want, because I've done it and I've not failed at a retail store before.
And for all my my competitive players out there, competitive, casual, whoever, any of my players, you don't own a store, that's not your problem, right? You can clip this out and send it to your store owner. Hey, here are four, soon to be four people that are just vouching that Jasco is the way to go. Universes and the products that Jasco has, like, this is your testimony right here. You can take this entire seminar and just send it to them.
Yeah, these retailers are not like friends that all in the same city. This is Texas. This is Rochester, New York. This is Omaha, Nebraska, and it's about to be Indianapolis, the heart of gaming, coming up next with JD Cash from Saltier Games. So we'll bring him in here. He's his time's slotted in about 2 minutes. So I'm gonna let Sean O'Brien give his closing words. Go and plug your store again. We'd love to get people going on there, trying out our games. Anyone listening that's not a retailer, great chance to do that.
Yeah, once again, I want to thank you guys for, doing this event, at the virtual Gen Con and having me on board. As far as being a retail store, if you don't like making money, if you like buying product that's going to collect dust on your shelf and in your back room, don't buy Jasco Games products. If you like product you can't move, this is the wrong place to be. But if you want product that comes in that sells itself because of the licensing, and you have product comes in that attracts the kind of players you want in your store, then buy stuff from Jasco Games, board games, your supplies, and most importantly, at least for me, the Universes card game, because it's a ton of fun. Lastly, to plug my store before I go, if you are interested, RochesterCCG.com is where customers can go buy their singles, their supplies, their Jasco board games. And if you're a store who is interested in setting up an account with us, please reach out to us. It's really easy, rochesterccg@gmail.com. All those emails come directly to me, and I will reach back out to you as soon as possible.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sean O'Brien. It was great having you. I love hearing all the different perspectives of different types of retailers, distributors, online retailers. It's always a pleasure. And welcome, JD Cash from Saltier Games. It's a pleasure to have someone in the heart of the real Gen Con coming on. And right now you're muted, so I'm not sure you're aware. There we go.
Hey.
All right, you got me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
We hear you perfectly loud and clear.
All right, good, because I'm not good with technology, and I struggle with this every time I try to do anything. So, awesome. How are you guys doing?
We're doing fantastic. It's a pleasure to have you. I guess before we get started, tell us what you do. So we've had a couple different retailers on here and distributors, and they kind of focus on different parts of the chain, I guess you'd say. And you guys are really core family game store. So tell me about your store a little bit and how we work with you.
Okay, so, well, just the store in general is a little bit of everything. We carry board games, miniature games, probably the best selection of role-playing games you might find under one roof. We have at least 70 new systems in stock. We've got tons of paint. We have 6 different paint lines. So we try to have a little bit for everyone. And then on the card side, you I almost said UFS, but I'm not going to say that. Universes is our main card game. And probably one of the reasons that we ended up that way is its appeal and the way the community conducts itself. We're really about accessibility and about inclusion in our store and making sure everybody feels welcome at the table. And so when things get too cliquish, I tend to intervene a little bit just to make sure that the new person always feels welcome. And I don't really have to do that much with with the Universus guys. Every now and again, I have to remind them there's some new people that don't know the inside jokes kind of stuff, but nothing of consequence. So
yeah. So what's awesome to hear there. So you're the fourth retailer in a row that said that UFS Universes is your main card game, and obviously you gave some reasons there. You said that the community is actually a big deal, and we mentioned this earlier talking about the community and how a lot of retailers probably don't realize how important a good community is and how you get a good community. But the fact that ours kind of stays that way no matter where in the world you're playing, because we raise our community that way on purpose. But in addition to the community, what other card games do you carry, and how can you compare it? And have you carried things in the past, and why didn't they work?
So probably the reason why they don't work is because of me. I'm not really versed in card games, and so I've never really been what you'd consider a card shop. It's never been our focus. We've always gone wide rather than deep as far as different types of gaming and product lines, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we have Magic and we have Pokemon on the shelf. We've had Yu-Gi-Oh in before, but the communities just didn't develop around it. There's pretty established communities in other game stores around town, and so and the Pokemon kind of ebbs and flows. Magic really haven't done anything for a long time.
That's exactly how my store was. We stocked Magic every set, and for some reason it just didn't sell. We ran events, and typically what happens is there's one store in every city that just gets all the players because you get the most points. The way their organized play works is just kind of, they encourage you to not go to the stores that are up and coming. The way everything is the backwards way that I would run the CCG from the way that game is run on a corporate level. So I definitely feel you there. But one thing that you just said that really stands out is you're not a CCG person. You don't know them, but this game's still selling in your store. That's really uncommon in any game, really, in a game store.
Yeah, and like my sons who spend a lot of time in the store, they're 11 and 15, they both play. And then my manager, Mike, he plays. Most of the guys, in fact, like everyone knows how to play who works here. And a handful of them they're real enthusiasts, we should probably say. They're really into it. But I know how to play. I don't stay up with it. I mean, I joke all the time. The only game I play anymore is Game Store Owner. So we're a placement resource management game with push your luck.
Yeah.
So I don't like keep up with it. I know how to play. I understand at least the basics of the rules and for the most part how to interpret a situation when I look at the cards and that kind of thing. But I recommend it a lot of times, especially to people who are kind of burnt out on other games for a few reasons, and hopefully you take pride in these reasons. Number one is the diversity rule. I think it just makes the overall competitive play experience over the top. You're not going to play the same deck over and over and over and over and over. It's going to be a varied, interesting experience to play competitively. You're not going to be grinding against the same thing all the time. And at the same time, it encourages a creativity that I think sometimes gets lost on the competitive side for other games, just from my outside observation, because everyone's going at the hot 2 or 3 meta decks or whatever and just trying to tweak the one card that, you know what I mean? So
if
there's
we wanted
that.
to play paper, rock, scissors, we'd stay at home.
Well, to be honest, the net decking meta deck mentality, you said it perfectly. We are encouraging creativity because you can actually do that competitively. When you're playing a meta deck, it is a very lazy way to play a game because you don't actually know what you're doing. You're buying someone else's deck. You're just piloting it because it doesn't require any actual thought to run these decks. There's very little in comparison. And I'm going to totally offend a bunch of Magic players by saying that. But it's true. If you play our game, we will crush you over and over and over with starter decks until you figure out, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. This game is so much deeper than Magic the Gathering or Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Pokemon or any of these. It's a deep strategy game. And you can figure out that, like, I've taken starter decks in local tournaments right out of the pack, and I've won the tournament because I can show you experience and knowledge and gameplay is what's important, not your money.
Sure. Yeah.
So, sorry to cut you off there, but it's
no, it's fine. It's a conversation, right? If I'm the only one talking, then it's a lecture. So
exactly.
And nobody wants that. The other thing I really like about it is all the cards have a place. You know what I mean? Like when you open a pack of 10 cards from Universus, UFS, whatever, that they all have a place. They might not all fit for how you play or the deck you're working on or whatever, but there's no just straight up chaff in there. And I think that's, you know, the other thing is a new player comes in, I can throw at him a ton of bulk common from when we, you know, bust sets for singles. When a new set comes out, we end up with a crap ton of common cards, and I can throw at him some play sets of common cards, and it makes a difference for them. They can build a deck really out of pretty much just that without adding a few more pieces here and there, and they can have a positive play experience, right? It's probably not something that gets talked about near as much on the player side, but from my perspective, like my goal for anyone who comes in my store, whether they're playing a card game or playing board games or whatever, is I want them to enjoy the experience. So we
lose you?
Oh, we got some loading. I do agree that we want them to enjoy the experience. So while we're waiting for him to load back up, it looks like we're having some internet issues. Like I said, it's going to happen throughout our show probably all through the weekend. What are some of the points, Tamarin, that he's pointing out we can probably add to here? And I'm going to make sure, that the Gen Con stream's still good. Yeah, it looks like we're still good on Gen Con. So it's unfortunate that we get technical problems.
The big thing that I like kind of laugh at when he brings it up is like, or whenever you bring it up of like the experience is what does it and that every card is playable is so out on TCG University, the YouTube channel that we have every week local. We do call them campus championships, and we do matches for the entire top 8. A match video every day. We do a deck profile every day, and we price out all these decks using Rochester CCG as the price guide. And so with that, it's fun to watch in round 1 a $600 deck and a $100 deck fight it out, and the $600 deck gets stomped. Because and it's like, all right, everybody, I'll type in my chat. All right, everybody, who had the most expensive deck this week? Put your guesses on. And then now, who won the tournament with what was the price point that won? And normally it's those middle of the road, sometimes the really cheap budgety versions of these, like we play very competitive decks, but like
we have players on YouTube like Shane Duckworth with Legendary Wolf and others that do weekly almost budget deck profiles. Whereas, like, let's build a deck for $40 or less. It bought all singles right now, $40-$50, and they're competitive. They will beat you down. JD, you back in?
I think so. You got me?
All right, we got you back. So we kind of just expanded on what you just ended saying.
Okay. Yeah, I caught the end of it there.
Awesome.
So yeah, but for me, it's I want people to have even if you get beat, you can have a good time getting beat, right?
Yeah.
And as long as you feel like you had a chance to win, whether or not you win or not, you can tolerate it. It's when you don't feel like you have a chance unless you've, spent several $100s on cards or something like that. And that kind of brings me to the last thing that I really like about the game. And, we sell singles quite a bit. But even the most expensive card in this game aren't expensive compared to other card games.
For sure.
And in all honesty, what kind of cracks me up a lot of times, just from an uneducated observer, I guess, is I don't feel like the cards that end up getting really expensive are necessarily useful in most people's decks anyway. They seem like a very specific type of play, and if you don't play that way, you don't need it. So
we kind of do that on purpose on the design side. I'm glad you brought that up. So our ultra rares, the way we design is, again, breaks all the molds. We never listened to all the people writing these articles trying to convince you that we should be making bad things and be lazy designers. We actually think that we want to test everything and try it and push the limits instead of going 85% of our cards or more we know don't even need to be tested. It's going to save us time because they're so bad it would never matter. And so let's test this 15%. That's what most of our competitors do. We are like, how about everything is good, and you follow your strategy and path to make it really good. And our ultra rares are typically extremely niche to a playstyle or a character even, or a symbol that's really powerful or whatever else. But if you don't play that, it's not that good. It's just that's rare because it's really good if you do that specific strategy, and it's an ultra rare, which means it's a little harder to get.
Yeah.
But it keeps all of our pricing really in a great spot, and our commons and rares and uncommons even. Actually, I think our uncommons are probably some of our best cards in the game. That's where the core of your deck is, and it's why you can build a budget deck. And you can build a crazy expensive deck. Don't get me wrong. If you want to put cards that are averaging $20 or more in every slot on your deck, you can do it.
Play the good symbol.
Gonna be awful. It's gonna be not worth the price that you're paying. It's just you did it because it's fun, I guess. You can make a good rare, an ultra rare and promo deck if you want to, but it doesn't mean you're any more competitive than anyone that's just building a good deck. Our cards are just good.
True.
Yeah. It also means your singles market will average out in a booster box to be worth way more than the value of a booster box, because you're not just waiting for that one ultra rare that's worth the price of the box to break even. You're like, all right, well, all these rares are about $5 or $3. All these ultra rares are going to average about $10. Well, that's a lot of money if you just break it up and don't even look at the commons and uncommons. And a lot of uncommons are worth $3 to $5.
Yeah. Usually in every set, there's a couple uncommons that are priced like an ultra rare.
Yep.
Just because, they're so utilitarian.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and we
that's
don't
why
we don't do underprinted uncommons like some of our competitors. We don't intentionally put it in the wrong rarity slot and say that it's not rare. I know a big competitor that does that, and we don't. They get the fair treatment on our uncut sheets, and they're all there. So you can go look at them because we give out our uncut sheets for pricing quite often.
For sure.
So we have about 6 minutes before we're moving on to the next, basically going through the next of our retail privileges here. You mentioned your singles. Do you also run an online store, JD?
Yeah, so our singles are through TCG Player. So it's just saltiergames.tcgplayerpro.com. And then the rest of our store, for the most part, it's hard keeping up with it. Thanks, COVID. Is on it's saltiergames.myshopify.com. And that's where we have everything else. We're trying to get everything else.
I kind of baited you into something I wanted you to say, because I know you sell on TCG Player, and what's great is our cards, we actually give TCG Player all of our cards before every release. So if you do work on that platform and you sell other games on TCG Player, the singles are ready for you. So it's not like you're gonna have to take all your own pictures. Do it. There's what's great is for you as a retail store, most of our singles online sellers just run them on their own websites. They don't even care that they're already available for you on TCG Player. So you can go on, and there's very little competition for this game. Like you're gonna get a lot of exposure for particularly your singles, and that's where JD, he probably has a large portion of the TCG Player market. I don't know if there's a big market for it yet in TCG Player, because people have been kind of trained for wherever it is they shop.
Sure.
But it is a great opportunity to just immediately jump into the singles market.
Yeah.
So, and JD, correct me if I'm wrong, does TCG Player also allow you to sell board games and stuff now too?
I think so. I don't know. I honestly, not to go apart from, the point you're trying to make, I'm actually investigating doing my own site right now, just because I'm maintaining an online store for the rest of my store anyway.
Yeah.
And doing the economic side of the fees for TCG Player versus what I'm already paying for the hosting and everything I already have. But yeah, I think they're trying to get it so you can basically have your whole game store on TCG Player.
On that note, because you brought it up in casual conversation, another thing that we do as a company is when we're doing releases and you have an online store that sells singles, as long as you reach out to us, we do provide you the files in advance for the singles, so that you can post them onto your website. That's something we've been doing for every set, as long as we're aware in enough time. And you can't break, street date rules and show people things early,
Sure.
but you can prep so that your stuff is immediately available on release, as long as you reach out to us. And we do this with all of our online retailers, TCG Player, and others, including UFS Ultra, which is our kind of volunteer resource site that you can search any card and build decks and talk to the community and see your ratios and all kinds of cool stuff on that format. So shout outs to ufsultra.com. Awesome website for just living in to build decks, because it's like most people do that if we're playing our game. We kind of get obsessed with deck building.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really play, and I've spent plenty of time on UFS Ultra, so it's fun.
It's like it's the Google of our card game. You just look, what does this do again? What is this called again?
Yeah.
Let me just put in like 3 of the letters is probably in it. I got it, found it. Or what set was it? I'll just click the set name. Got it. So I use it a ton for design, strangely enough. It's so helpful for design to make sure I'm not doing my own idea again, because it's my own brain, so it's pretty easy to like think the same as myself.
Yeah,
right.
So it keeps me from being redundant. I don't like redundancy. I like to kind of push the envelope on design if at all possible. So we have a couple more minutes. Let's give your store a plug. Go ahead and say where they go to buy cards and stuff directly and board games from your site again, and any closing words you'd like to say.
Okay, so yeah, the singles are saltiergames.tcgplayerpro.com. The rest of my store is saltiergames.myshopify.com. If you're in Indianapolis area and you're missing Gen Con like the rest of us, come out and see us. I got a lot of things in new that I don't normally carry, like foam weapons.
Nice.
And brought in some manga and fiction and some Gundams and stuff like that. So we tried to like really widen our product selection to help like feed the need. I will say though, like the silver lining to this is the first Thursday of Gen Con week that I'm not completely exhausted, pissed off, and worn out, by Thursday evening. So
yeah, I don't know if the general public has any idea how stressful and tiresome it is to actually run these booths and run a Gen Con, because you've been doing it for other companies for years and running your own stuff, and obviously we have too. We've actually worked together on stuff at our booths before, because you're in Indianapolis. And what a show! Like, I mean, every show is kind of like that. There's a lot of logistics, a lot of things you can forget.
There's a ton of work.
And this was also a ton of work. My team is very aware. Like, we pulled like 3 all-nighters in a row just to make sure everything's perfect. But it's still not traveling to Indianapolis with all of our stuff and physically building booths. Like, this is definitely easier than that. And so that's, I guess, a plus with all the sickness that we're avoiding. It's a little bit more relaxed. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, and I'm interested to see after this show what other booths are doing.
Okay, yeah. I haven't been on any of the online Gen Con stuff yet. I'm still, like, everything is, just trying to keep up with running the store here. So
awesome. Well, when you get time, let me know if you find anything awesome, because like I'm a big fan of all the gaming stuff, regardless. Like, I don't actually consider competitors. Like, we kind of know everybody in this industry. I'm sure when you get into the industry and ingrained, you realize that like everybody knows everybody, and we're all kind of friends. We sell similar products, but we're not really competitors. We're kind of like selling similar products. That's basically what it is. Yeah. So I buy a lot of games, and you can see them on my shelves and in front of me if you can see this. Like, I love games. I love collectibles. So I'm probably just always going to be a big nerd. That's how it is.
Sounds great to me.
So, all right, JD, it was a pleasure having you. And we're going to go in to our final, looks like 40 minutes of the show. And we're bringing Andrew back on, our sales manager right now, who manages also a sales team for us. And we're going to go into a couple other things that we do for retailers, just to elaborate a little bit more, go into our final trivia question, go over our exclusive of the day, and all of our specials one more time, and then we'll see you tomorrow. So come on in, Andrew. Welcome back.
What's going on, guys?
So we're doing great. This is a fun digital online Gen Con. I think I spelled digital wrong every time we promote it. So anyway, so we just got through with our retailer testimonials. That was 4 different retailers. We got most of them pretty last minute. It was like scheduled them in the last 3 days. JD actually confirmed like as late as last night, and it's great to see them. We have about 100 premier retailers that we deal directly with, and they're all very much in the same vein as these retailers that we've had on, including Andrew here. Is we make you money, and that's the whole point of this. So the retail store, like obviously, you can pass discounts on to your customers because it's available now. You actually have a margin. And so after the retail testimonials, what we're going to go into is the fact that we also have organized play. And our organized play currently is, again, about our CCG. So I'm sorry for all the board game and puzzle and accessory fans. We will get in more detail shortly. But let's talk about organized play just briefly, and we're going to talk about it a little bit more in detail with the My Hero Academia because there's a lot of new stuff coming into organized play. But as a retail store, what do you guys do for organized play? How do we help you? And what is the small, like the local level to the grand, like national worlds level look like?
You're talking about as far as the entire build-up community-wise?
Just what is our organized play? Like, I guess in a nutshell, how would you explain what we do for our retailers to make them get players in the store, make sure they're provided with free prize support and other perks that may or may not be free but are still there for our stores? And how do they get to stay involved and not lose out on like big events and things like that?
Okay. Well, I mean, so as far as the whole transition goes, we've actually had the Alexes, and you may have met them at different conventions. Alex St. Louis and the other Alex have worked extensively on building up our organized play. And the platform basically works like this. You, as the retailer, are going to do the very best that you can to help build your community, and we're going to provide you a lot of support with that by pushing players to your store. And once you get the players in the store and you become a premier program store, we're going to start allowing you to host Pro Tour, is it Pro Tour Challenges or Pro Tour Championships?
Pro Tour Championships.
Okay, because I'm used to just going PTC.
Yeah.
So we're going to allow you to host these PTCs. Now, these PTCs are basically your way to launch yourself into the bigger conversation of the nationwide community. And we're going to start bringing in players from, within 2, 3, 4 hours away from you to your shop. And that's going to help build your brand, which is going to allow you to start doing more with the game, selling more with the game, doing better online single sales, and all kinds of stuff. Now, once we get from that point, we go to the bigger arena where we start hosting national championships, bigger regionals. And what this does is it incentivizes your community to invest more into the game. And what I mean by that is time, energy, and effort. The time, as in going to your shop to prepare for bigger events. The energy is basically a conversion of what they're getting money to survive off of and what they're investing into their hobby. And the effort is showing up for all of the events that you schedule, whether they be PTCs or just locals, and that translates into more money for you as a store. So organized play from the ground level all the way up is designed primarily to make you more money and to make the game healthier and to expand not only our brand, but to expand your brand as it all comes together in one big piece.
Yeah, the normal stuff that we offer, that's pretty common. You do get monthly prize support. As long as you're staying stocked up, you basically just always get your benefits. Whether that be DLC packs, usually those are monthly, right? During COVID, they're staggered because things are slow right now. And we're trying to make it easy on people. But you'll get your monthly prize support, whatever that might be. You get your premier store discounts and retail discounts and specials and everything else for being a premier store. And you can be a premier store whether you order from us or any distributor. You just have to get in your paperwork. And then we continually support you, like you said, Pro Tour circuit events, in-store championships. We try to keep something interesting in your store on a weekly to monthly basis. A lot of our premier stores actually host 2 to 3 Universes UFS nights a week.
Yeah.
Because you can pull those players in, and it's fun to play. The game's fun, so it's not like I'm just going in to try to win a cash prize or something like that. None of our prizes are cash prizes. One of the coolest things about this is we have the coolest prize in gaming. It was created by Sabretooth Games, and I believe it was Steve Horvath's idea. Has not been brought up yet somehow because we have too many perks in our game. But if you win a national championship or a world championship in any of our events, you get a card of yourself, and you have exclusive access to that card for 3 months. I believe we give you 500 copies or 1,000 copies, something like that.
500.
500. Yeah, I think teams might get more. I don't remember, but you get these copies, and you have the exclusive rights to those cards for 3 months, and then they become available on redemption. So they're still hard to get, and you have this value, and you're permanently recognized in the game because your face is literally in the game, either you or a team of players, a 3-player team, and there's different types of cards that you can win based on the event. But it is a fantastic card. We call it getting immortalized into cardboard. We're not the first company to do this, but we're definitely one that's been doing it the longest. This is 14 years. 14 years of immortal champions that have a Hall of Fame going back with, I think it's 8 to 10 champions or more a year because of the nationals and worlds combined. Usually it's more than that because there's multiple types of events. And that's another thing that's a huge incentive for our players. We don't do cash prizes. We allow non-sanctioned tournaments to give out whatever prize they want. But at JASCO, it's not about exclusivity and it's not about money. It's about having fun and get the honor of winning. Yes, you can sell these cards. You will probably make money off of your cards if you're a champion because you can sell them for whatever you want. And a lot of people will just build a brand new collection off of it. And that's how they invest it. They're like, I'll trade you my card of me for, all these cards I need. And it keeps me going, That's a great way to keep doing it. And a lot of our cards, so they're all tournament legal. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Very rarely do champions get banned without getting a fix because we want you to retain your value as a champion. And we are kind of careful with the design of champion cards. They have been there was an era where champion cards were just really powerful, and so we don't want it to be an exclusive clubhouse. We want people to continually earn their wins. If you have a back-to-back championship, and we have a couple of people that are really good at that, 3 of them off the top of my head that have just won too many championships because this is such a skill-based game. You still have to work for it every time.
Yeah.
And I love that about the game. So that's organized play in a nutshell. We give you quite a bit. And we also have a Player of the Year program that's not happening this year so much as it usually does. But this is going to drive players to your PTCs and your locals to get points. So I think our players actually travel the furthest compared to most games for smaller level events because those points are so valuable for you to get really cool prizes and stay high ranked in the game. So we encourage you not only traveling but doing well when you travel because traveling a bunch and losing doesn't help you at all. But it is a cool thing, and our players love their road trips and traveling, and it's just a fun culture. It's kind of like playing on a sports team and just taking the bus down and playing in different cities and meeting new people and making new friends. It's fantastic. Yep. So there's organized play that we offer in a nutshell, and if you ever need anything from us, we are very open to help. If you need demo decks, if you need posters, any kind of materials, Andrew will personally teach you how to play the game, or your sensei. He'll get on a Skype call or a Zoom call or a Google Hangouts call, whatever kind of call, and teach you personally how to play the game, how to market the game to your players, and give them the right news, or make them watch this probably 2-hour video, and they're going to be like, my God, that's too much information.
So the deal is, and this is the thing I really want to kind of hit home to not only the retailers, but to the players. As a player, you want to grow your community, and you've got to sell this game to other individuals that play collectible card games, trading card games, wherever they come from, whether it be Magic the Gathering, Yu-Gi-Oh, Pokemon, whatever the case may be. And you can't sell a product that you don't know. And that's just it. If you want to sell a product, well, know it intimately. And for the retail side of things, for those store owners that are listening to me talk right now, I understand that you're balancing books, you're trying to make sure employees get paid, you're trying to keep your business up during COVID, and it's rough. And there's not enough hours in the day. But at the end of the day, you have a responsibility to those people that we just talked about right now, and to the communities that you want to build, to know the game. When you sit down in a tournament and play right across from the people who are buying product from you, you're building rapport. And that's basically the crux of what you do as a store owner. You know people, you get to know people. I'm sure JD would back me up on this. He was saying things like, hey, I know how to play the game. I don't keep up with it, like I should, but I do know the game and I can teach it to somebody. And that basically speaks volumes about what store owners need to do. You got to know your product. and it's super important. Otherwise, you can't translate a lot of the things that get people motivated to sell, and that's emotion. Emotion is one of the biggest things. When you're excited about a play or a character, Miles was here earlier, and his hero is Terry Bogard. I love Terry Bogard as well. I was super depressed when I came into the game, and they were like, "Oh, Terry's not in the game anymore," and I was like, "Oh, this is not happening." But
Terry's nuts in retro.
Now you can play retro.
Yeah, Terry's insane in retro.
I'm not playing retro. I'm playing standard. That's what I'm doing. It's standard all the way. Makes more money. Anyways,
that's fair. That's fair.
The point is that you really need to learn the game, and you need to learn the game in a way that you can translate the things that you love about the game to other players. And if you don't have an intimate knowledge about it, you're not going to be able to do that. And that's really kind of the sales 101, whether you're a retailer or a player. If you want your game to grow, then you've got to know the product.
True.
Yep. I agree 100%. And that's any business. That's not just tabletop gaming. When you diversify, it's great. But if you diversify too fast, if you spread yourself out too thin, that's how you spend money in a lot of areas where you're not going to make anything back because you didn't invest the time to learn your products or learn your industry. I've made that mistake. After 21 years of business, I've made probably every mistake you can possibly make. Well, maybe not. I'm sure there's plenty more. I'll make more mistakes.
You certainly will. We all will.
But you're going to learn from your mistakes after you make them. That's the best lesson. And diversifying slowly and responsibly is one of my biggest lessons that I've learned over 21 years is I want to do everything, but I need to be good at them before I just go in and do them. Because I've tried half-assing things and just getting it out there to get it out there, and it doesn't ever pay off. So just like that, in this gaming industry, knowing your products, obviously you should research it. Watch videos like this for every game you have in your store, every product you have in your store. See why is it profitable for you? What's the proof? There's proof in the pudding, right? So that's a great lesson to have, and I'm glad that Andrew brought that up. I'm going to touch base on another point real quick that we've talked about throughout this whole show, the Premier Store program and the website direct services. I just want to remind everyone, until August 22nd, we are extending a direct massive discount to any retailer that signs up with us. And you can just email sales@jascogames.com. If you're going to get started into the product line of any of our board games, our puzzle lines, our accessories lines, our miniatures lines, our CCG lines, now is going to be by far the best chance because it's like triple the value that you're going to be getting compared to normal, triple, maybe quadruple, depending on what you buy.
If you were on the fence before, let us know that you came from Gen Con by putting Gen Con retail inside of it, and there's special rewards for being here today and spending your time with us.
Yeah, so if you include a Gen Con retail into an email to sales@jascogames.com, and you are a legitimate store, that means you have a tax ID number, and you can be an online store, you can be a brick and mortar store, but you have to be a real business. And we will extend an extra bonus for sitting through the seminar, watching this, and you're going to get a nice little gift for joining into the program and starting to see how much profit you can make in gaming when you work with a company that wants you to succeed and isn't just worrying about where can I sell this that's going to make me the most volume and bottom line, and take all your sales to online retailers that are not growing any kind of game community. So
some would say plus ultra.
Plus ultra, exactly. And so in the Premier Store program, we've talked about it. There's no cost to getting into it other than a commitment to product that you should want in your store anyway. We have 17 of the greatest brands out there, and we're continually adding more. And these are licensed brands, not even products and product lines. We have hundreds of product lines. So check it out, try to get in, and we will help you out. We will show you how to make money. We will personally call and talk with you, teach you our games, teach you sales strategies, teach you business strategies. One of my favorite marketing and sales strategies for retail is copied from the early Games Workshop mall retail stores that were continually bringing in my area over $2 million a year in sales. And there's a reason for that. There's a very specific formula that they used to use. Obviously, their CEOs have changed multiple times, and some of them do great things, and some of them do less great things. But they all have their own highlights and downfalls, right? Like everybody. But there's a model that we've used in retail that has never failed. It requires actual work, from either you or your staff, but it will make you the only opportunity to make millions of dollars in this industry per store. That's not saying you need a chain. You'll make millions of dollars if you follow the formula. So we'll teach you that, and we're happy to do it. And that's going to be a longer private call, and we can do it as we go.
Yeah.
Next
Get
up,
this
we're going
started. Gen Con Retail, sales at JASCOgames.com.
Correct.
Yeah,
we're going to talk about our margins and MAP real quick again. So we have minimum advertised price. Minimum advertised price was incorporated from the very beginning of our publishing because I was burned personally by online retailers. Being able to make $1 on a booster box that I'm spending $100 on or $80 on or $50 on, whatever it is, everything on the size of and the variety of this box, how can I keep a business making $1 to $2 to $3 on a box compared to my online retail competitors? Well, let's run draft. Let's run store events. That's how you're going to get people in the store. But they're not buying from me then. They're buying sometimes from me. They're paying entry fees. The bulk of that product's sales is still going to the internet with someone that's either working out of a garage or a warehouse. And sure, that's a viable business, but I want my brick and mortar stores that are building my community for all of my games to be the ones that benefit from this. So it is against our policy for anyone ordering through us or through any of our distributors to sell a product that's within the last, I believe, 2 years of release for under 25% off. That means you are guaranteed a 25% margin on everything, no matter what.
Well,
and by 25% margin, that's actually 50% profit.
Yeah, but I mean, this is part of a bigger conversation, right? I mean, and I'm glad that there's a lot of people watching us that are probably not retailers, because you guys are a part of this conversation too. For the retailers watching, I want you to remember that your time is valuable, and what you're providing your players is valuable, because what you're doing for them that the online retail space isn't doing for them is you're providing them a place where they can grow a community and build lifelong lasting relationships and experiences that are going to last forever. And the last time I checked, that's entertainment, right? So effectively what your job is your job is to create a safe space to entertain these individuals, and that has a price on it. And that's a price that, no offense to players, and I consider myself to be a player too, that we have not been paying. We've been coming into shops and allowing them to run tournaments at cost, because we're operating under the guise that, okay, at any point in time, as a player, I can just go online and get it cheaper. So what do you want from me? Do you want me to support you and you make your $10 a box, or do you want me to go online and give that money to somebody else? And that's pretty much the logic from the player side. And again, no offense to players, and I'm pretty sure there's a lot of you that love your local game store and you probably support them by paying over that and making sure that they're taken care of. But I just want this to be as an honest a conversation as possible. Now, from the retailer side, you guys have been undervaluing what you give, and you've been trying to explain it away because you consider that foot traffic is your marketing. So, okay, I'll run a tournament at cost and maybe even lose a few cents a player by giving out price support because of the fact that it guarantees me people on consistent days. It's the old bowling alley methodology of having league play. And you have this consistent kind of foot traffic coming in, and they're buying, snacks, which have huge margins. They're buying accessories, which have a little bit better margin. And that's basically how you've kind of, I don't know how you've hypnotized yourself into thinking that it's acceptable business practice. But I'm here to tell you, as the sales director for Jasco Games, that when you carry these Jasco products, we want you to remember two things. Number one, your time is valuable, and we're going to provide you with products, board games, puzzles, accessories, trading card games, whatever the case may be, that are going to meet those margin expectations, because we want you as close to 35-40% on the consistent. But that brings me to the second point, which is to the players. We're going to make sure that we have a conversation with our players about supporting you, the local game store, because we want them to understand that when they go in and they pay, let's say $80, $85 for a box that they could have bought online for $70 or maybe even $68 or whatever the case may be, that extra little bit that they're paying you is a thank you to taking the risk, and it's a real financial risk, of opening up a store and paying rent and paying utilities and paying employees and missing birthdays and missing time with family and all these other things that you dedicate. That has value. And if COVID hasn't done enough to make sure that that narrative has been pushed to everyone everywhere when it comes to our communities and the way that we operate as business owners, then I just don't think it ever will. But I'm telling you right now, at Jasco, we believe in that. And we believe that you deserve to make money so that way you can have a living if you're providing for your family, or so that way the players know and understand that they should be supporting their local game stores first. Now, if I'm wrong on that, Jason, you can correct me.
No, 100% right. And it is up to the players to understand this too, that this is entertainment. It's you would pay for going to the movie every time you go to the movie. You'll pay for your Netflix subscription, all these other things. When you go to the store and you expect the store to treat you like you should get everything for free or their cost, what are you doing to your stores? They're taking all this risk. As a business person, like I said, 21 years in business, 7 different businesses that I run. My number one ultimate enemy of business is overhead. The longer I do business, the more I'm like, screw overhead. I hate overhead because it's just costs that I feel like are going away and taking my profits. And so you're taking that risk to provide a service that is it's always been taken advantage of. And so what we're going to do, in addition to what you're already doing, which is giving yourself value, is give you special items that you can only get in your store. All of our pre-release kits, those promo cards, you can't get online. You can get the rares and ultra rares and the special player bundles and stuff, but we give you things that you can only get in store. And I'm sure there are other places that have in-store exclusives. That's not new, but it's one of the many perks in addition to our better margins. And that's a huge thing. Our margins are just straight up better. You're never going to make less than 50%, maybe 40% of whatever your normal 100% margin is. We want you to double your money or more. So if you can't bottom out and compete with the internet at 50%, then we're doing something wrong. And we're also allowing you to trade in. And if you missed that earlier, all of our products are 100% redeemable for new products. Send it back as long as it's not damaged or opened. Send it back. Give us the dusty one that somehow didn't sell. We'll give you whatever you want from our catalog that's new, anytime you want. And our distributors, it's in their agreements to do it for you too, so it doesn't have to be through us.
So Tam,
doesn't matter what country you're in, we will trade it out for anything new. Don't let it scare you away from taking a risk on our product, because there is no risk.
So Tamron, as a player and as a content creator, and if you guys are just now, coming in with us, Tamron runs TCG University. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So as a player and as a content creator, what's your take on this, and just in the context of how businesses should be making the right amount of profit to stay open, so that way we can keep the local communities alive? What's your take on it?
Man, there's only so many times where I can walk into a Denny's and try and host a tournament before they yell at me, right? And so, as your local game store, they are, unless you personally are trying to run this out of your basement and you want 20 plus people to come crowd in your basement, you have to go and support your local game stores. And the fact that you're using their lights, you're using their snacks, you're using their honestly, cleaning the bathroom sucks, right? You are paying employees to keep a nice, awesome, friendly, welcoming environment. Let's take the products out of it. You are going and supporting a table and a person who provided the table, because I've been kicked out of 2 Denny's before for trying to play card games too much.
Cameron, you just said something beautiful. Think about this. When you go to Gen Con, you're paying $80 to go sit at their clean tables.
Yeah.
Why is that different from our local retail stores? Because the convention has more stock than the retail store? That's literally it. They have newer stock, but you're paying $80 to be able to go pay more money to buy that stock that's going to be online immediately for the most part. So we already do it, and we do it in other parts of our own industry. I personally would pay for literally like what you just said, Tamron, a place to, if it had no stock whatsoever, but I have a bunch of Warhammer tables set up, a bunch of card tables set up, D&D groups ready to play with, any of that stuff. I play all the games. Like I said, I have competitors and I have problems with some games, but not every competitor, every other company I have, they also make stuff I love. And same with us. I mean, I'm sure there's stuff that people don't like, but I hope that there's a great game somewhere in there that fits you. or product at least. And we have great partners. You know, we work with Arcane Tinman on our Dragon Shield quality art sleeves. We're the only ones with those level licensed sleeves.
Yeah.
So having a place to play with people, like obviously right now, COVID is garbage, right? Like it's the worst. No one has anything that you could possibly. I mean, there's some good sides for certain businesses, maybe if you're in that like price gouging section of business, or just you're really lucky and you just happen to be like, hey, our online business just quadrupled because it's the only way that people can get our stuff, whatever. But for retail, like I don't want this culture to go away where I can't go to a mall or go to
I totally agree.
Walk around and see what I'm buying. I cannot imagine like how bad it would be and how likely it actually is for so much retail to close. Not just gaming retail. I'm talking about Macy's. I'm talking about, one of my favorite restaurants went out of business. It's called Soup Plantation, Sweet Tomatoes. It's a great, healthy buffet, out of business, COVID. Pier 1, Bed Bath & Beyond. There's like, the list goes on, and it's going to get worse over the next year or two, and then we'll start seeing a recovery. We're going to see probably this month and next month a lot more closures because people are going to see what happens after government funding goes away. But the people that survive this are going to rise to the top because we all found solutions and we found out that not only our industry but every industry and the entire U.S. If I can only speak for us, is Swiss cheese, or at least it was. We had so many holes in so many parts of our country, so many parts of our industries, and we were forced to fix as much of it as we can. And I can tell you on Jasco's side, we had major holes I never would have even noticed. Mostly our direct-to-consumer communications, our marketing, like just a lot of the things we were focusing on. We were all over the place because we're so blinders on retail only that we weren't growing other areas. And so everyone was making mistakes. And I don't think there is an exception to that. Some people got really lucky and did different things with great timing, but that obviously you can't predict a pandemic. That was, people got lucky and it happens. But ultimately, support your local game stores, support your local conventions, support in-person gaming when we can do it again. And for now, try to keep them open with donations. Try to buy from your local game stores. Even if you don't want to go out of your house, call them up, see if you can have it set outside or picked up later or mailed to you, whatever it takes. Because we're going to want to go play with human beings. It's just more fun. It's just way more fun to play in person, especially board games. It's why we're here. It's why Gen Con is so big.
Yep.
We have so many people playing because it's a blast. We get to enjoy doing what we love.
The last thing that I have before we jump to our final trivia question is Tony Robinson. If you haven't listened to him, anybody at home, seriously, listen to him. He's one of the craziest motivational speakers ever. But he owns he's got stacks on stacks on stacks, all businesses, right? And one of the ways that he does all this is he slingshots off of a down trend. A trend will go down and then it'll slingshot him back up. We're in this downtrend. So as a retailer, if you were on the fence for Jasco, it's time for us to start slinging shot back up. And we've given you so many good, useful ideas, informations, and what Jasco is willing to do for you. It's tough right now. Take the risk. Let us help you slingshot back up to the top where you could, should, and will be.
I would be amazed if you can find a publisher that will do more for you. I honestly, truth be told, do not think it exists. Not in this industry. So
nope.
if this is the time. I guarantee you right now, if you find a better way to make money than this, and you're not doing some kind of loophole that nobody else can do, tell me about it because I'll compete with it. I want you guys to make money. I want my stores to make money.
Trivia time.
So for the $100 value at JascoGames.net, just a free Benjamin in your pocket. My question is, which game does this barcode belong to? Yeah, this isn't a skill game. You history buffs, you can get out of here. Which game does this barcode belong to?
There you go, retailers. You have the edge. You have a barcode scanner? Bam, you got it.
You certainly have the edge. No Google searches. We got a 2-minute timer. Any questions that you guys have in the chat until we find our winner? I would absolutely love to take. But I guess as we finish up, we've got 8 minutes. Andrew, did you catch the whole stream, or at least some of it?
I've been here the entire time.
How's this Gen Con gone?
As far as Gen Con is going, I think everyone is really engaged in making sure that the normalcy of convention life stays the same. I feel like there's a lot of engagement with this idea, especially Comic-Con online and everything else that we've done, because of the fact that they want to, number one, interact with and reconnect with people that they would have normally seen in the convention circuit life, and number two, they're doing what everyone else is doing when it comes to like online streaming games and everything else. We're trying to make sure that the things that we consider to be normal or how we interacted with each other, even if it's in a digital space, we want to try to maintain that. Does it have the same feel? No, it doesn't. But it's definitely a good replacement as we all try to stay safe right now.
Jason, your thoughts? Day one. How'd it go?
Day one, so I'm really interested personally to see how everybody else's booth is, because I don't know. I think we didn't communicate like a community at all as publishers and booth. I guess anyone running a booth at Gen Con. I'm wondering what companies that do like I always visit Wormwood. I always visit like the leather shops and the LARPing items and all this stuff. Like they don't have games that they can run tournaments for. They're a little bit different, but they're awesome booths. Like I buy like hundreds of dollars from them every Gen Con. And so I'm really interested to see, what they're doing. Who else is doing, long streams?
Yeah.
I assume this is going to be the way you have to do Gen Con, right? Like you gotta be doing a stream. I hope more, like pretty much everyone's doing it. And we can go see, different booths. Like it's like this is our booth essentially. That's kind of how I saw it, because Emerald City Comic Con was like this, at least from our partner Zenescope. So it gave us the idea to kind of really engage. The trivia game that we're doing every day was just like kind of a random idea, and I'm like, it's a game convention. Let's have a game in the middle of all of this stuff, like constantly, and give away stuff. We have our exclusives just like a normal Gen Con. So I feel like I don't know if it's doing well or bad. I had no expectations, to be honest. I hope people
are you having fun?
I am having a great time, and I hope people are entertained. I really like. I'm sorry if you're not a retailer. You just heard a bunch of stuff that you probably think is really boring business. That might not be entertaining, and it could be really interesting. I don't know.
People love this nerdy stuff.
I hope so. And I'm going to show off our exclusive for today one more time. There's only 100 of these. Dang it. There are only 100 of these available. I got to fix my English.
Let's catch that after we get the winner of the trivia quiz, because we already got it.
Oh, we have a winner.
Yeah, we've got the winner.
Who is our winner, and what is the answer to this barcode?
The answer is Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the game that you could have gotten for $20 earlier today. If you were just catching us and you didn't catch us earlier in the day, for the rest of Gen Con, every 30 minutes we're gonna have this crazy huge deal on a different product that Jasco is producing. So make sure you, as soon as you get that notification to go live, if you haven't followed the channel, follow it right now, and you can catch these amazing deals, boxes
and what's
for
great
half
is
off and stuff.
All these deals are limited quantities, so if they're still available, they're still up until tomorrow. So there could be $20 Buffys, because I'm not checking. There still could be some $20 Buffys available. So be sure to check out the deals. We're going to restream this exact stream for people in getting off work now and in Europe. Well, I guess Europe would be right now. So it's going to be more for the people in the U.S. that are ready to get off work and see what's happening on a Thursday. Unfortunately, you can't interact with the chat and answer the questions, but get ready to maybe check your phone tomorrow for these questions. You can do it hide from your boss and do it under your desk or something. I'm not really sure. But
enough stalling. We have
still on screen, right? So
Ragnar as our Twitch winner.
Who was it?
Ragnar, our R3GNIER. Ragnar?
Awesome.
Ragnar?
And I'm showing off our exclusive poster, Buffy the Vampire Slayer poster. Only 100 of these available. Today only. Convention exclusive. First time ever released. It is foil. You just can't really tell on my camera, unfortunately. And maybe the puzzle that art is based off of will be a little easier to see. And there are only 999 of these ever produced. This is a framed puzzle. You build it inside its own frame. You can see it right here. Completely foil, certificate of authenticity, completely numbered, foil number underneath this certificate. And these are going to be almost out of stock here pretty soon. Never making them again. Probably won't make a framed puzzle again, even though we invented it and it was cool. Unless we have a better solution for shipping, if you watch the beginning of the show. So last chance, we're going to leave the exclusive up all day till tomorrow's show. So if you're in a part of the world or even here and you still want to get a chance to get those, 100 of those foil posters, they're $20. The puzzle, the limited edition puzzle, is $60. And then it's out and gone. And hopefully you get a cool number. We're not hogging any of the awesome numbers like 1 out of 999. 999 out of 999, whatever your favorite sports number is, anything like that. They're all available. Maybe you can trade with other fans that got the cool number that you want. But I think there are about, like before Gen Con, there were about 300 left out of the 999.
So before we get out of here, a real quick reminder to everybody. Make sure, whatever social media platform you are on, you follow. Gen Con is happening for the entire weekend. It is happening today, tomorrow, the next day, the next day. Follow on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube. If you've got a Prime, drop it on somebody. It doesn't have to be us. Just drop it.
And also don't forget the Looking Glass. That Gen Con's official page is restreaming our Twitch stream. So you can actually see our live booth. It has links to all of our sales, links to the stream itself. It shows our specials underneath right now for the whole day. And those are going to stay up. So you're going to see our specials until they're out of stock. They're all limited quantity. The highest limited quantity is that Buffy poster, the foil poster. There's 100, or there are 100. Man, one of these days, maybe tomorrow. I'm having a bad day today with my English.
There be 100.
Singulars and plurals are way off. But there are 100 available. The rest are somewhere between 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They could still be in stock. A lot of these specials are 50% off, which is, awesome. Like you're getting it about as good as you can get it for a deal there.
Sure.
And some of them are very limited, like this poster and this Buffy puzzle, not coming back. So check it out.
Yeah,
and
don't
otherwise, those are my closing words. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. I'm going to let you guys kind of go through Andrew, Tamron, and thanks for Tim for producing the whole thing for us behind the scenes. Shout out to Tim Friedlieb, doing an awesome job. We all pulled a bunch of all-nighters to make this thing happen, and it worked for the most part. Only 3 little hiccups. Andrew, any closing words?
Yeah, just real quick, just remember, guys, if you have any issues with any of your stores not wanting to carry the game or whatever the case may be, email me, sales@jascogames.com. I'll help you with that. Let me do the heavy lifting for you. And retailers, remember, sales@jascogames.com, and put in the subject line, Gen Con Retail, and we will have something very special for you. And I look forward to talking to all of you.
Tam, any final closing words for today?
As my first Gen Con experience, this has been very fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, you should go to Real Gen Con next year because it's also very fun. Actually, you'll be blown away, and I highly recommend True Dungeon.
I am excited, and I'll see you guys all tomorrow.
And I have one more thing. Before we completely cut off, I just want to remind everyone tomorrow's seminar is the seminar on the tabletop industry, and we have some awesome special guests for that one. We have Chris Fry from Leah International, the manufacturer, Chinese manufacturer that does all of our plastics for Street Fighter, the miniatures game, Mega Man, the board game. Awesome quality stuff. And they work with other huge publishers. We have several artists coming on to talk about the art in the industry. So we have El Grimlock, if you follow artwork, a lot of cool Blizzard artwork, and done a lot of cool stuff for our games. Das Nomo, our artist in-house. We have Jason Cardy and Hector Moran doing the sculpts and a bunch of great artwork for Zenoscope. Jason Cardy has done Transformers comic books, Red Horizon Red Horizon artwork, and a bunch of stuff for Street Fighter and other games for Jasco Games. And then we have David Hanold coming on to talk about Kickstarter and logistics with us, and Andrew will be joining us again. So that's tomorrow's seminar. And then just so you're aware, the rest of the week, Saturday, we have the evolution of UFS universes from 2006 to present with tons of guests. I'm not even going to name them. It's like 13 guests. And then we have My Hero Academia, CCG, and more. Everything My Hero Academia that's coming out from Jasco Games, the Master License holder. That's going to be the big one. Really cool exclusive that day.
Hey.
I'm so excited.
Super awesome limited con exclusive for that day and some cool sneak peeks. So thank you all so much. That's Gen Con Online 2020 from Jasco Games.
That was awesome.
Yeah. Very enjoyable.
All right, I'm gonna go. Are we offline or off air? Tim's muted, so I'm gonna wait for him.